Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers, to another edition of Pewter Pregame on the Pewter Game Day Show. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. With me is Matt Matera, also of PewterReport.com. And we are ready because it is the dawn of a new week for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Matt Matera. It is the dawn of the first ever Week 18. Whoa, we're up close again.
We did this again. We
gotta keep. I don't know. Maybe we're just keeping people on our toes. We flash in there, but.
Anyway, Week 18 eyes when you watch the show. Yeah.
Get serious about this. Week 18, Bucs Panthers, round 2, the second time in 3 weeks, I guess. They played them in week 16 now. So the first Week 18 ever. The Bucs on the verge of, if they can win today, becoming 13-4 and getting 13 wins for the first time in franchise history, Matt. A lot else on the line, a lot of player individual points, but the number one thing we want to focus on, that mark of getting to 13 wins, and the mark of potentially becoming the number 2 seed in the playoffs, depending on what happens in their game and in the Rams game, which will be happening at the same time against the 49ers.
That's right. This is a historic game. There's never been a Week 18 regular season game. There's never been a 17th regular season game for the Bucs. So very exciting times, history on the line in multiple areas. Mike Evans, Tom Brady, Bucs career regular season wins as well, too. And getting that number 2 seed in the NFC, if the Bucs can win and the Rams lose, I think that's huge for the playoff run going down the stretch. I think there's a very big difference between getting that 2 seed and that 3 seed. It may not seem like too much, but I think for the Bucs, if they want that NFC Championship matchup against Green Bay, I mean, you never know. Someone can knock out Green Bay. But I think getting that number 2 seed is more important than almost anything else that teams are playing for this week.
Right. So we're going to go around the league before we start on the Bucs because it's Week 18, and I know people want to know the lay of the land and everything. So real quickly, some of these games have no playoff implications. Some of them do have playoff implications. Washington 22-7 over the Giants. That one, both those teams are cooked. Minnesota winning 24-17 over the Bears with 7.5 minutes left. The Jaguars are beating the Colts. The Colts are playing for their playoff
game
lives.
of the day. Game of the day. Getting blown out, John. It's not
getting
like
blown out.
Getting blown out. This is crazy.
The Jaguars are up 23-3 on Carson Wentz, noted Bucs killer. And I guess he kind of kills himself too. But Carson Wentz, they're down. The Colts are down 23-3. There's 9:57 left in the game, and the Colts currently are facing a 4th and 12. So this one is in rough shape right now for the Indianapolis Colts. And it's opening the door for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are trying, despite an epic performance by their defense, they're trying to lose this one. It's unbelievable. It is one of the worst offensive performances you'll ever see. They're down 10-6 to Baltimore, just over 8 minutes left in that game, and they are taking over at midfield. The Packers are losing to the Lions 27-22. Packers are playing some of their backups, but I'm pretty sure they played their starters the whole first half and we're down to the Lions at halftime.
Yeah, right? They were down like 14-13 though. Like Mason Crosby, the
but
second
still,
best
Lions.
Crosby on earth, missed an extra point. So
weird.
But, for Bucs fans, if you want Brady to win the MVP, you can spin it like, are you kidding me? Aaron Rodgers lost to the Lions?
I wanted to say, my MVP would never be down at halftime to the Lions, but he was down at halftime to the Jets last week. So I'm not going to say that. Here we go. The Titans, this is an interesting one. The Titans are up 21-18 on the Texans. They were up 21-0. If you remember earlier in the year, they lost to the Texans. It wasn't even that close of a game. They lost to the Texans. Now they're up 21-18, clinging to a 3-point lead as the Texans have rallied back. 8:52 left in the game. Titans do have the football in Texans territory now. We'll see what happens, but that one might come down to the wire. And remember, the Titans have to win to keep the 1 seed. If they lose, they're not the 1 seed anymore, and the Chiefs are the 1 seed. So a lot kind of on the line there for the Titans, who really want to get healthy too. The Browns are up on the Bengals 14-10. I already mentioned the Steelers-Ravens score. So there's taking you around some score. All right, let's transition over to talk about the Bucs in this one. No Ronald Jones, no Leonard Fournette, and no Giovanni Bernard in this game, obviously, Matt. So down 3 running backs. Keyshawn Vaughn and Le'Veon Bell will play today. John Barner will play today. This is a very I don't want to say unproven because Bell's obviously played, but recent years he's not played very much. He's unproven in this offense for sure. So I still think it's a fair characterization of their backfield that today is just total lack of experience and reps in this offense. And honestly, recent success or any success for a lot of these guys. What happens today? Do the Bucs come out in a game that they obviously would like to win, but they'd love probably for Brady not to drop back 50 times, I'm sure. But I don't know. Arians may not even be calculating that. Last year against Atlanta, if you remember last game of the season, they lost Mike Evans and looked like it was bad.
Yeah.
They didn't even care. They just kept dropping Brady back. Game was over and they just kept dropping him back. And I mean, Bruce Arians really never plays it safe, I guess, in that regard. But I don't know. This could be a tricky little situation here for the Bucs in this one with no experience at running back.
Yeah, I think especially at least for the first half, the Bucs are going to go full court press, try to get out to a huge lead. I think they'll be scoreboard watching a little bit. You can only scoreboard so much when you're, playing at the same time as the Rams. But if they go into halftime, and let's just say hypothetically the Rams are up by like 20 points, the Bucs might start pulling their starters out, in the third quarter, fourth quarter, depending on like how the game's going and everything like that. Right. But this game is very exciting. One, because of, the seeding situation, which we just talked about. But there's a lot on the line. Brady can break a single-season franchise record for the Bucs. Mike Evans can continue his 1,000-yard season record. Rob Gronkowski can pocket a cool $1 million incentive today, which would be so funny and so ironic because of all the AB news. And I know we're past all of that. Yep. But I was saying earlier, will any of the Bucs players come out publicly and be like, hey, I really hate what Antonio Brown said when he was on that podcast? No, they won't say that publicly. But would they like to stick it to him a little bit by getting Gronk his incentive, who he pretty much called out Gronk during his statement? I'm sure. I bet the coaching staff wouldn't mind seeing Gronk get those get that $1 million incentive. And another thing too, you just brought up the running backs. While a lot is uncertain, and it's a lot uncertain too outside of Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski, like will Cyril Grayson continue his run as this folk hero for the Buccaneers? But this is a huge audition for Keyshawn Vaughn. Let's remember, obviously the Bucs are focused on right now and the playoffs, but he's the only running back under contract for next season. He had that big run against the Panthers, 55-yard touchdown run. Outside of that, wasn't too great, had some issues with his hands, ran the ball okay against the Jets. There are some things you could point to and be like, all right, maybe there's something here. He held on to the ball too, which, that's a positive. You have to mark that down as a pro in the pro and cons category. But this is a big opportunity for Keyshawn Vaughn. He's been asking for this. There's no one else in his way. He could prove that he could be the guy on first and second down. I'm sure even with Le'Veon Bell in there, he'll get a lot of third down opportunities too, because that could be a future role for him. I'm very excited to see what Keyshawn Vaughn could do because he's never had an opportunity like this.
Yeah, for sure. No question about it. And guess what? You have an opportunity today, Bucs fans. You have an opportunity to get the best energy drink out there. Celsius powers active lives every day with essential functional energy, and they are the title sponsor of Pewter Game Day. So make sure you check out Celsius if you get a chance to. There's tons of great flavors out there. No sugar, yet unbelievable taste and a variety of different flavors. It's great for you, and it gives you the boost you need without the crash that comes with other energy drinks. That's what I love about it. I'm drinking the Peach Vibe today on the show, and the sparkling strawberry guava's out there, the wild berry. There's a bunch of great flavors out there, the Fuji apple pear, tropical vibe, orange. Check them out. Go to Celsius.com. Use the store locator to find out where they're selling Celsius near you. Or you can go to PewterReport.com, click the banner ads, get the Amazon subscribe and save option, and get them coming to your house with regularity as well. So great stuff.
I am rocking the jackfruit. Just want the fans to know that.
Good. So. Got the jackfruit going there. Good. That's what you like to see. Tropical vibe kind of day for Nate. Appreciate that, Nate. And it's, the Panthers are coming down to Tampa Bay. So the Bucs are back at home, Matt, for this one. And that's obviously where they'd like to be too. And so this is going to be a game that for the Bucs that will determine a lot of things in terms of the direction they're heading, the momentum they've got going into the playoffs, right? I mean, they have kind of sputtered getting there, to be honest, even though they've won most of their recent games, the loss to the Saints. And then, they kind of went through the motions as a huge banged up group against the Panthers and won, and then struggling with the Jets and winning at the last seconds of the game. There is just a lot to be desired still with this Bucs team in terms of the way that they're playing. And some of that comes from the fact that they're down a lot of people, a lot of players. But other than that, you really just like to see their best players start playing really clean ball going into the playoffs. That includes Rob Gronkowski and Mike Evans, who've been a little more of a roller coaster ride recently.
Yeah, that's right. And there's no question. It's the two of them as far as the offensive side of the ball. Well, and Tom Brady, but Tom Brady is kind of a given. But it's the two of them that, offensively, the Bucs will go as far as Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski will go. It's so funny going into this week 18 game. Yes, we know that they're going to force feed Mike Evans so he can get the record and Rob Gronkowski so he can get the incentive. But outside of that, we don't really know what we're getting with this Buccaneer offense. Like, is Tyler Johnson finally going to show up? He really, for all the chances that he's gotten, he hasn't brought it. He's made some catches here and there, but he hasn't really had that impact play. Rashad Perryman had we've talked about the touchdown in overtime against the Bills. Outside of that, he went on the COVID list. That is what it is. You can't do anything about that. But even when he came back, hadn't really done much. Didn't even really get a lot of snaps against the Jets. Jalen Darden's been on the COVID list as well, too. Maybe he could step up. But, yeah, it's going to come down to Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski. The run game has always been so-so. They're a pass-first team. And this is a situation, too, where Mike hasn't had to be called on to be the guy, where his whole career he was the guy for the Bucs because they never really had anyone else up until, they had Vincent Jackson and obviously Chris Godwin when he's been here, but there's a long time where it was just Mike Evans and that was about it. Now he gets to go back into his role. The offense obviously looking over the middle first. Mike Evans down the field now. I think this is a big opportunity to see. I don't want to call it vintage Mike because he's still only 28 years old and has a lot of football ahead of him.
Right.
But we're looking for like a monster Mike Evans type of game today so we can get the record. But in the postseason, they're gonna need monster Mike really.
Oh, no question.
If they want to go places.
And maybe from a variety of alignments, maybe differently than used in the past. Is one of the biggest things we'll be looking for in this game, I think, is how they use him and how the loss of other players on their team have changed maybe how they've used him. So Mark says here, given some of the scores and how we played last week, do the circumstances really matter and how we play? I think that they matter, in terms of how they play because you're going in against what might be the worst team in the league right now. I mean, the Panthers are legitimately in that conversation, the way that they're playing the second half of the season. And
they look like they don't want to be there, John.
Yeah.
They really don't look like they want to be there.
Yeah, it's bad. And they're down a ton of players too. So yeah, I mean, you want to go out, control this game. You've got Mike Evans healthy now. He wasn't even listed on the injury report with the designation for this week. So this is big. I think this game is huge. And I think the way that you play is huge in this game. And you want that 2 seed too. I think that matters. Like you wrote today in betting the Bucs, they're a different team at home this year. And that's really, really mattered for them. And so, yeah, I think that's pivotal going into this game to be playing your best football and to beat down an opponent and feel good about yourself coming off a week in which, you really didn't play your best football against the Jets. And you had all this off-field stuff coming, which I think maybe what Mark's alluding to there. I don't know that plays on the mind of players right now in this situation, but I do think that given the state of this past week and how they played and their performance in that game and the fact that they want to be trending up for the playoffs, maybe you'll see a heightened sense of urgency from the Bucs in this one.
Yeah, John, I look at this game a lot for the Bucs, even especially on the defensive side of the ball. I look at it as a get yourself right type of game, which is funny because you usually say that after maybe you lost to, you're playing a good opponent and they kind of, beat the brakes off of you. But I'm saying this after they won a game, but they barely won against a, depleted New York Jets team. But, as Bruce Arians always says, it's better to learn from a win where you didn't play that well versus a loss, and that goes on your record. But I do see this as a get yourself right type of game. Like Devin White clearly needs to bounce back. We've talked about it a lot. Only 2 tackles last game. Kevin Minter was very open, I would say, when he spoke this week, talking about how he needs to be better and how he was, behind on every single play. The pass rush, it's like, what type of pass rush is gonna show up? Are the splash plays gonna show up?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, all the sacks against Carolina, and they had the interception.
Right.
Last week against the Jets, no pass rush at all. Only 1 sack on Sam Darnold, who they're playing today, on Zach Wilson. So this is a real get yourself right type of game for the defense, in my opinion. Will Golson has been awesome the past couple of weeks. He's been like one of the top guys. Newly paid Vita Vea obviously had a sack against Carolina last time they met up. And then on the offensive side of the ball, I know we talked about it a lot too, but just finding an identity for this offense outside of Mike and Rob Gronkowski. Yeah. Finding an identity outside of that. Can Keyshawn Vaughn, can they rely on him if something happens to Leonard Fournette? Will Cyril Grayson Jr. step up? I think there's a lot of questions that are a little scary, but also very exciting to see in this game because, at the end of the day, the Bucs are still going to the playoffs. So this is just type of, let's see what we got here moving forward type of game.
Right. One of the biggest things we need to find out is who's going to step up as number 2. It looks like Cyril Grayson the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's going to be a different guy every week. What's the snap count distribution going to be when Rashad Perryman is fully back and in the fold now that Grayson's established and he's been moved up to the roster? all those things are questions that we have that we just kind of need answered. And this week will help us. But I bet going into the playoffs too, it's going to be, I bet, a fluid situation for the Bucs a little bit too. So, there are so many layers to this one, Matt, in terms of all the moving pieces for the Bucs on offense. But on defense, when you look at that side of the ball, it is a little bit different. Before we get there, I do want to answer one question here from Charlie Abrahams, and we'll switch over to defense, and we'll talk about Vita Vea's new contract as well. But Charlie says, so I asked Pewter Report earlier in the week about JTS and how he can improve. He gave great insight, and I wanted to follow up with asking about how Donovan Smith has improved over his career. I obviously haven't covered the Bucs for his entire career, but one thing that I've noticed just in terms of I've watched his tape for the last 3 years, and I've watched him before that, so I kind of know, but he's like a risk-taking offensive tackle in terms of like he'll try for two-hand punches, and sometimes he gets overextended as a result. And I think that when he loses as a result, it looks pretty bad. So I think that's why he never lost as much as people probably thought. But when he lost, it looked bad. And so I think that was part of the challenge for people, was like those negative reps live so large in their mind. Like Tristan Wirfs has given up 3 career sacks, but none of those sacks have been like really bad plays by a tackle. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like none of those stand out as like, wow, he got worked. Like, even the Mac, when he got thrown after the play, it wasn't like he got beat bad on it. So I think that's the key for Donovan Smith, has been picking and choosing his moments in terms of when to go for those two-hand punches, independent hand usage a little bit more. He's learned how to parry with one hand and not overextend, but keep guys in front of him and mirror a little bit. He's still a risk taker. No question. That's probably going to be in his DNA a little bit as a player. That's still something that he does and he brings to the table. So they are going to have to, Brady's conscious of that for sure. He doesn't get beat inside very often either, which is another key for him. But if he can keep guys outside, he's good at turning and running guys up the arc. I just think that has to be kind of consistently how he operates. And if it isn't, then I think he can get in trouble in games when he lets guys turn the corner on him.
Yeah, and one of the big knocks on Donovan too earlier in his career when he was struggling, Steelers scored a touchdown. Good for you.
Let's go, Ben.
Was that he would take a couple plays off. And it's like he wouldn't take every play off, but when he would, then the quarterback would end up getting sacked. And obviously the microscope is on Donovan Smith. Obviously some of that helps with, the fact that Tom Brady's here and his release obviously has helped the entire offensive line. I love just watching Donovan Smith. Again, he's having a career year this season. He was great last season too, but even when he was up and coming and struggling, I'll say, and I put that in quotations too. I always just enjoyed him once he gets out in space. Like he's a man on a mission once he's heading up the field, getting after those linebackers and safeties. Like you look at the Leonard Fournette touchdown run against the Buffalo Bills. That might be my favorite block of like the whole season, when he just steamrolls that safety as Leonard Fournette essentially almost walked his way into the end zone. So the progression of Donovan Smith, though, just overall has been truly just awesome to see. And I remember when he got the contract at the time, some fans were like, what are they doing? Like they should move on from him. And clearly Jason Light hit the nail on the head with that contract extension when they did it. And it's it's been great for the Bucs.
Big win for them. No question about it. But every time they extend him, he just keeps getting better. And I think he works hard. And I think Bucs fans probably underrated that for a while about him. It's just work ethic and toughness with him are off the charts. That's why he's endeared himself.
Doesn't miss games. He doesn't miss games either. Yep. And I remember too, one spring training, he had a nasty
knock on wood
injury. Yeah, knock on wood.
It's your head wood.
No, if you don't have wood around, it probably is. If you don't have wood around you, you knock on your head.
Right. Yeah. By the way, somebody asked for score updates. Steelers just took the lead 13-10 over Baltimore. 2:54 left in that game, though. Ravens have 3 timeouts and Justin Tucker. So we'll see how that one goes down. Just looking at playoff implications once. The Titans were up 28-24. And I believe did the Texans just score?
Texans
they did.
Just scored.
So the Texans got 4 minutes to try onside kick and maybe.
Full disclosure, I have the Titans and the Bucs in a 2-team parlay today, just to win, like nothing with the spread or anything. So
yeah. Texans have 3 timeouts, so they 28-25.
Fantastic.
They can kick off here, use 3 timeouts, try and get the ball back, and see if they can upset the Titans again. The Lions are threatening. 2 minutes left. They're in the red zone, down 30-27 to the Packers. They're at the Packers 14. So
could really hurt Aaron Rodgers MVP.
Yep. He's not even playing. He did play the first half, but he's not playing now. The other ones I don't believe have playoff implications. Colts still getting smoked 26-3, 5.5 minutes left in that one. So no other playoff implications, I believe.
Your season's on the line.
Tough, dude. Tough, dude. A lot of people were saying they were a real contender a couple weeks ago. You hate to see it. You really do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's transition to talk about the defense. Vita Vea with that contract extension. I know some people in the chat want to know. I did write about it last night. I threw some up, just a quick 300-worder up on the site, just with some of my initial thoughts. Here's my initial impression, Matt. Is a little bit surprised at an average per year of 82 or 18.25 million. But remember, the contract doesn't kick in until another year from now. So he's playing in the option next year, which is 7.6 million. That's nothing. That's chump change.
Yeah.
That's cheap stuff. So they got him for cheap. So they're actually extending him for when the cap will probably go up again. And so at that point, he'd still be more of a bargain than he is now at that rate. Like the cap's going to go up again. And so everybody's rates are going to go up, especially at that position, probably from what we've seen recently and the way things have trended. So it's not going to look as bad in 2 years, probably in the average per year. Bucs fans are just happy to have him back. I think he's one of those players with such a high floor. It's kind of like, I don't know that it's that big of a deal. Like he has he's not going to be horrible. His biggest concern is injuries probably moving forward, but he's not going to just suddenly be horrible, I don't think. And so this is a contract that'll take him through, I think, his year 33 season. Why are they signing him now? Michael Henderson asks. I think it's just what I said, like to get ahead in the market. Like that's why, because people are going to look at this and just say, oh, wow, that's a big number with cap space, being a priority for this team. But I really don't think Vea's re-signing has anything doesn't really affect cap space so much, because next season he's cheap. And then the year after that, they could structure the contract however they want for year one. We haven't seen the structure yet, but so it's so far out. They don't have hardly anything on the books that year, and the cap's going to go up again. Right. So we're talking about 2023, and it's just like, I don't know. It just feels very distant to me. And I don't think it's a cap concern at all. We don't even know their quarterback will be then. That's the biggest.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of,
right.
That's just not a concern. If next year, the cap is a concern next year right now, but long term, they're not like dead money. It's not like that kind of a contract concern. The only question to me about it, Matt, is not the cap space. The only question to me about it is should he be valued as the 5th best defensive tackle in the league? Because that's what he's paid at per year. And he got 42 million guaranteed. I guess unclear at this point whether that the 5th-year option is part of that guarantee or not. Sometimes agents fudge the numbers and fudge reporting as a result. So we'll see about that and how that ends up getting reported in future days. But I think that's going to be the big question for Vea. Typically, guys who are career high 4-sack players do not get that kind of money. Even as good as a run stuffer as he is, they just don't get that kind of money. Now, he does produce pressure. He opens sacks for other people. If you watch all of his snaps, he's valuable. Is he valuable like that on that level? And I think another step from him as a pass rusher would help, but he's a very good player, and I'm definitely not going to overreact to the number. I think it's a fine number, and he's a pillar of what they're trying to do, and I completely get that moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. When I initially saw the average number per year after next season, I was like, ooh, that is a little high. But, after what Tampa Bay was able to do last season with re-signing everyone and having cap guru Mike Greenberg there, I'm not concerned at all when it comes to re-signing anyone, because I just know one way or another they're going to be able to figure it out, whether it's, more guaranteed money here or kicking the can down the road, as people like to say. No one is better in the NFL than coming up with contracts that work for both sides than the Bucs front office. I think this is super important for Tampa Bay because, the numbers might not be there in terms of sacks and everything like that, but what Vita Vea does for this defense, he's one of the cornerstone guys on the defensive side of the football for the Bucs. As you already said everything. He eats up blocks, he stops the run. He's so important in multiple, different ways. And I think also, too, again, he doesn't get those sack numbers, but you look at when Vita Vea wasn't in the lineup for the postseason or when he came back, and even a lot of the time that he missed last year, too, even though he's not getting those sack numbers, when he's in there, just taking on that double team and just pushing the pocket back. Mm-hmm. So then it makes it easier for Shaq Barrett to get around, or it makes it easier when JPP is healthy. He just making the offense have to focus on him is so valuable in an aspect that I think people overlook. And, people might want to check the box score and they don't see as much and why are they signing this guy? But he does a little bit of everything for the team, even plays on offense when they call for it. So
right.
This guy's in my opinion, he's a cornerstone guy on this team, and the sooner they can get him, the better. And they did it last night, and hats off to the Bucs for doing it, because I think it's going to be great.
Yeah. And this is where, we're going to learn a lot in the coming days. Did Jason Pierre-Paul's layoff help at all? He's not going to play today.
Yeah.
Shaq Barrett, I don't believe, is not going to play today. And so you've got guys that are out and that aren't going to go today, that are going to be going on that defensive line probably in a week. And so did Barrett's layoff help him at all? we don't know yet at this point still. So
hope so.
There's a lot to be determined about the defense and how they're going to play. But right now, if nobody gets hurt today, and you're not going to hope that happens, they're in a situation right now where you would say, okay, it sure looks like at this point in time that they're going to have a chance to have everybody back defensively for this first playoff game, including Levante David. He's kind of a we'll see one.
That was the one guy. Yeah, Bruce Arians is like, we'll see about Levante David. And I was thinking, damn, like he's probably the most important, other than maybe Shaq, he's the most important guy that they need back, strictly just based on how the Jets ran on the Bucs last week.
Right.
Not having Levante David, I think, especially if you play a team like the Eagles, where all they do is run the ball, that's a huge, huge loss if they can't get him back for next week.
Yeah. Lions going to get the dub, it looks like, from people in the chat. Somebody wants to know playoff seeding update. Just looking at the NFC, it's pretty simple still. Packers are going to have the 1 seed. Bucs will have the 2 seed if they win and the Rams lose today. Rams play the 49ers at the same time as the Bucs. Bucs right now are the 3 seed, or obviously Rams the 2 seed, Cowboys are the 4th seed. And so if everybody, if the Bucs win and the Rams win, then it'll just stay that way. And that's how we'll see it play out. Eagles are in. Very good chance the Eagles play the Bucs. They're in. They don't know what the seeding is, but very good chance that's how it plays out. And the Eagles play the Bucs today. So we'll see if it goes down like that. But that's kind of what the first round could potentially look like right now. And so, all right, Matt, last thing I want to touch on defensively in this game is Sam Darnold. Now without some of his receivers, a couple of these guys are down for this game today. But then you also have a situation where DJ Moore is the guy they're trying to lean on and rely on moving forward without much of an offensive line.
Right.
And so Sam Darnold has been sacked 7 times in back-to-back games, and the Bucs have a chance to add to that, and especially Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who has been able to start the last 2 games and hasn't played poorly, but doesn't have any sacks in those games either. You know that he would like to be the guy that steps up today, adds to the 4 sacks that he has this season, finishes that rookie regular season on a strong note, and gets ready to be more impactful player in the playoffs for them too. I think that's a big one for the Bucs moving forward.
Yeah, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is due. There's no doubt about it. Like everyone else got a sack in that Carolina game.
Yeah.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, we've been saying, Scott wrote a great article about it. I believe it's a Fab 5 where he interviewed Joe Tryon-Shoyinka about just how close he is every single time. He's got a couple sacks on the season, and yet he could almost have double that production. So again, I went back before what I was saying about a get yourself right type of game. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is like one of the guys I had in mind in that situation. But for whatever happens with JTS, I think we got to give a shout out to Anthony Nelson because he's really come on pretty big over the last couple of weeks. He was one of the best defenders for the Bucs last week when they struggled in so many different areas. But if JTS is going to stay on the same track of close but no cigar, a second or 2 off, Anthony Nelson has for sure picked up the slack when I don't think many people saw that coming. So just get yourself right game for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. But let's not forget Anthony Nelson as well.
Right. And Brandon here with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that, Brandon. The 49ers have beat the Rams 5 times in a row. It is likely to happen again. I don't totally disagree. Jimmy Garoppolo, I think last I heard, was going to start today for the 49ers. And so it will be kind of a one eye on this game, one eye on the Rams.
The Bucs couldn't, John, the Bucs could not ask for like a better matchup for, hey, we need the Rams to lose. Like this is a winnable game for the 49ers, no question, as the stat that was just brought up. Bucs really couldn't ask for like a better situation. It's not like the Rams are playing a lowly team that they should just, completely walk over. So I feel pretty optimistic about getting the 2 seed today. I do.
I mean, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, the Rams are tough. They haven't really played their best football lately, but they are on like a 4-5 game winning streak. I think it's very odd. This is kind of how it's gone this year. Like even when teams get on winning streaks, you're like, everybody's looking at the Packers. They've not lost in a while. Everybody's like, all right, I guess they're going to lose today, but not lost a real game in a while. And everybody's kind of like, like, what's going on in this situation, And so are they really that good? Like, I think they're clearly good, but I know the analytics people are kind of are very much like, I think the Packers could get upset. I would be surprised, but we'll see how it plays out. Obviously with the 1 seed, they won't have to worry about that in the wild card round, one less game to worry about. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be that surprised because when they move on, they're going to be playing one of the top 4 teams probably in the NFC.
I'm not as high on the Packers as everyone else is in my honest opinion. I just think you look at you throw out the Vikings game, their last couple of games, they haven't like dominated like a number 1 seed really could. They played the Browns at home, and Baker, even though he threw 4 interceptions, his last interception came with under 2 minutes left, and he had the ball at the chance to win, and he threw an interception in Lambeau. It wasn't even in Cleveland. I don't know.
Paul wants to know how I'm holding up right now in the midst of Ben's emotional drive here. Ben is 13-13 Steelers, Ravens, 7 seconds left. Steelers have 1 timeout. Roethlisberger perhaps on the last drive of his career. We'll see how this one ends. Obviously, it's tied game, so maybe overtime. We'll just see. We never know at this point. And so he's trying to lead the Steelers to a dub here. And if they are to win, I believe they're in with the Colts. Like, I guess it isn't over yet, but it's pretty close to over. Is it over? No, it's not officially over. Jags ball 26-11. But I'm kind of like dreading this drive at the same time because, I don't want to see Ben go out.
I'm excited.
I don't want to see him go out like Drew Brees. He's been so bad that it seems like a more likely outcome than a touchdown. But
I think there's something to be said though about like making the playoffs and going out on your sword. Like one, even though like they're not going to make it, like one last. All right, make it to the postseason and go out on your sword.
Hey, just don't tie the lines, man, and you're in. That's all I know. But it's good stuff, Matt. I appreciate you jumping in here. This is kind of a lighthearted preview of this one because I think most people are looking forward to seeing how the game plays out, but also how the seeding plays out today. So some of our attention obviously is there as well. But next, we're going to bring in Scott Reynolds. He's going to join me, and we're going to talk a little bit about the matchups to watch in this one. But first, a message from our friends over at Muni Financial.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right.
Yeah. We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead. Stay ahead.
John, I know I say it all the time, but we got to get to Colorado, man. Maybe after the off season, we can check out Colorado and all it has to offer. Listen, wherever you're planning on vacationing, or if you're going to send your kids to college, or you just want to retire, right? And eventually, we all want to retire and have some money. The place to do that and have the most bang for your buck is with our friends at Muni Financial. Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage services, advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With over 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area, let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Muni Financial, like I did, at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864 for a free, no-obligation consultation, or visit immuni.com. How are we doing today, John?
Well, I'm watching Mike Tomlin be an absolute coward once again, which is if you follow Mike Tomlin as a Steelers person that watches every game, that is his MO. And if you don't, you're probably like, wow, I'm calling Mike Tomlin a coward. Wow. No, this is what he does all the time. Guy preaches, don't live in your fear. He's kind of like Bruce. Don't risk it, no biscuit, but yet they're like the worst coaches in the league on
not a lot of risking, right?
Not a lot of risking at all. 4th and inches there with a chance and giving the ball back to the Ravens with 38 seconds and 2 timeouts left. Absolute coward stuff. On Ben's last drive, too. Imagine doing your 18-year quarterback like that.
With the Colts losing and the Bengals possibly losing, if the Ravens win, are they in?
I think that might be how it plays out. The Ravens need something else to go their way too. Like the Raiders, I don't forget what they need to go their way, but the Titans, by the way, people want to know if they've hung on. It's going to be close. The Texans are going to have like a couple seconds and they're going to be backed up, I believe, unless there's like a block punt or something. So yeah, it's looking pretty bad right now for the Texans. So the Titans look like they're going to keep that 1 seed and the Chiefs will be the 2 seed then. And then I'm not sure how I forget how the rest of the AFC picture. I haven't paid as much attention there, Scott.
I haven't either. Well, I know that between the Chargers and the Raiders, that's win and you're in type situation. Loser goes home. So that's for one of those playoff spots in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
So
right,
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that one will be fun tonight.
Yeah. Speaking of fun, if you're looking to play some bets on today's game or any of the games from 425 on, or the game tonight, or even maybe that big, huge national championship between Georgia and Alabama tomorrow night, go to MyBookie. Right now, the Buccaneers are minus 10.5 favorites, and they want you to know that if you're looking for that New Year's resolution, folks, when it comes to sports wagering, make sure you do it at MyBookie, and also make sure to double your money by going to MyBookie and using the promo code Pewter. When you do that, they're going to double your first deposit up to $1,000 and get you a head start with their double match bonus. With the extra dough in your account, you're ready to bet on the biggest games of the week. MyBookie has all of the best action. The NFL playoff race is heating up. We're in the final stretch here in Week 18. As we talked about, the national championship game between Georgia and Alabama is on tomorrow night. So make sure that you don't drop the ball in the new year. Double your first deposit up to $1,000 using the promo code Pewter. Head to MyBookie, place your bets, and ring in the new year with the win. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. And John, we are just literally a couple minutes away here, right, from Pewter Game Day. Starts at 4:25 with yourself and Paul Atwal covering all the action, the in-game. A huge turnout last week, John. Probably one of our biggest Pewter Game Day shows. So if you're watching this Pewter pregame show, make sure you stay on board at 4:25 because it's a fun and entertaining game. I saw the ending of that, John, of you and Matt Matera, that touchdown catch by Cyril Grayson. That's phenomenal stuff.
We went nuts, man. It was awesome because the whole game it was like down in the dumps. Even when they did so good, it was like it looked like it was gonna be a losing effort. The A/B stuff, we're trying to figure out what's going on. It was just utter chaos and. It was just very hard game to call and stay into because it just looked so bad. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, down the field. That's what happens when you have the GOAT. It was a pretty fun, exciting moment. Matt is a Jets fan, though. Give it up to Matt for getting all out, even though he knew it was a loss for his Jets.
I know.
That's true dedication to his craft right there.
Yeah, there wasn't like a signal termination or anything like that when Grayson caught the touchdown catch. Matt stayed on board. That was good to see.
That's right.
We're doing the Pewter post-game podcast tonight too after the game. So what, around 8 o'clock ish?
Yeah, around then. We'll see when the game wraps up. But we do about, for these 4 o'clock games, we'll finish up as many pressures as we can and get some of our quick post-game content up. And then we'll try to get live on the pod shortly after that for everybody. So yeah, it won't be too late. It'll be a good time tonight to tune in this evening for us on the post-game podcast as well. So yeah, live in-game coverage, post-game pod coverage. I know we're going through these matchups, Scott, but it almost feels like people have kind of seen this one. They know kind of how this game goes. They've seen Bucs Panthers play out. And the Panthers hardly have anybody left in terms of their roster. So many people injured on COVID. It feels like the Bucs just need to focus, Scott. Come out injury-free, come out hot in the game, get a lead, get some guys out. That's how this game needs to play out. The Panthers are wilting. There's talk Matt Rule could be fired. Still, that has crept back up today after it seemed like he was going to keep his job. And I think most Bucs fans hope that he does. And so there's a lot of mess swirling around the Panthers right now.
Yeah, and make sure if you're watching this live right now, if you're going to be tuning into our Pewter post-game show later tonight, make sure you're subscribing to our Pewter Report TV channel on YouTube and hit the like button for our videos. Hit the like button on this one. Whenever you're watching Pewter Report TV live with our podcast, or if you're watching the recorded podcast version, hit the like button. It helps us with the algorithm. It helps more Buccaneer fans on YouTube find us. So, John, you mentioned some of those matchups. We're going to go through these pretty quickly because, again, as you mentioned, everybody knows what's at stake. This is kind of like the Panthers JV team to a degree today. I know that the Buccaneers lost at Washington to a lesser Washington football team. I know that the Buccaneers received a hell of a scare by a lesser Jets team, right? This is the NFL, John. Any given Sunday, at the same time, outside of the Saints, who just for whatever reason, whoever's playing quarterback, whoever's not playing for the Saints, they seem to have the Bucs number wherever that game is in the regular season, right? But other
by
than
the way,
that,
there's no way the Saints can play the Bucs in the playoffs unless they both get to the NFC Championship game.
Correct. Having said that, John, the Buccaneers have handled business at home, right? This is a home game against the lowly Panthers. They won 32-6 in Carolina just a couple weeks ago. So on offense, we're just going to run down these real quick. Rashaan Melvin, the big 6'2" cornerback, he's 32 years old, doesn't have a lot of gas left in the tank. Went up against Mike Evans today. I think Mike's going to be focused on getting that 1,000 yards and also on just being the number 1 target for Tampa Bay on offense.
Yeah, for sure. I think that in this game, this is how the Bucs are going to come out in this one. To me, there's like no doubt. Just the running back situation, I think they're going to want to take an early lead. I think they're going to come out aggressive.
Yeah,
I think Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski are going to be a huge part of the game.
Get their records early and then dip out.
Right. And let's be honest, Scott, like these guys, the Panthers are just decimated in the secondary. I think if they've looked and been smart about the game plan, don't get in a situation where the Panthers can use those blitz packages, can tee off with Burns and Reddick. Just you did a great job last time holding him at bay. This time, very important, I think, come out, throw in early downs, utilize play action when you can, get those guys the football. And I think that you're going to see some prioritized touches for those guys today as well, especially for Gronk. You're going to see some tight end screens, I bet, in this one. Yep. And they're going to get their best 2 players the ball and see what that looks like and see if they can get some momentum going into the playoffs with those guys as focal points more in the offense.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Evans and Gronk are going to have their way early on in this game, and Gronk's going to get those touches he needs, the catches, the yards to get the incentives hit. It's something that Antonio Brown was crowing about, but John, last year they force-fed him the ball to get him those incentives. So I didn't have a lot of respect for AB. Certainly as a football player, you can't argue his success, right? I mean, AB is one of the best wide receivers, yes. But the guy's an absolute clown, and you can't fix stupid, John. You can't. And he is one of the stupidest football players that I think I've ever witnessed or covered. Just some of the stuff he says is nonsensical. And listen, you can look at the drive. If AB had gone in the game, right, that might have been AB catching the game-winning score. Might have been AB targeted 5 times on the last drive, catching 4 passes, not Cyril Grayson. Okay, right. So just a stupid comment by a stupid football player. And Gronkowski's going to get his touches and get his incentives. And I'm sure AB, had he played in the second half and had he played today, would have gotten those as well. So
he would have finished with more targets than Mike Evans, just like he had more targets from him and Evans at halftime, and just like he had a much higher target share than Mike Evans did, not even close when they were on the field.
And I do not believe him one bit about the ankle. I don't. I
mean, there might be an injury there, but it certainly isn't the way that he communicated.
Of course not.
Handled with.
He's wearing like tight-fitting Italian fashionable shoes. John, covering football for 2 decades.
Which, by the way, look great.
Yeah, they look great. Right, exactly. But listen, if you have a type of foot injury, an ankle injury, whatever, you're going to be in a boot after a game. If you're the Buccaneers, that's their protocol. Like if you have any foot injury, you're in a boot for at least 24 hours. So the fact that we haven't seen him in a boot anywhere, I'm not buying it. Sorry.
Bizarre. Yeah. Really strange. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think offensive line ones that you mentioned, I think you had both those the first time around too, because those are big ones. And last time Wirfs and Smith won those handily. And if the Bucs are going to win today, those are going to be ones that they've got to win again. That's Reddick and Burns. And I think Reddick is 2 sacks up on Burns. And right now they are really, I think they're competing. They have like a bet on how this finishes. So Burns is going to be going hard. They really don't have much else to play for. So you got to look at those things too. So those guys have their work cut out for them today.
With Burns, he played about 30 snaps against Donovan Smith and about 20 snaps against Tristan Wirfs. He's a guy like you'll see with JTS sometimes. And also, when JPP and Shaq were healthy, they'll split sides, they'll split time. So, but Burns, we'll see if he plays more against Wirfs or Smith this time. Is a little bit more towards Smith last time, but about a 30 to 20 split out of the 50 reps he played last time. Hassan Reddick is typically playing on the left side of the line, going up against the right tackles. When he blitzes, it's usually in the middle or against the right tackle coming off the edge. He had really a pedestrian game, John. He had, I think, just a couple of tackles in week 16. So, and it's been a while. I think Reddick has half a sack in the last 4 games, and I believe Burns has 1 sack in the last 4 games. So neither one of these guys have really been lighting it up down the stretch here. So we'll see. And then Gronkowski going up against a backup safety with Jeremy Chin out today. I think this is
Didn't even see Jeremy Chin was out. Jeez. Yeah. What happened with him?
I don't know. I
just
saw it on the inactive list. So.
Oh my gosh! So maybe they're just like we're mailing it in for next year.
Yeah.
Jeez.
When you look at the Bucs defense versus the Panthers offense, we talked about JTS and how even though he didn't get a sack, John, what I loved about how the Bucs rushed in Carolina out of all of their games this year wasn't just the fact that it was the 7 sacks. It wasn't just the fact, John, that it was sacks on the money down. One of those came on 4th down. I think half of them came on 3rd down. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was a setup man. His pressure helped other guys get sacks. And what I mean by rushing as a team is this: what we saw from those 7 sacks, for the vast majority of those, it wasn't just one guy beating his man one-on-one and getting to the quarterback. Because if Will Golston didn't get the sack, there was literally another Buccaneer or 2 half a step away from getting that, right? I mean, even Will Golston split a sack with Steve McClendon. John, what's going on?
Yeah, no question. Oh, Steelers just had an opportunity to get a pick 6 to end the game, but he just chose to use one hand on the ball. No big deal. Just not a big deal at all. I think you're right, though. The interior pressure is kind of, we talked about this going to the playoffs last year, Scott. It was kind of like the hidden thing. Like if they can get interior pressure, because remember at that point, they didn't have Vea, and we didn't know Vea was going to be back either, I believe, going into the playoffs.
Right.
If they can find a way to generate interior pressure, that's going to make them such a better team in the playoffs. And then you had the situation kind of transpire with Vita Vea obviously coming back helped. But this year, I think it's gotten even where they can move that even more in a positive direction because of Vea and his growth, but also Golson's playing even better this year, I think.
Yeah.
And Sue is really solid still, but really JTS, like his ability to go inside and do some different things there has definitely helped create for other people. It's kind of like the Vea thing. He's not going to get sacks every game. Vea had the 2-sack game. JTS had a 2-sack game, but a lot of times they're going to create for others, and guys like Golson are going to get sacks. And that's Arian said that kind of the other day. That's this scheme. That's what it is. It's why Barrett ends up with 19 some the one year, 19 half sacks, and then goes back down the next year. It's going to depend on the game. It's going to depend on what blockers do, passing off twists. They might take the crasher and leave the looper, and so all that kind of stuff goes up in the air with Bulls defense. But they're going to get sacks, and that's the bottom line. That's what they have to be successful as a defense guy.
I agree. And just one point on Vita Vea, I heard you and Matt talking about it earlier. And, the thing is I tend to believe, and we'll see how what happens during the stretch here, but eventually Ndamukong Suh is going to be gone, right? And that could happen. He could retire at the end of this year, or maybe he comes back for one more year. He's played at a really good level. I'd like to see him come back just because there isn't anybody else aside from Vita Vea on this team in terms of defensive tackles that can put pressure on the passer, right? I love Nacho. He is a run-stuffing defensive tackle only. McClendon's, 47 years old. He's a couple years younger than me. So
pretty old.
And so they don't have another young defensive tackle in the hopper. I mean, Benning Potswahi, is he going to make the roster next year? Is he going to be a practice squad player again? I don't know. This is not a great draft for defensive tackles. We'll see if they can add one in free agency. But I wouldn't be surprised with this big contract number if you start seeing the snap counts start to increase a little bit for Vita Vea. He's never going to be a 90, 80% type defensive tackle just because of the size and the stamina. But I wouldn't be surprised if he sees 5 to 10 more snaps because of hey, Vita, we're putting more money in your pocket. We want you to put a little bit more pressure on the quarterbacks, put a little bit more stats in the stats.
It's kind of got to go that way, right? Scott, I mean, right now he's playing between 48 and 60% of snaps defensively, which, you want to keep him fresh. And right now you have the luxury of that rotation. I don't think it's a huge loss in a lot of these situations to have him off the field because the other guys behind him are such good run stuffers too. That's one thing I will disagree with. People are like, oh, they're a totally different defense with Vea off the field. He definitely makes them better. I don't think they're a totally different defense with him off the field. They were number one against the run last year without him for most of the season. Right. Yeah. And so I think it matters, but it doesn't matter to that much. But it doesn't, but as a passer, he creates the opportunities for a lot of things with opportunities with other guys to happen. And so, I think it matters to that degree for sure.
Speaking of Vita Vea, we got him on here with Michael Jordan between John Miller, the right guard for the Panthers, and left guard Michael Jordan. They've given up a combined 11 sacks between those two. The Panthers have the worst guard tandem in the league by far. We talked about it on the podcast on Wednesday. I think Michael Jordan needs to change his name to Sam Bowie, just because
it's a good choice.
He doesn't belong in the same realm as MJ. Just don't think that's the case. Robbie Anderson is going to play. He's not 100%. DJ Moore is really the only weapon Carolina has on offense. And both Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis, John, as much as we talked about the 7 sacks, those guys had a phenomenal game in Carolina, holding, I want to say, both those guys under 60 yards each.
Yeah.
Neither one of those guys was a factor in the passing game for Sam Darnold or for Cam Newton.
Right. It was Nick Frillick only gave up one. I mean, late in the end of the game, the backups allowed them to drive down the field. Still kept them out of the red zone. But other than that, they only really gave up. I'm trying to think, Scott. They only gave up. Was it the one long pass play on the bus to cover where SMB came off his guy to come up, thought the quarterback was running?
Yes. That was Shai Smith, I think. I don't think
Smith,
that was.
Right, who's not playing.
Yeah,
right.
Who's not playing. Exactly.
COVID, right? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for the Panthers. They want the season to end. There's no question about it. Bucs got to go out and end it early for them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. John, it is about time for Pewter Game Day here. I'm going to step out. We're going to bring in Paul Atwal, and you guys can take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. Welcome inside Pewter Game Day. John Ledyard from PewterReport.com along with Paul Atwal, also of PewterReport.com. And Paul, this is a very interesting Week 18 game because we get a look at a Bucs team that we have been all over the map with this season, but really not been on the map with them at all in their current situation, which is no Antonio Brown, no Chris Godwin moving forward. And what this offense is going to look like is going to be determined in large part by what they look like today. I think moving forward, at least give us the best sign that we've seen at this point.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see schematically what they want to do. And it's been 3 straight weeks of changes every single week because of personnel. And I thought they would get 2 weeks to figure this out before playoffs and seeing what it's like with AB and Mike Evans. Instead, this is 1 week. That's it. 1 week and a half, really, to figure out what they're going to look like with no Godwin, no Brown, and how do they want to deal with this moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the keys, I think, here is they didn't even have much time to think through this scenario, what would happen. It's one thing if one guy goes down, but when it's a lot of guys, it becomes a really hard situation to be able to counter, I think, at this point. So, yeah, I think that they've got kind of the whole process in front of them in terms of what they can do. But this is a situation, Arians, he needs those wide receivers. That's kind of where he's always made his hay, right, is with the wide receiver groups that he's had in the NFL and the quarterback play he's had. He's got the quarterback, but he needs the wide receivers too. So what happens here, Paul? I mean, Mike Evans, we're a couple minutes away from kickoff here. He seems like he's back to 100% health. That's huge, obviously. But what happens with this team now moving forward with how they deploy their wide receivers? We're going to get into it in depth in a Thursday podcast, which I'm excited about. Me, you, and Mark Schofield are going to talk about it. That's going to be great this Thursday night, 8:30 p.m. This game is going to help guide us in terms of what that conversation looks like, I think. But ultimately, Paul, we're going to learn something today probably about how they plan to proceed with their wide receivers and with how they use Mike Evans moving forward.
Yeah, so here's what's really interesting. That game against Carolina with Evans out, I think that was the game after the Saints one, right, where Evans and Godwin both got hurt, and the Carolina game was the following week. They
Sorry,
played.
I'm just looking at the comments. They're like, Paul, are you okay? Paul, is that a robe? Are you in a hotel? Where are you?
It's cold down here in the dungeon. I knew I was going to get some flack for it, but hey, if I take this off, by the way, I just go straight into floating head in black.
Oh,
repping. Yeah, I'm repping though, that's for sure. But it's cold in the dungeon, and I don't want to be a floating head, so I'm going to look like I'm in the middle of some Russian winter storm right now. Anyway, it was cool it was interesting because last time they played Carolina, they played in a way that was really different schematically than what they've done under Arians his entire time. They played way less 11 personnel than they ever have under Arians by a pretty big margin. There was a lot of multiple tight end sets, those hip slot formations, and then the very next week against the Jets, when when Evans was back, they went pretty much back to normal routine, spread out, 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, blah, blah, blah. And just 2 very different offenses week to week. And I thought what we saw last week is what we're going to get moving forward. Now, here's what's interesting. With Evans back and Brown out, I think they're going to pretty much look the same as they looked against Carolina last time. And here's the other wrinkle on top of all this. Because Evans was out last time they were playing Carolina, Antonio Brown was playing the Mike Evans role. He wasn't even playing his usual spot in the offense. So now AB's out, and it's just going to be the exact same offense, I think, that we saw 2 weeks ago with the multiple tight ends, and now just Evans in place of AB, basically.
Right. Yeah, man, I really I'm not sure what to expect. I know we've talked about the different versions of this thing that we've seen, but I think both of us are kind of anxious to see what this looks like in this game for the Bucs because, I don't know. I really don't know how this thing is going to play out either. So we're going to try to get synced up here on this one and see if we can get our TVs kind of on the same page. You've got the game on TV, weren't you telling me?
I do, yeah, but they're still showing this Pittsburgh game.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to cut into our start time here. We'll see. You might have that issue. I'm not sure I will, but we might.
Well, in the meantime, I've got a backup stream, but it's going to be a bit behind.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Ultimate prep right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's happening in that Steelers? I'm fully committed to the craft here.
It's 4th and 8, and it looks like the Steelers are going for it. What?
Where are they at? They're pretty far out.
I'm not sure, but I don't know how they go for it on 4th and 8 after punting it on that 4th and inches.
Yeah. Well, Tomlin is truly a coward, but they are in Ravens territory now, I believe. So they're pretty close to it, but we'll see. On the line for the Bucs today, by the way, is the 2 seed. If they win and the Rams lose to the 49ers, who I think a listener said they've lost to 5 straight going to this one. then the Bucs are the 2 seed, and that would mean that they'll play the 7 seed. We don't know who that is yet. Probably I think the only teams they could play are the 49ers and the Eagles, and there's like a one weird scenario where they can play the Cardinals, something like that. But most likely it's the Eagles. I think the highest percentage playoff matchup out of either AFC or NFC, any 2 teams, is Bucs. Eagles are like 80% ESPN had going in to the game. So yeah, I've got Bucs Panthers coming up for me, and so I might just end up being a little bit ahead of you here.
Sure. Yeah, my backup stream just started. They just cut to Joe Buck talking.
I've got Joe Buck. That's the Rams game. I think you've got Joe Buck.
Sorry,
Rams game. Romo is
that was not Joe Buck.
Yeah, Romo's with somebody else. I don't know who that is. I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank, but that's who I've got. I've got Romo in the booth right now, and the Bucs are getting ready to kick off to the Panthers here and send this ball down the field. So we will see what happens. Bradley Pinion back in action, handling some of these duties.
Steelers converted that 4th and 8.
Did they convert it?
They went. It was a quick pass over the middle.
Oh my!
Almost hit the ground. All right,
crazy. Panthers are going to start in this one.
I'm seeing Donald jog out.
Somebody said. My wife's screaming, and she's going to be screaming throughout the Bucs game. So Sundays are a wild time in the Ledyard household. Let me tell you. The Panthers coming out here. Sam Darnold sacked 7 times last week and 7 times the week before. So the Panthers just looking to get off to a survivable start, I believe. And so I think that's a big part of this is that aspect of their offense. Can they get anything going, especially the ground game? I mean, take some pressure off of Sam Darnold. So here's Darnold, takes the snap, hands off, going up the middle is Chuba Hubbard, and Vita Vea drags him down after a gain of just 3 yards. And so the Bucs get a stop there on first down after just a 3-yard gain or so by Hubbard. And so it'll be 2nd and 7 for the Panthers.
And let's see if this week they can, all season they've kind of given up a lot of really third and manageables, right? If they can stay out of that defensively with better success on early downs, that'll be a huge step going forward.
Sure. So here's the Panthers on 2nd and 7 from their own 28. Darnold's under center. Now he backs up and he's going to be from the shotgun. Panthers working today a little bit short in the wide receiver room. They've lost some people recently, and Darnold under pressure is going to throw short of the receiver who is targeted in the right flat, and it's Tommy Tremble out there, the backup tight end. So 3rd and 7 coming up for the Panthers.
Looks like that pass was there. He just missed it. It wouldn't have been a huge gain unless his receiver could have gotten around the edge with Minter chasing him down.
Looked like it was going to be a no gain, and there was interior pressure that Darnold couldn't really step into it. I think it was, I want to say Vea there pushing the pocket. So 2 good plays from Vea coming off that new contract, $18.25 million, Paul, per year.
Yes, sir. That's good for him. So, earned every penny, right?
Good for him as well. Absolutely. No question about it. He's been a force, no question, watching this team. So here is Darnold. He's working from the shotgun, and the Bucs are going to send pressure. Vea up the middle, gets cut down by the back. He lobs one out there, and it's caught by Moore. Cornerback fell down for the Bucs. Moore's going to have a big gain out to the Carolina 48. So the Panthers on the move on their first drive of the game, less than a minute into the game.
That's a bad start. I mean, not seeing it
there.
Yeah, the defense just hasn't been crisp all year, right? Like,
not to still not really for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dean just fell down. He was in position. He just fell down at the end of the play. Got a little too grippy, maybe.
And they're playing strong man coverage there. Like, that's good coverage, but he just kind of slipped at the end. So
right. Here's Darnold under center. Panthers in 13 personnel. It looks like Darnold play action under pressure. He steps up. White can't get him from behind, and then he gets outside JTS, and he gets a 5-yard gain. Had no business not being sacked there. Gets out of it and picks up 5 yards. So the Panthers win first down. They're in 2nd and 5 now. Clock winds under 13 and a half minutes left in the first quarter, 0-0.
Are you pinning that one on JTS? Like, he's got to be able to keep contained there, right? Against
I
Sam
think
Darnold.
He thought White had him, and he went in to help with the tackle, and then all of a sudden White didn't, and he kind of stumbled, and Darnold bounced outside. So a little bit unlucky there, but yeah, you like to see, assignment sound. Again, you like to see guys take care of business in that situation for sure. JTS got to do his job too. But yeah, White, you got to finish that play, man. You can't get outrun by Sam Darnold. Here's Darnold. Handoff and drag down immediately. White missed the tackle. Minter cleans it up, though. Looks like maybe half a yard for the Panthers on that one. So 3rd and 4 coming up from the Bucs 46-yard line.
All right, another 3rd down. And got to be able to get off the field for these. But I'm curious, do they go back to that man coverage? We've been wanting to see more of it. It just feels like they just make it harder on teams when they're in man. You know, it doesn't work out. I'm not saying that they're dominant in it or anything like that, but it just, at least, you know, from the quick eye test, just seems like they make it a lot harder on opponents.
Right. Darnold here, 3rd and 4, the Panthers' second down of the game. They converted the last one. Darnold working from the shotgun here, and flags fly. And did they get the Bucs to jump? Bucs have led the league for about 3 years now in defensive.
Looks like Vea jumped
pre-snap penalties, and so if that's the case here, it will be another first down for the Panthers, a free one this time, and it is. So Vita Vea jumps. Pretty much, you point to a guy on the Bucs defensive line, they all struggle with it, and it's been the same thing every single year. Todd Bowles has been here. Every player on the defensive line, it commits an absurd amount of defensive offsides and neutral zone infractions, and it's just pretty much gone unchanged for 3 straight years. I guess it's a risk that the coaching staff just kind of accepts, where we'd rather guys try and jump it, but it's not been coached out or not been something that they've gotten away from at all. So they give the Panthers a free one, and the Panthers are on the move. 1st and 10 from the Bucs 41-yard line. Not too far to go for field goal range for Carolina.
Quick update. The Steelers did win. Roethlisberger looks like he's holding back tears as he's trotting out to the middle of the field.
And the Colts lost, so that means the Steelers are in the playoffs. They are one of the worst offenses I've ever seen make the playoffs. But here we are. That's a slant that's dropped by DJ Moore. He had a chance to go off and running with Carlton Davis playing off coverage. There was nothing really the Bucs could have done in that situation. Moore just drops it straight up. That could have been a big gain for the Panthers. 2nd and 10.
Throw could not have been better. Right on his face.
Yeah, right on the money by Darnold, and their best player just drops it. That's the one guy you have to take care of if you're the Bucs, and they're just not in a position to do that in that play. So 2nd and 10, Bucs from their own 41-yard line. When it has bogged down for other teams early in the game, it's been largely due to drops. That's been a big reason why the defense has been able to get off the field and avoid disaster. Here's a quick throw out to Moore, and he's going to go untouched for about 11 yards before Whitehead and Murphy Bunting bring him down. So the Panthers schooling the Bucs defense early on, not necessarily surprising because we've seen this happen to the Bucs defense, but these are the first snaps of the season for the Bucs starting secondary playing together. Last week, SMB came to the game, but Dean didn't come until after SMB was out of the game. So these are the first snaps of the season with their starting secondary together this season, and it's been pretty bad so far, Paul. They definitely looks like a group that hasn't played together much.
And Devin White totally whiffed that tackle at the end of the play there. Like, he went flying out of the screen, basically.
Yeah, rough start for the Bucs defense for sure. 1st and 10 for the Panthers from the Bucs 30-yard line. So they are in field goal range now, but they are thinking touchdown to open this game. Here's Darnold throwing quickly, and he's got a good gain there to Robbie Anderson. Dean hauls him down after a gain of 6. So Panthers in 2nd and 4 from the Bucs 24-yard line.
Just winning on those quick hitters, and that's just an RPO deciding to hang on to the ball and throw it. Yeah. Bucs obviously giving that space.
And this is why it's concerning is here's the Panthers try to go around left side and they can't. Devin White's there. Anthony Nelson's there. Sean Murphy Bunting is there, and they make the stop for a loss. So a good play there. And now the Bucs are going to face about a 3rd and 6 from Carolina from their own 26-yard line. With the injuries to the offense, Paul, this defense just has to be a really good unit. And they just straight up have not been. They've had one of the easiest schedules in terms of opposing offenses of any team in the league this season. And they've just been about a league average defense in a lot of ways. The opposing quarterback play has helped them be better, I think, in some adjusted numbers like DVOA. I think that they're do all right in, but we've seen the product on the field as Darnold throws, and he's going to have a first down to Robbie Anderson. They're running those horizontal routes, and they're beating the Bucs corners. And so it's a 1st and 10 now, and another 3rd down conversion as the Bucs defense getting shelled to start this game.
Just generating no pressure there. I mean, got all day. You can't give up that much time. You know, it's deflating when a team just comes out, puts together a long drive like this to start the game, right? I mean, again, they're in man coverage there, but you can only cover for so long.
And we're talking about what might honestly be the worst team, worst offense in the NFL after the Jets open with back-to-back touchdowns of their first 2 drives a week ago. So it's just stuff that for the Bucs defense, it has to be way better. If you can't be living on splash plays every single week in the playoffs, you're not going to get teams to make those mistakes every year like you did last year in the playoffs, all throughout the playoffs. It's just not going to happen. And so you've got to find ways to stand up and get stops early in the game. And it's just really concerning that 2 of the worst offenses in the NFL are taking it to them like this in back-to-back weeks.
And so Devin White missing another tackle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just brutal.
Yep. No question about it. It's been a rough couple weeks for Devin White. We've written about it. We've talked about it. It's starting to become a national thing. I know they mentioned a couple of times on ESPN, but we're getting to that point with him. He needs to get back to the player that he was in last year down the stretch run when he was making those plays. And here's Darnold in the backfield. And he hands off to Amir Abdullah, who's going to take it up the gut, and he'll have the first down. So he runs through a couple tackles, more bad tackling from the Bucs defense, and he's going to have a 1st and goal at the Bucs 6-yard line. So really a bunch of backups on the field for the Panthers. They've got backups all along the offensive line. Anderson's playing hurt. They're down a couple of their depth receivers. Marshall, Shai, Smith are both down for this game. Darnold, I don't know where you consider him in the depth chart right now, down to their way deep at running back. And now Cam Newton is in the game for the Panthers, 1st and goal from the Bucs 6-yard line. And so, it's no doubt it's pretty ugly for the Bucs defense, considering they've finally got all their Well, they don't have all their starters, but they've got all their starters in the secondary back out there for the first time this season, but it has not mattered at all. As here's Newton with a man in motion. He is going to hand off to the tight end around the left side. Murphy Bunting's going to chase him down and knock him out of bounds. That's Tommy Tremble. We'll get down to the 2-yard line. And so 2nd and goal for the Panthers from the 2. Clock winds clock is stopped at 7:52 left in the first quarter.
Yeah, just an embarrassing effort so far. Team should not be able to walk down like this. Okay, and I finally got the game up on my TV. 7:37, 7:36. That's where I'm at time-wise.
Yeah, I've got about the same. I might be actually a little bit. The 7:36 just hit for me, and Darnold's walking to the line of scrimmage. You might be a tad ahead of me. Darnold bringing a man in motion out here to the right, Whitehead with him, and Darnold's back to pass. Pressure coming in his face, but he floats one out there. Bucs blew the coverage. No surprise there, and it's going to be a touchdown for the Panthers. So one of the linebackers blew a coverage there. Looked like Minter turned back there, and they're having a conversation, but they blow the coverage. And so they blew the coverage last time against the Panthers too, but Newt missed the touchdown pass, remember, on the first drive for the Panthers, and so they had to settle for a field goal. This time they blow the coverage, and I'm not sure who it was there. It probably was Minter.
Yeah, it looks like Minter starts pass rushing. He's got the running back there. That's his responsibility. I think maybe he thinks the running back is staying in for protection.
And he thought the offensive lineman was a legal man downfield and kind of picked him there, was his argument. But any hopes of a fast lead have been quickly disappeared like they were last week against the Jets, and the Bucs are in a familiar spot, trailing against an inferior team 7-0. And these kind of starts defensively are just totally disheartening when you're talking about going into the playoffs as a defense that has to be playing better, especially with the offensive injuries and losses that they've had for the Bucs. You're not going to win many football games, playing with this bad of a defense. You just won't. Yeah, exactly. And it's scary to think about what happens when they play a top tier offense, right? If they happen to get far enough to run into Green Bay, or if they, play the Rams again. And remember that Rams game, Stafford missed some wide open down the field throws too. Like that could have been a lot uglier even. Yeah. So, it's kind of scary to think about what's going to happen unless they really just flip the script like they did last year. Again, last year, it's not like that was a consistent dominant defense throughout the whole season, right? It was they were terrible at the end of the season. That's the one thing that gives you hope, probably, is that they were terrible in the wild card round against Washington. They looked totally lost.
Yeah.
They had their moments against the Packers where they looked bad too, but they were good enough in that game. They were great in the Saints game, and they were great in the Chiefs game. That's most surprising, right? We knew the Saints were limited.
Yeah.
We knew that would be better than the time they got blown out on Sunday Night Football, whatever it was. But that was still a really encouraging game. And then to watch what happened against the Chiefs was the most unbelievable performance considering how the defense is played. But yeah, they really have not been that good under Todd Bowles. Even this season, they've really benefited way more from the play of opposing offenses. And that is true of a lot of defenses, but this team, especially lately, showing as little resistance as they have is just super disappointing. And I don't think it's all Shaq Barrett and Levante David being out either, although their return will definitely help. No question about that. So,
Levante David especially.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He'll help out a lot for sure. So let me get this score updated going here for everybody so that you guys can follow along with that. But the Bucs down early again to an inferior opponent. So offensively, you'd love to have gotten off to a hot start, get a stop defensively, get the ball, and maybe make something happen and get an early lead against the team that's just looked like they've been absolutely completely outclassed by everybody recently, and they just can't even do that, man. It's just frustrating to see. And now the offense is going to start the game working from behind once again.
Yep. And so now this is the most intriguing part to me, right? What the offense is going to look like going forward. A lot of pressure on them. They're going to have to be excellent. I think Brady's going to have to play as well as he ever has with the Buccaneers during his time here in order for them to really make a run at this thing.
Right. And you're talking about outside of today, but even today, I mean, it's 15 play drive. Jonathan, I can agree. I think not having Levon and Shaq matters for sure, but yeah, I mean, to me, it's just such an indictment of Devin White. I mean, just watching.
It's been going on since before those guys got hurt, though, is the thing.
Yeah, it's just he just looks totally unfocused. He looks slow. He's not reading things fast. It's really been a disappointing season for him. Jalen Darden up the middle. He's going to have a decent return. He gets out to about the 27-yard line. So Darden back in action this week. I know he's probably excited to be out there, but didn't fall over on his own. There's a good start. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 27.
Let's keep an eye on how many offensive snaps he gets now this game with all the personnel changes.
That's another thing, right? How does he factor into this? Because he hasn't even been out there the last couple of weeks since the Saints game when they've been dealing with all these changes. And so that's going to be a factor in this as well, as how they react to not having him out there. How's that going to work out for them? So
it's Grayson and Evans to start out.
Right. And here's Brady going under center on 1st and 10. And take the snap and going to step up in the pocket, and he's going to be hit from behind and sacked. So Brady sacked on the first play of the game, and Tristan Wirfs says that Donovan Smith a little slow to get up there too. Brady pocket had the ball a little bit, but a DB blitz there, and Keyshawn Vaughn didn't stay on his block, but hard to expect a running back to stay on their block that long. Usually Brady's getting that thing off, and so it's 2nd and 12, just a loss of 2 yards, but
only 3 receivers down the field on that concept. They had an extra extra tackle in as a tight end, so 12 personnel. But only 3 receivers down the field. No one must have been open because that was plenty of time to get a throw off.
Yeah. So here's the Brady from the shotgun with Cyril Grayson coming in motion. Calling out signals at the line of scrimmage. The Panthers sugaring the A-gaps. Look like they're sending pressure. Now they drop out of it. Brady pumps, goes over the middle of the field for Gronk, incomplete. Looked like they were not on the same page there either. Gronk reached up there, and that's 3rd and 12 for the Bucs very quickly.
Looked like that might have almost even been a turnover.
Did that hit the DB in the face? I don't know what happened on this play.
So
Gronk down the seam.
Oh, Gronk unsure of if he wants to bend that over or if he's going to run the seam, and that's kind of the hesitation and miscommunication there. It's like, hey, just make a decision. Are you cutting across or are you staying in the seam there?
Yep, and here's 3rd and 12 for the Bucs offense. So definitely in a very, very tough spot early to start the game. Brady back to pass, burns pressure, and he steps up in the pocket, hits Tyler Johnson, but he's not getting anywhere close to 1st down. And so just a gain of a couple there to Tyler Johnson, and the Bucs will punt on 4th and 7 from their own 30, down 7-0.
Yeah, but on that 2nd down, they did go back into that hip slot formation. We're going to probably see that a lot. We saw it a lot in the previous game against Carolina, and that's just basically talking about the wing formations with the 2 tight ends on the same side of the line of scrimmage. Or on the same side of the line, I mean, and they had a lot of success running out of those. It challenged the Carolina defense in a few ways because they would often have a smaller body there in zone. So expect to see more of that. Right.
Pinion out there and punting, by the way. He's going to pump 45 yards on the first try. So pretty solid punt from Pinion. Just to give you a breath of other scores right now, the Rams are up 3-0 over the 49ers. 2:52 left in the first quarter there. 49ers have a 3rd and 8 on their own 28. We'll be keeping you involved with those scores much as we can today. Seattle and Arizona are tied 7-7 in that one already. Miami up 14-0 on New England. Is New England not playing people? I haven't paid attention to whether they are or not. Buffalo is up 7-0 on the Jets.
I think the Patriots need this game. I don't know.
I know they're in the playoffs, but I don't know for seeding. It looks like Mac might have gotten picked 6th. Yeah, he did. He got picked by Xavier Howard. So that's the situation there in New England. They're down 14 into the Dolphins. Dolphins are already out, so but Patriots might need it for seeding.
That's
they're already in. Yeah. The Saints are up 7-0 on Atlanta, by the way. So Saints win, 49ers lose. I believe Saints are in, but Saints don't play the Bucs unless they get to the NFC Championship game. So personally, I'd rather see the 49ers get in because I think they have a better chance at upsetting someone than the Saints do, to be honest. Looking so far, Saints have the early advantage over the Falcons there. And the Falcons, they just kicked a field goal, so it's 7-3 now. But 10-play, 84-yard drive for the Saints to open things up with Taysom Hill. So
Wow, look at that.
So the Bucs trying to recover here. The Panthers are going to have a 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. They're already up 7-0. There's 5:48 left in the first quarter. Bucs go 3 and out. Panthers on the other side of things, they go 2 for 2 on 3rd down on the marching their way down the field. A 15-play, it was a 14-play, 70-yard drive for the Panthers to open the game. Pretty embarrassing stuff for the Bucs defense. And we talk about what to fix in terms of the Bucs defense. You know, I've got on Todd Bowles a lot, but like in that drive, it just feels like schematically you're there. They miss tackles and they're right there on catches. Their DB's falling down. Dean can't make a play. You know, they're even, I wouldn't say they're like late pressure. You know, there's a play or two where they didn't get enough pressure, but not marrying pressure and coverage well enough on that drive for sure. But to me, it's just, you got to execute, man, as players. Like there's just no doubt about it. You have to execute. They just done so. They need Levante David back, and they need Shaq Barrett to play in a very major way.
The one bright spot, I guess, is it's hard for an offense to put together 15-play drives over and over again, right? And if that's what Carolina's going to have to do to score, it's going to be hard for them. They did it once, right? Can they do it all game?
Right. They did have a 20-yard gain on that drive, but overall, yeah, I mean, that's how Bulls defense operates. So it's probably easier against Bulls defense than other ones, but definitely a hard way to live every single drive. And so here's Darnold from under center on 1st and 10. He fakes the handoff, so goes play action, pressure in his face coming from Anthony Nelson, who wraps him up and takes him down. So Anthony Nelson continues his recent tirade. There's a 10-yard loss on the sack of Darnold, and Darnold has now been sacked 15 times over his last 2 games and half a quarter here.
Something's really gotten into him since the Jets game, huh? He just gets around that tackle pursuit, and he seems like the one guy that can finish a sack on this defense right now.
Those long arms.
That's right. Yeah, he's hard to get away from him.
Yeah, those long arms. Now the Panthers are backed up to their own 15-yard line in a 2nd and 20 here. Darnold working from the shotgun. Bucs showing a 4-man rush here. We'll see if they bring extra pressure. And they do not. Darnold faking off, trying to make a good bull rush there. And that pass is dropped. Interception by Jordan Whitehead. Could he get both hands on it? It looked like maybe a shot at it would have been a tough catch.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a drop interception, but he definitely got a hand on it to make it an incompletion. Would love to see. I don't know why they're not showing us a replay.
Yeah, I definitely want to see this Dolphins play rather than what's happening in the actual game that I'm watching for sure. I want to see.
Terrible timing on that.
Goodness gracious. 3rd and 20 for the Panthers from their own 15-yard line.
Expect the Bucs to play quarters here.
Yes, that would probably be a good call. Here's Darnold back to pass, pressure coming. He throws over the middle of the field. DJ Moore gets a block, turns up the field, and oh my goodness, he is close to the 1st down. Where did he go out of bounds? It'll be 4th and 1 for the Panthers from their own 34. Absolutely embarrassing angle for Devin White there.
Huge block against White.
Blocked. Yeah, or was it Winfield? Somebody blocked White and Winfield there, and then Moore cleared the defender on the jump, but I think he landed out of bounds a yard short. Yeah, he did. And if you're the Panthers, you got to think about going. I know it's your own 34, but you got nothing to lose, and you just 3rd and 19. I mean, what an embarrassing defensive effort.
Holy.
That's horrible.
And they are going for it. They're lining up at least.
That's horrible. You cannot allow that to happen. And here's DJ Moore and Enderon. He's going to have it easily untouched, and he breaks away from another tackle. Carlton Davis touches him with one hand. No tackling effort. Abysmal start for the defense. Totally unfocused, and the lack of effort is terrible. Guys are not even running to the football. This is strange, even from a Todd. As much as I rip on Todd, I mean, just Jordan Whitehead falling down untouched. Very weird. Very weird start.
I mean, just clean blocks all the way. Whitehead, just fell down.
What is that? Whitehead just like going to the ground way too early. Just silly.
And just no down-to-down consistency from this defense.
No. Hard to believe in them when they play like this for sure. Darnold looks like he wants to throw, and then he takes off and runs, and he's going to get a couple yards. Should be a legal
offensive lineman down the field. He was like 5 yards down on that RPO. Darnold not finding anywhere to throw it, just hanging on in the pocket. But you can't. The guy's like 5 yards down the field.
Yeah. You give up a 3rd and 20 to the Panthers, man. It's hard for me to take you seriously. Sorry. Just is. Too many missed opportunities for this team and this defense. It's too consistent, too. 2nd and 8 for the Panthers from their own 49-yard line. So nearing Bucs territory once again for the Carolina offense. Darnold fakes the handoff, looks to throw, under pressure, throws it up, and somehow completes it. That kind of game far for the Bucs, and Zylstra makes the catch, I believe. Where are they going to spot it? About a yard short? Are they going to give him a first down here? That pass was absolutely thrown up. And White, again, all you have to do is wrap up, and he can't do it. Get a square hit on Darnold there, and it's a sack. Instead, he half runs by him. Darnold maneuvers around him, and he's able to get the completion off. Darnold playing well early on here. Not something we've really said since week 1. I mean, it's another Devin White could have 10 sacks if he could finish.
Looks like the Bucs switching to man to try to deal with these quick hitting RPOs.
Yeah, getting it taken to him right now by one of the worst offenses in the league for the second straight week. And they bottle up the run, and it's going to be 2nd and 10 here. Looks like no gain on the play for Chuba Hubbard. And Nacho shoves him after the play. That's a dumb play. I don't know if they're going to throw a flag there, but what is he doing? Right in front of the official. He is lucky he did not get a personal foul. This team has lost their minds in the first quarter against the Panthers. No composure there. I can't believe that wasn't a flag. We saw Ali Marpet and Ryan Jensen get flagged for way less last week. That's surprising. 2nd and 11 here. Panthers, Darnold's going under center here. Fakes the handoff. Here comes Minner on the pressure. He steps up in the pocket. He gets away from another point-blank sack. Slides down. Gets hit.
How do you get away from that? There's like 3 guys back there in every direction. And now Darnold's slow to get up. But I mean,
he got hit from behind by Minter after he slid down.
This defense finds incredible ways to not get sacks. I mean, Darnold
ran into his own guy and still was able to get free.
He's stumbling up the pocket, not even stepping up, stumbling up the pocket and falling forward. I mean, just unbelievable.
Yeah, really bad. 3rd and 9 for the Panthers here from the Bucs 42-yard line. If they can get closer, they've got to be thinking about this being a 4th down, go for it situation. Even if they don't get it here, which so far they've been pretty perfect on 3rd down.
They're going to use a timeout.
It looks like they're going to take a timeout to talk it over about what to do here. So total control for the Panthers. The 5-11 Panthers with their roster out against the Bucs. The Bucs have had 3 offensive plays. They went 3 and out, and the first quarter here is getting set to expire if the 47 seconds left. So they couldn't be a worse start for the Bucs on offense or on defense to this one so far. As the Panthers threatening once again to add to their 7-0 lead.
Yeah, you don't want
every week. I feel like a broken record. Like, I wonder if people get bored by hearing me say the same thing, but it's just, I don't know what else there's to say. It's a horrible offense and defense is playing terrible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and to end the season by having to make comebacks against the Jets and the Panthers, right? Like, that would be a horrible sign, even if that's how they end up winning this thing. But still early. I mean, they could definitely turn this thing around, but you'd hate to go down 14-0 against, I mean, it's just a horrible way to stumble into the playoffs if that's what happens.
Yeah, talk about backing in. At some point, you got to ride them, start making plays defensively. But that's the thing. Even when they get a sack and they get in 3rd and 20, they can't get off the field.
Yeah.
At least Tull's defenses in the past could get off the field after a sack. How many times have we seen them get a sack and then still not be able to get off the field in so many games this year? They're just not good enough. Like, there's no way around it. They just don't play well enough.
They're just getting blocked up perfectly by the offense, in those big plays and getting gashed, whether you even be on the ground like last week, right? Just everyone's getting blocked up. And that's the same thing that you saw on that 3rd and 20 quick pass, just the quick blocks on the exterior, on the outsides, and guys just easily running by.
Yeah, for sure. And $5 for chat here from Eric, who says Devin cannot move laterally. And it's the problem is he commits too much to going forward. He can't stop himself because he's constantly out of control. You cannot make plays in the NFL out of control. It doesn't matter how good you are as an athlete. You can do it in college. You can't do it in the NFL if you're not under control. And he's just never learned to play under control. Jason Shaw says TLC doesn't want Devin White's number. I mean, we're at this point, man. But Devin White, it's become last year. I couldn't say anything negative about him with people going crazy for me on me, and now people kind of see where it's at with him. It's unfortunate because they really needed him. When you spend a top 5 pick on a player like that, you really need him to hit. And in year 3, this is a big concern.
Yep, I think we're all familiar with the concept of lagging indicators now, and that's kind of what the general consensus around Devin White is. It's finally starting to get to what it realistically is. I mean, it's been rough.
Yeah, been very rough, no question about it. And so Panthers right now facing a 3rd and 9 from the Bucs 42-yard line. And so
3rd and 9. mugged up linebackers.
This is an interesting spot on the field too, because they're not in field goal range yet, but not far off from it. Darnold back to pass, some pressure coming. He throws quickly. Anthony Nelson in coverage makes the tackle. So Nelson has stepped up and he makes this. It's 4th and 6 on the Bucs 39-yard line. And now, what do you do if you're the Panthers here?
I think. I mean, what is it? Spot. 4th and 4. What do they have?
4th and 6 from the Bucs 39. I mean, I would definitely go for it, especially as
you're not going to gain that much from a punt here. You're a bit far for a field goal attempt, so you're not likely to convert this one, but it's still going to work out probably to be favorable to go for it slightly.
The way you've gone against this defense all day, I think you're decently likely. And this is close. Play clock and game clock are very close to each other here.
It's going to be a 5-man rush with cover 1.
Can you get to the end of the quarter?
That was a false start.
They do. It looks like play clock ran out, but game clock, they were on the exact same clock. Okay. So it looks like it's going to be, do they call timeout or is it the end of the quarter? It should be if it's the end of the quarter. What happened? I don't know if I've seen the play clock and game clock down to the millisecond. Like they were turning exactly the same on the broadcast.
Like, can you just run a play? Like, what is this? What are we doing? Why?
So is there 1 second left? Then they're going to roll the timeout here. So that's a timeout for Rule. I think he could have let the quarter expire and been okay there. I'm not sure though what happens when the quarter and the play clock expire at the same time. I don't know if they're turning at the exact same time.
It looks like the play clock is slightly.
Is it ahead. Okay? So my eye, I can't even detect it. I see them trying to slow it down, but it can't even do that when they're going frame.
But I'm basing it off the Fox graphic, which we don't even know.
So it is 4th and 6, and the Panthers will go for 1 second left in the first quarter here. And now Darnold low snap, and he's got pressure from Vay. He's going deep down the field. Carlton Davis is there, and he knocks it away. So Carlton Davis rises up in coverage against DJ Moore. And on 4th and 6, he makes the play down the field. He's a little bit slow to get up, and that's going to be end of the first quarter with the Bucs set to get the ball back. 1st and 10 from their own 39-yard line.
They gave the same defensive look again that they were giving just before the ball or before all the stoppages here. It's man coverage across the board, and they're sending pressure everywhere else. So you don't have any help really. You got to just win your matchups, and Carlton Davis does in terrific position there.
Yeah,
DJ Moore almost made a ridiculous catch anyway on that second attempt, but that would have been more of a freak play than anything on Carlton's part.
Right. Good job by Carlton getting his head around and making a play on the ball. Had a chance for a pick there, but Vita Vea created it, right? He took the guard and just drove him straight back into Darnold's lap. Darnold couldn't step up, basically had to get the throw off, low percentage throw. And so Vita Vea creating pressure and really wreaking havoc a lot early. They've gotten through a bunch in terms of pressure. They just can't finish. And Darnold's done a good job navigating and avoiding sacks so far, which he obviously, has not happened a lot in the last couple of weeks for him, being sacked 14 times over the last 2 games. But in this game so far, 1 sack by Nelson. Other than that, he's avoided several others. This could be ugly already in terms of sack numbers for the Bucs.
Yeah, that's right. And because the pressure's been there, it's been on Darnold getting away and the Bucs failing to finish. And like you pointed out, another huge rush by Vea there, just pushing that guard all the way back. So, it's going to be difficult for Darnold if his offensive line is going to continue playing like this. He's going to get hit a few more times, going to take a few more sacks. And that's a good sign for the defense.
Right. So the Bucs defense lets him drive inside the Bucs 40-yard line, but they do rise up there and get off the field. So remember they gave up 2 touchdowns to start the game against the Jets on their first 2 drives. And here in this one, they do rise up and stop the Panthers from putting up points on the second one. And so the Bucs offense will get just their second chance of the game as this game moves into the second quarter. Really fast first quarter, Paul. Only 3 drives that we see there.
Yeah, that was weird. Was there like an unusual amount of run attempts? I guess actually that first drive, the Panthers just kept the clock moving on every single play.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
we had 2 timeouts, but there was not stoppage just in general. And so that was a big part of it. Yeah, I mean, right. So far in this game, the Panthers have Darnold's dropped back 14 times and they have 10 rushes. Well, I guess he's dropped back more than that, but he's thrown or been sacked a total of 14 times, and then they have 10 rushes. Some of those have been Darnold as well.
Yeah.
In this game. So yeah, the play discrepancy is literally like 24-3 at this point.
And a lot of it, John, is RPOs, and that's what we're seeing from basically every opponent. And it's no different here against the Panthers. They're calling a ton of RPOs, and just based on the looks that Tampa's defense gives up, teams decide to throw it. They don't hand it off on those RPO situations. Same thing in the Colts game. That first half, everybody thought they're calling a bunch of passes. There was a bunch of RPOs, and they just kept throwing it.
Yep, no question about it. And so here's Brady, and he's going to fake the handoff to Grayson and hand off to Vaughn. He's going to have a nice hole over the right side. Vaughn is going to pick up 9 yards. So he is just short of midfield, tackled at the Tampa Bay 48-yard line, 2nd and 1 coming up for the Bucs.
And that's a good start. You're seeing Tyler Johnson there looking, hitting a nice block. He's in line.
Here's why it's so important for the Bucs offense to be able to capitalize in these situations, but really for the Bucs defense to play better straight up, Paul, is because this offense needs more opportunities to put points on the board. You can't go an entire quarter with one possession with this off. I mean, they're not the same firepower that they've had in the past, as Vaughn picks his way and does get the first down, just barely early penetration. And he does find a way to get the first down. Good run there by Vaughn, but they're going to need more opportunities straight up, Paul, because the other team can't possess like crazy, like the way the Panthers did in that first drive against your defense. Even if they only come away with 7 points out of it, you've limited the opportunities you have now within this game to put points on the board because of how long the Panthers have held the football. And in some ways, that they went for it on 4th down there. But often in the last game, it was how often the Jets were able to flip field position. Even when they had to punt, the Bucs were starting from way in their own end. So it was much harder for them. Brady going play action on 1st and 10, throwing. His hand might have been hit, and that ball's to no one. Some miscommunication there. Nobody was there on that route whatsoever. And
I think he might have just been getting rid of it. Or
maybe he just threw it away. Yeah.
That's what it kind of looked like there.
Second,
we did get a good look on that Gronk incompletion from the first drive, and it definitely was just uncertainty about whether he's going to cut or stay in the seam. And Brady throws it in the seam, and right as he does that, Gronk started to cut across the field, and you could see the hesitation from Gronk. He's hesitation, stepping, kind of like unsure of what to do, and you can't have those miscommunications in Week 18.
Yeah, you really can't. And it's something that just plagued this offense way too much, especially we talked about with Evans last week. Just way too many times where Evans messes up a route for a guy who's played as long as he has. And here's Brady throwing quickly to Braid underneath. He'll pick up 5. And so 3rd and 5 from the Panthers 45 as the Bucs reach Carolina territory for the first time in the game on their 2nd drive of the game.
I think teams are really going to start challenging the Bucs up tight, clogging up the middle. So if you can get a few splash plays down the sideline, that's going to kind of have to save you. But it's going to, the defense were so opened up and so relaxed and off of the Buccaneers because of their receivers. And now that's totally changed. And their defenses are going to challenge them in a way that they haven't all year pretty much.
Yeah, no question about it. They're going to make these guys beat man coverage. I think there's very little question now. Here's Brady back to pass on 3rd and 5, throws to Tyler Johnson, who reaches. He's going to be a yard short of the first down, so he'll be hauled down. It looks like at the Panthers 41, and so 4th and yard. And I know Bruce Arians has been a coward a lot this season, but you've got to go for this in these situations here.
Yeah, this should be a go for it. Definitely 4th and 1.
1.5. It looks like.
It looks like Cyril Grayson got hurt.
Yeah, that's not what you need there. As Cyril Grayson grabs his left hamstring. The receiving was decimated, and we'll see what they do. 4th and 2. It looks like they're going for it. They'll at least line up to go for it.
Motion the running back
from the Panthers.
Backfield.
Yeah, from the Panthers 42-yard line. Brady's going to come in motion here. Brady back to pass. A lot of lower developing routes. Now he throws. Mike Evans has the catch, has the first down. He's going to turn it upfield and is going to be knocked down at about the 28-yard line. So Evans got clear finally. Looked like a mesh concept there, wasn't it?
It was mesh, and it was Evans. I think he was the late read coming on the backside. Brady's reading the right side first, but there's just a bunch of traffic. Guys not able to get through, but Evans squeaks on by, and Brady getting to him late, and nice finish to the play.
And the Panthers, by the way, are
right
already
into
down,
each other.
Right. And the Panthers are already down 5 corners going into this game, and now Rashawn Melvin is hurt after getting clobbered on that hit by his own teammate on the mesh concept. They ran right into each other. And so now it's 1st and 10 for the Bucs at the Panthers 28-yard line. But Cyril Grayson just hurt his hamstring, and so the Bucs are it might have to be Scotty time. They might be forced to play him at this rate, the way things are going. But good physical set there by Mike Evans, getting off of that press at the line of scrimmage, brought the nasty on that play for sure. He's going to have to do that. He's going to get pressed a lot, I bet, moving forward, like you were mentioning. And he's going to have to show that kind of physicality getting off press coverage.
And I think if teams are going to start playing a bunch of single high, challenging them, getting up in their face, they're going to have to beat press. So you can use motion, you can use bunch formations to try to create free releases. And I think it might actually be to the Bucs' benefit to play Scotty Miller and try to see if he can really create those splash plays on the outside. Because they, again, based on how how I expect defenses to start playing them, they're going to get those opportunities on the outside for splash plays again, which all year defenses have generally gone out of their way to take away from the Bucs. And we've seen the Bucs counter that bit by becoming more of an underneath passing attack. So does it go back now the other direction, kind of where they were early last year?
Right. And so let's just going over some of the other scores so far here. The Saints are up 7-3 over the Falcons. Falcons are driving 3rd and 3 on the Saints 36. 11 minutes left in the second quarter. If Saints win and 49ers lose, which right now 49ers are losing 10-0 to the Rams, and apparently Jimmy G looking pretty rough here from the numbers. They're going to punt from their own 8 right now. They're on a 3rd and 27. So not sure if San Francisco's got it in them for a little comeback there, but the Rams taking it to them early on. That looks like the Saints could get in then, and the Bucs would be the 3 seed, and the 49ers would be out in this situation, I believe. So Bucs down 7-0 to the Panthers early on. 1st and 10, though, at the Carolina 28 now. Elsewhere around the league, the Dolphins are up 14-0 over New England, and they have a 1st and 10 at the New England 16 right now as that enters the second quarter. 13 minutes left in the second quarter. Bills up 10-0 over the Jets, and Cardinals in Seattle still tied 7-7, although Arizona has the ball at the Seattle 21-yard line, 3rd and 1. Put in Trey Lance, you cowards. I agree. Might as well at this point. You know what Jimmy G is, and it's not going to win you anything in the playoffs. So I know they made it one time, but that's not going to happen again. Grayson is going to the locker room with a hamstring injury, so extremely disappointing. But however you're feeling, I'm sure Grayson's feeling worse about it because situation there with Cyril Grayson where he had a real opportunity to just launch an NFL career.
Scotty's out there as the number 3.
Yep. And so Brady back to pass on 1st and 10. He throwing deep down the field for Gronkowski, way over his head out of bounds. He was covered anyway there. So 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bucs.
Miller getting a good release off the snap, but then he kind of stumbles. Interesting that they put him in the slot right away. Let's see.
Oh my gosh, Gronkowski got held so badly. Brady was under pressure and just had to throw. Oh, is that may have been another? Was that another play there?
Are
they just showing how the
conversion?
That was a full time. And Gronk's starting to call for flags. But it's into the point where we've seen how many games this year, just absurd stuff. As Brady throws quickly to Brate, ducks out of bounds, about a couple yards short of the first down. So 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 coming up here for the Bucs offense.
Yeah, so another 3rd down situation, going to be more tight coverage. It's probably, you got to dial up another rub sort of concept here, right?
Yeah.
You're going to probably be facing man coverage. See if you can get some sort of pick, scheme something up.
3rd and 3 from the Panthers 21. And again, I don't care. I don't get it here. I'd like to see him go on 4th down. I mean, I just want him to be aggressive. 0 for 2 so far on 3rd downs for the Bucs offense. They enter the league as the 2nd best 3rd down offense in the league. Here's Brady throwing. Evans stumbled out of his break. They couldn't get on the same page, or pass goes wide anyway, and that's 4th and 3 for the Bucs off. Disappointing stuff. You got to make those plays happen.
Yeah, they're going to kick in. Evans on that pivot route, trying to sell that crosser, like they're going to cross again against man coverage, and just a counter to that. And, that's not kind of like Evans.
I just throw it to him.
Right.
Yeah, he's not a natural on those routes, and you could see it's kind of looked herky-jerky coming out of the route, but just put it on him, man. Like, he's open. Just put it on him. Like, you don't have to lead him every time. Just get the first down.
Well, he stumbled out of his break, so
yeah,
I don't know.
I know, but it wasn't like that bad of a stumble. I don't know. I think that's a pass you can hit. But 4th and 3, Bucs kick the field goal. They trail 7-3, 11:09 left in the second quarter, and just lack of Christmas, man. They just do not look like a team ready for the playoffs. That's what you want to see at this point in time. We're just trying to be honest. Like, you want to see a team looks ready for the playoffs. And last year going to the playoffs, at least the offense looked ready, right? Like, they were rolling over teams, rolling over bad teams, even though their defense kept it close in some games. Like, they finished off the season. They crushed they came back against the Falcons. They crushed the Lions. They put up 40-something on the Falcons at the end of the year. They were playing their best football. Mike Evans goes out of that game. It didn't matter. They crushed them the rest of the way. And I know they've got more weapons in those games, but they just don't look anywhere near close to playing their best football now. They were playing better football earlier in the season. I think that's the frustrating part, is that even with some of their injuries, this is a Panthers team that's playing backups like across the board. Like, it's just embarrassing to be losing to this team early on.
Yep, everything just looks way too difficult right now, and that happens when you lose, your two of your top three receivers, but it's a big adjustment, and especially now with Grayson going down, but they're having to change their entire personnel sets, and that changes what plays you call, that changes your formations, everything. It's not as simple as, hey, let's take a receiver off the field and plug in an extra tight end on every play. It's going to have to be kind of a patchwork solution here, and Leftwich and Arians, they're going to have to figure it out quick. Like, this is a big deviation from kind of what you thought you were going to do for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Schematically, at least.
No question about it. I think people are curious. Evans 14 yards on that one catch, so he's 38 yards away from 1,000 for the season. Gronkowski has 2 targets, no catches so far in this one. So I know he's chasing some incentives and things as well. So and it's 17-0 for the Rams up on the 49ers. So you do wonder at halftime if the Bucs
Grayson already ruled out.
Yeah, Grayson ruled out. And you do wonder if the Bucs look at that score at halftime and realize there's nothing for us to play with in the second half to play for. So, if the Rams get up, like say 24-0 at halftime to the 49ers, you've got at some point calculate what your odds are winning this game against injuries, which you've suffered all season and just lost the other guy, Grayson there. You've got to start to calculate that, I think, as an offense or as a team just in general.
Yeah, right. That would be something to think about. If the Rams lose, though, I think like the Bucs there's still some stuff that can change if the Bucs lose as well, right?
No, if they lose, they're the 3rd seed. Yeah, because they have the tiebreaker over the Cowboys, I believe. So they're the 3 seed. Even if they lose, I'm almost certain.
Okay,
somebody can check me on that if they want. So yeah, the only thing they can do is win and get the 2 seed. So if the Rams aren't going to lose, and right now they're taking it to the 49ers, it doesn't look like there's much for the Bucs to play for. So 11:09 left in the second quarter, though. Still plenty of time in this one. They're going to kick off to the Panthers for their Panthers' 3rd drive of the game. Pinion sends this one skyward, going to go out of the back zone, so the Panthers will start from their 25-yard line. And now what can the defense get going here, Paul? They've let the Panthers drive for a touchdown. Then they let the Panthers drive to the 39, drive bogged down. Panthers couldn't get it on 4th down. But now you're in a situation defensively where you'd like to start to establish some dominance and flip the script a little bit with how this game's gone.
Yep. This is a splash play defense. This is an offense that they can make those splash plays against. So, look pretty good on the last drive, I guess, and see if they can do it again.
Already giving up more points than they did last game, right? Wasn't it just 6 last time? Here's Darnold with a wide open flat. He got rolled out and nobody was there. And so he's going to pick up a good gain on 1st down with his legs. Just took what was in front of him. Easy stuff. And there's a flag down here, though. I think you got 7, but we'll see what happens on the flag. Looks like he's going to be holding against the defense, Carlton Davis. And so it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers automatically as they move the ball to the Carolina. Let's see where they spotted here. Spotted at the 36. Is that right?
Already in good field position.
Yeah. Here's Darnold. Hands off to Chuba Hubbard, who runs around some tacklers. Going to be knocked down from behind by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but he picks up 7 yards. And so the Panthers are already out to their own 43-yard line and have a 2nd and 3.
So, right. Okay. So the only way the Bucs could end up as the 4 seed is if the Bucs lose, 49ers win, and if the Seahawks win.
Oh,
yeah.
So there is still that possibility then. Bucs. What did you say? Bucs lose.
And huge.
And here's
run.
Chuba Hubbard just running right past tacklers. Huge run. He's going to be down to the Bucs 38-yard line, and they might lose this game playing with their starters the way that they're playing right now. They just look pitiful on both sides of the ball.
Well, the scenario is looking unlikely because it would take a Bucs loss and a 49ers win and a Seahawks win in order for the Bucs to move down to the 4 seed.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is pretty unlikely right now.
Yeah.
Man, the run defense, and even what they do well is not really working right now. Just
no.
Tough to watch. Here's Darnold from the shotgun. And he's going to throw quickly to Robbie Anderson. Coming up is Jamel Dean, who makes the stop. 2-yard loss. Good play by Dean. Good open field tackle for a change, too, there. And a 2nd and 12 coming up for the Panthers from the Bucs 40-yard line.
Another RPO just with a bubble screen option there. And you get the defense flowing towards the run, but just a nice recovery and tackle.
Yeah, good play by Dean for sure. They're coming up.
He was able to move the linebackers with that at that mesh point.
Right. Here come the Panthers on 2nd and 12 at the Bucs 40-yard line. So they are in just outside of field goal range, trying to add to a 7-3 lead with 8:54 and counting left in the second quarter. Darnold from the shotgun takes the snap, back to pass, steps up, throws down the field, and it's going to be incomplete. Overthrew Zylstra, trying to hit him with a back fade. Murphy Bunting did not get his head around. Zylstra did, but the pass was just a little bit too high. If that one's on the money, it's probably a big completion.
And again, more man coverage across the board, but Minter and Devin White trying to communicate last second. Looks like Devin White's trying to get Minter's attention to something. I don't know if they had it quite figured out, but good man coverage across the board, making another challenging throw. Let's see what they dial up on 3rd and 12. My guess is, it looks like they're showing man again, at least with how they're lining up.
You have to be able to get off the field in these 3rd and 12s. It's been tough for them. And here's pressure right away on Darnold. They call up the screen and no one is home. No one has any idea a screen could be coming on 3rd and 12. And the Panthers pick it up untouched. Their 1st and 10 at the Bucs 22-yard line. A truly just humiliating start. I mean, you're Devin White and you're Kevin Minter and you're coming off your worst game of the year and you're Todd Bowles and you're dialing up a blitz in these situations. It's 3rd and 12, buddy. They're not in field goal range.
It looks like it's hard to say, but it's man across the board. And I want to say Devin White is responsible for the running back.
He is, yeah.
But he just goes straight for the quarterback when he slips out.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Surprising what he does all the time.
That was
plays
brutal.
well how he wants to play rather than within the team concept. Here's a pitch out to the left side and a good run. He missed another tackle and he's going to bounce forward for a first down or close to. We'll see. They're just going to spot him a yard short, but 2nd and 1 from the Bucs 13-yard line, and they're getting taken to him by another one of the worst offenses in the league. It's scary to think about what might happen in the playoffs to this defense.
It really is, yeah. And it's both sides of the ball. Like nothing is looking good right now.
Yeah, but you do expect that some from the offense. Like there's going to be some growing pains. The Panthers' defense is better than their offense. I'm not excusing it, but they've had 2 drives and they score points on one. I mean, sometimes things are going to happen. It's going to take some, but this defense needs to be their strong suit while those things are being figured out. And right now they're just laughable. I mean, they look pathetic for the 2nd straight week in a row. And the Panthers just picked up a first down on the short yardage play. And so it'll be 1st and 10 for Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to pick the Bucs against many of the playoff teams at this point, right? Just with how they've looked against the Panthers and the Jets. This is not how you want to go into the playoffs at all. It's hard to feel good about this team right now.
Right. Just the reality of what it is. I mean, you get some people back and maybe it changes things, but it's hard to believe that. Panthers almost run into each other in their own backfield. Here's Minter, he missed the tackle. He's lucky the back went down. He almost missed that tackle somehow on Abdullah, but he is going to get a loss there on that play. And so the Panthers will be backed up. It'll be 1st or 2nd and goal for the Panthers from the 12 or 11 of the Bucs now.
Can they shut it down in the red zone?
Yeah. If they're not going to make splash plays like they have been in this game, then those need to be the opportunities, right? You need to be able to shut stuff down in the red area. It's been tough sledding there for them the last couple weeks. Here's Darnold, boot, and again, there's no contain and nobody out in the flat. Abdullah makes the catch, makes a man miss, knocked down 2 yards short of the first down. But again, it's just easy stuff, simple plays, and guys just aren't doing their job on the field. There's nobody out there at all to contain or in coverage.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the flat defender was supposed to be there, but
hard to see without the wide shot, but
it's wide open, so easy.
Yeah. 3rd and 2 from the Bucs 3-yard line now coming up for the Panthers.
To get the whole, it was a nice design. You get the whole defense flowing left off that wide run fake, and it's still too easy though.
Yeah. Here's Darnold from the shotgun, brings a man in motion. A couple guys run into each other in the backfield. They try a shovel pass, and Winfield stands up the player with a big hit, and they're going to stop him on 3rd down, it looks like. It's going to be close, though. This is going to be 4th and short, and I'm sure the Panthers are going to go for it. A couple guys almost ran into each other in the backfield. Panthers did pull it off, though. They got the pass off to Tremble. They read it. McClendon read it, made the tackle immediately, but he needed Winfield's help to keep them from the
That's
first
a hell
down.
of an offensive play call, but even better defensive play. That was incredible.
Winfield sniffed that out.
Yeah.
And now
Super
4th and 1
impressive.
from the Bucs 2-yard line. And the Panthers, of course, I'm sure are going to go for it. They look like they're going to go for it.
Yeah.
Are we going to get them to burn their 3rd time out here? Is that, or are they going to?
Oh, they want the
they're going to measure it. Oh, okay.
Probably. They probably just want to know exactly how long they have to go.
Oh, it's a good spot. They gave him a good spot. There's not far to go for a first down at all. Chances are very high here.
And they got to go. And Cam's coming into the game. They're going to go for it. 4th and inches.
Prime Cam run situation.
Yeah. So
even if he falls, he usually gets it because he's so big.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just inches needed. QB power, fall forward. Oh, I thought I saw Cam coming into the game, but it looks like he's not actually. Still Donald.
Oh. Yeah, Darnold out there. 4th and 1 for the Panthers from the Bucs 2-yard line.
How do you not use Cam in these situations?
Yeah, I thought that this would be like his usage area. Teams have known it's coming for a while, and he still gets it done. Darnold trying to go for it on the sneak. Oh, man, this did not look like
I don't know if he got it.
They usually give him these spots, but it really didn't look like he got it. But they usually just give him the spots anyway.
That's going to be a tough one, and it's close.
I don't think he moved forward at all. I mean, not that we could see his body unless something happened underneath the pal.
I don't think he got past McClendon.
I don't think he did either. They're going to measure, but there's no way. It's just going to be total luck whether this happened or not.
Oh, and he almost
center got stood up.
He
gets twisted back too.
Darnold didn't get the snap cleanly. He's trying to maintain control, and that might have hurt his push as well because instead of just focusing on falling forward, he's trying to just handle the football.
Well, here they're going to measure it.
And it's short.
Bucs stopped them. So Bucs are going to get the ball back at the goal line, stop the quarterback sneak.
Terrific.
I'm not sure that you could challenge and get it overturned here because it's just
you'd waste the challenge.
You're talking about like this difference. Like it's just however the refs happen to run up and hold the ball, and you just happen to, again, I don't think he gained anything on the play. I
don't think so.
From what you could see before he got snowed under, I don't think he gained any yardage at all.
Incredible execution on 3rd and 4th down by the defense after a pretty bad drive rest of the way. But but Winfield with that huge stop on 3rd down, giving yourself a chance, making them fight for that 4th and inches, even though it's usually a given, you make them fight for it and you still come up strong. So now, I mean, really game changer. You go from potentially 14-3 to 7-3. You're way backed up, but now you have the chance to take the lead on this drive.
14-3 deficit, given the state of who's out for your offense and just how totally out of sorts and low energy everybody looks like on your team. It'd be pretty rough at this point to overcome that. And so, big stop. Obviously, you'd like to see them not have the ball driven down their field like that. But big stop within the context of this game to be able to give an opportunity back to the offense now. And you're thinking about how aggressive do the Bucs come out here in this game or on this drive? Well, if you look at them so far in this game, Brady's dropped back to pass 10 times and Vaughn's ran twice in this game. And I think I said this to you or to Scott, I can't remember before the game, but I thought the Bucs would be aggressive. They'd throw on first downs. They'd go the opposite kind of how they've gone in recent weeks. And they have really, they've pretty much done that so far in this game. And it's not really worked for them too much. They've had a couple throwaway passes actually in this game already. They've had to go underneath a good bit. They want to stretch the field. It hasn't really been there.
The thing is, though, it looks like they're trying to set up these play action shots as opposed to designing stuff up underneath, right? Like we saw that one play where it was just 3 guys eligible, and it looked like they both had intermediate to deep routes. Whereas a lot of the stuff that they maybe should lean on right now is those play action and then chip release, right? You block and then you're freed up underneath, whether it be a running back. We've seen it a ton with Gronk where he chips and then he releases and he's got no one within, 8 yards of him. And it's just a pass to the line of scrimmage, but he just runs after the catch for a few more. They need to maybe go to that a little bit more rather than trying to scheme up these deep shots. But, it's always easier said after, but
I think you're right, though. But they just need more options off play action. You talked about this actually a good bit. They just need more plays, right? I mean, they straight up need more things, right? And I mean, you've said it. They seems like, and I'm trying to see who got the push there. White was in on the stop. So was McClendon, I think, and Golston. Was Vea that got the initial push? I'm guessing. reset the center, knocked him back a little bit there.
But yeah, their menu of plays has been getting narrow for a few weeks now. It's been something I've been noticing and pointing out in the group chat. We'll talk more about that on Thursday. But it's interesting. They're pros to what they're doing. I can see why they're trying to do it, but I think they might be making it a little hard on themselves.
Did they challenge it?
They did challenge it, and the call stands.
Call stands, yeah. I mean, that would have been an egregious overturn. There's just nothing. I get. I mean, for Carolina, you got nothing to lose, I guess, and officials are what they are, so you take your chance. But they, so Carolina out of timeouts now in this first half. Clock at 4:57 left in the first half. Bucs trail 7-3. They are 98 yards from the end zone, though. So
expect to see some tight ends out there, maybe even an extra tackle. And Josh Wells is in the huddle.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got Josh Wells out there right now,
So yeah, it's only one wide receiver, so it's 13 personnel with an 13 heavy.
Yep. And Brady under center. And Panthers tee off, and Vaughn gets out of the end zone. Panthers swelled up over the other side of the Bucs offensive line, but Vaughn had it, and he gets out to about the 4, maybe 4-5. He gets 3 yards on the play, I think.
That's an interesting stat.
2nd and 7 coming up for the Bucs offense from their own 4-yard line. I think this is the deepest they've started to drive this season, right? Is that right?
Did they start on the 1?
The pick 6 play was pretty similar territory. They hand off to Vaughn again, and he tries to bounce around the outside. Almost got horse collared there and goes down after a gain of a couple. So it's going to be 3rd and maybe 5 for the Bucs offense here from their own 6-yard line. This is a huge play in this game.
And how do you call this? Are you aggressive here? Are you trying to throw it? Or are you just conceding, kind of running it, trying to create more field position?
On the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am, but I'm really curious.
Yeah,
exactly what the design is here.
Yeah, 3rd and
Scotty
5.
Miller's going to be out there.
6. Yeah,
and I'm also very curious to see where exactly Miller lines up. He looks like he's on the inside?
Yeah. And so Brady from the shotgun here, back to pass, has time. Now the pocket's collapsing, gets the pass off, and it's incomplete. Just barely got the pass off. He's in the end zone. And so 4th and 5, Panthers defense stands. Bucs have their 2nd 3 and out of the game. Only 3 drives in this game, and they look lost on offense, as lost on offense as they do on defense, basically, at this point. You cannot do anything right.
Yeah, nobody's getting open there. I mean, it's across the board covered, and you're seeing Brady hang on to the ball already longer than we've kind of been used to, right? And we talk about him not getting sacked and his quick time to release, and it's a lot goes into that. 1, it's the offensive line, of course. 2, it's Brady and his quick processing. But 3, it's also having good receivers that get open quickly. So now when, the receivers aren't able to get open as quickly, you're going to see a big difference in that. Brady's going to take more hits, maybe more sacks. It's going to just be a lot more difficult.
Pinion sends a punt skyward. It does not look like it's going to be a good one, and that's about par for the course for him. And we'll see where they spot it. But the Panthers might be starting this drive in Bucs territory, and they will at the Bucs 48-yard line. So a miserable punt there by Pinion, and that is kind of how it's gone for the Bucs. Special teams has not been great. Offense has not been great in this game. Defense has not been great in this game. And, man, it's embarrassing, but you're looking legitimately at going the first half against the Panthers without scoring a touchdown. It's hard to continue to justify this. This team just isn't very good right now, Paul.
Yeah. I agree. And I wonder, if we're about to see another barrage of AB social media posts after this game, if the offense continues to look like this.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the part that's never been questioned. Like, nobody ever questions that part, including the Bucs. Obviously they put up with all his BS, because they know they're better with him on the field. They can say as much as they want about Cyril Grayson and Rashad Perryman and these guys. But at the end of the day, this is a Panthers team without their top 5 corners. These are like replacement level DBs, and guys can't get open. And it's not just those guys. It's also Mike Evans. Like, you got to just call it like it is. Like, you're Mike Evans. You got to be open all game in this game. And he's just not. And so there is a limitation in terms of the things that he does at a high level. And a lot of those are vertical pass plays. And when teams are going to set up to take away those plays, he just becomes much less effective player. And I don't know that his role can be changed to make him as valuable as somebody like a Godwin or AB who can just fill a bunch of roles. So that becomes the tricky part in this offense. You don't have a lot of versatile players.
We saw 2 weeks ago, AB in basically in all the same spots that Evans is playing today. You know, AB literally played that Mike Evans position 2 weeks ago, and we saw what he did with it against better competition, right? Against Stephon Gilmore, who's not even playing today. So I agree. I mean, Evans has got to step up too, right? He's got to, and Evans or AB was getting wide open too. It's not even like it was a bunch of contested throws. He was just burning guys.
Yeah, he was burning Gilmore. It was one of the best corners in the league. Like you said, it's not even out here now. Melvin's hurt in this game. So, I mean, they're down to a lot. I mean, guys who weren't even with the team literally at the beginning of this year and definitely weren't playing or out there playing, and they can't get open. And so it's just a huge concern moving forward. I mean, you said it. You watch tape, and Tyler Johnson can't get open against linebackers. So it's just bad, man. They just don't have the guys right now. It sucks. I mean, the whole offense would have to change at this point. And, I mean, we'll find out a lot about Leftwich and Arians for sure and their creativity in the playoffs. But at the same time, it's hard. Every team, I think, has a limitation to what they do and some type of weakness. And for Bruce, it's always been when you take away his quarterbackers, wide receivers, there's really, it's hard for his offenses to survive and continue to build any type of success. So defense got to rise up and make plays. That's what I said. Defense has to be great for this team to reach a Super Bowl. They really do. And so we'll see if they can rise up here at their own 48-yard line is where the Panthers are going to start. Darnold from the shotgun. They've been aggressive, and they go screen right away, see if they can catch the Bucs, and they do. Another missed tackle, and they're going to get 9 yards. There is a penalty down on this play. We'll see what the flag is, but it's a 9-yard gain right now for Carolina if it holds up.
And the flag was in the secondary, and it's pass interference against the offense, probably getting too quick early on the blocks, I'm guessing.
Early contact, yeah, right. And so now Carolina will be backed up 1st and 20 at the Panthers at their own 42-yard line. So the Bucs trail 7-3 to the Panthers in the second quarter. That is accurate for the second straight week, seeing the score accurately. Clock is winding forward. 3 minutes left to play in the second quarter. And the Panthers face a 1st and 20 from their own 42. So Darnold is back to pass. He fakes the handoff, throws wide open Robbie Anderson. He's going to get 13 but back immediately. So they're right back to 2nd and 7. And this pass defense is getting wrecked right now by the Panthers.
And it looks like another RPO, I think. It could have been play action, but I think it was RPO. But again, just deciding to keep it and throw it. And its teams have gashed up the Bucs like this all year.
It's not like an aberration. Like, they're legitimately struggling with bottom level teams in the NFL right now. And on offense, like I said, there's going to be some growing pains right now, but defensively,
I mean, but offense has to be better too. Like, it's just nobody's getting open. Like, it's in
some ways, like what I'm saying is like defense is getting healthier in some ways, and you just expect it for the Panthers defense is not bad, even with some people out. They've played well all year, but their offense has been unwatchable for weeks now.
Right. Like, you're saying all things given, your expectations of this defense are higher than the offense right now.
I mean, I wouldn't even say my expectations, just like what any human being should expect as the Panthers get to a 3rd and 5 from the Bucs 43-yard line, and they hit the 2-minute warning up 7-3, 2 minutes left in the second quarter. This is just what I'm saying is just that, like, this defense is facing a bottom tier offense for the 3rd straight week, really, and allowing that offense to for the 2nd straight week, allowing that offense to do basically whatever they want with very little resistance. And I just think that's a huge problem because you're trending in the right direction in some ways. Health in the secondary, especially, which has been the main problem today, is a lot of coverage issues and tackling issues. And then the other side of the ball, like, the reality is that, like, you're adjusting to life without 2 of your best playmakers. And so there's going to be, I understand some growing pains against what's been a good defense as banged up as they are this season. But yeah, for sure, the offense has been embarrassing. But defensively, I'm just like, I can't believe this is the best they have to offer. This is just so silly to me. Now, they did rise up at the goal line. So again, the points, I guess if that's the way they're playing, but here's the thing, you think against the Panthers, they may rise up in the goal line. In the Jets, they may rise up on a quarterback sneak from 4th and 2, and they have a chance to win the game, and they do. But you should have lost that game against a better team. They're going to lose that game. And the same thing here today. Like, this isn't a 7-3 game against a better team the way they played. Like, the Panthers have legitimately looked like the better team. It's not like other Bucs games early in the year where you were just like, wow, the Bucs are just getting like super unlucky. You know what I mean? Like the first Saints game, even like the first interception was like the clear defensive hold, missed call.
Yep.
They missed the goal on Lattimore on the deep pass to Evans. You know what I mean? Like that should have been a real close game. The Bucs should have been leading. All the penalties, this is just like they're straight up getting beat. Like they're just look worse than the Panthers. And they looked worse than the Jets last week. Like, so to me, that's the difference. It's like we always talk about process. And to me, like they in those games, I was just like, man, they just can't get out of their own way. They're shooting themselves in the foot. These last 2 games, they just look worse than their opponent. And their opponent has been 2 of the worst teams in the league. And so that's where I just get super concerned about where they're at heading into the playoffs.
And,
I know this is a very negative first half. I'm sorry, but
this is a big test for Byron Leftwich as well. What does he do without top tier talent? We've seen Brady without top tier talent. We know he can get it done, know, and we know Mike Evans is good. Like we don't have any doubt about his abilities as a player, but what does Leftwich do now when he doesn't just have the most talented offense in the league? Right. Like, and I don't know, like if he's the guy that can he make your offense better than the sum of its parts? And I don't know if he can.
Yeah,
but he's got the opportunity to kind of answer that question, though.
Right. So here we go. The defense, can they make a stand? Panthers are at 3rd and 5 from the Bucs 43-yard line. Darnold, and they're going to throw backward pass. They're looking for a trick play. Zylstra, the receiver, slowed up. Zylstra overthrows him, but Abdullah kind of slowed up out there. He thought Zylstra was going to hit him where he was standing. Zylstra threw way out ahead of him. The Bucs didn't have it. I think they missed. I'm trying to see who the assignment would have been on, if it was Dean out there or not. Zylstra, they were just not on the same page because Abdullah slowed up looking for that one.
Yeah, but the Bucs got fooled on that one. That was just a Panthers execution issue.
Yeah, see, he's wide open right there, and Zylstra just way over. Zylstra said, keep going. I want a touchdown, but Abdullah slowed down where there was no coverage. He was sitting right there. Panthers going for the trick play. Now it's 4th and 5 from the Bucs 43-yard line, and if you're Carolina, I would just go for it. Like, I don't. Right. And they're going to punt it away instead and try to pin the Bucs offense. And we'll see Darden is going to catch it at the 6 or 7. So again, it's going to be a long way to go for the Panthers or for the Bucs offense. They've got 3 timeouts, a minute 48 to try and avoid being down to the 5-11 Carolina Panthers before halftime hits here. I'm not even sure what I want to see. I just want to see guys like actually look like competent NFL players. I'll settle for that.
Yeah, you want to see guys get open. You want to see some ball movement, right? And do they have? I wasn't sure what the personnel there is. Bell was in, but was there nothing?
There's 11 personnel.
Oh, it was 11.
Out there. Yeah, Perryman's out there and Tyler Johnson. But it's just funny. You think about where this team's at right now. Bell wasn't even on the team. Perryman wasn't even on the team, and Tyler Johnson didn't play like at all unless somebody was hurt. Hardly at all unless somebody.
Bell is going to likely have to play in a no huddle situation here if the drive goes well.
Yeah.
So it's testing his familiarity.
I mean, certainly getting some guys like Fournette back will help, but he's not a savior for this. And Tyler Johnson makes the catch and immediately tackled. And that's actually the biggest thing. I want to make that point is that there's just no yards after catch guys other than Gronk. And, he is what he is in terms of how he gets yards after catch, but he's not a created space type of guy as much. So lose types of players, and there's just a huge loss. So 2nd and 10 for the Bucs offense. Panthers drop out of a pressure look. Brady stepping up in the pocket, throws at the feet of Tyler Johnson there as Brady was on the move and tried to throw him back across his body. And it's 3rd and 10 for the Bucs offense, just like that.
I mean, embarrassing effort.
Brady 6 of 12 for 34, and several of those have been throwaways. And this one, just the whole thing has looked absolutely pathetic.
He should have been able to hit Tyler Johnson on that one, though. I mean, it wouldn't have gone for much.
Right. I know he's right. I don't know how much it would have gone for either, but they were right there. But yeah, that's. I mean, he's throwing back there.
Running it.
Right. So 3rd and 10, and you got to pick this one up to avoid giving them great field position once again. Here's Brady back to pass, throws middle of the field, has Mike Evans there, and he gets away from a defender. Mike Evans off and running, stiff arm, and he's going to run over another guy, and he gets out to about the 46-yard line. So big gain for Mike Evans. Clock winding still. Well, it stopped on the screen. Did the Bucs use a timeout here?
It would make sense for them. They had 3 left.
Brady with pressure at his face there hits Evans, and Evans made the corner miss and picks up a big chunky yardage, and that should be it for Evans, I believe, in terms of being able to get, what's that, a 37-yard gain? What did he need, 38? So I think he's 1 yard short. Am I right about that? Somebody check me. Yeah, he's at 51 yards right now. So he's at 1 yard short of 1,000, I believe.
The Bucs have liked that glance route against pressure all year. They've done it with Bray a couple times. You remember that big conversion against New England when they sent cover 0? It was the only time they did it, or they stopped doing it altogether after that. Just that glance, they really like that as an answer to blitz. And there Evans getting involved in the action on that one.
Right.
Great
and
execution.
love the awareness by Evans too to get up there quickly and get the ball to the official after a big play, because obviously they used a timeout anyway, but good thinking by him as Brady back to pass, fires middle of the field to Gronkowski, who makes the catch and is going to be knocked down after a gain of 7. So Gronk takes a couple shots over the middle. Clock winds. Now under a minute to play, and they've got a 2nd and 3 here from the Panthers' 48-yard line. There's Brady from the shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking down the middle of the field, has Gronkowski once again, who makes the catch, bounces off a couple defenders, and gets down to the Panthers' 28-yard line. So prime timeout spot here, and they will use it with 40 seconds left on the clock as the Bucs 28 yards from the goal line. They're obviously trying to get in the end zone now in this situation. And as we mentioned, yards after catch, we mentioned Gronkowski's strength. He gets a couple guys bounce off of him there as he's done all season. But Evans made a great, after the post-catch play too, being able to cut back on that corner, even though it's pretty instinctive play. Good job to see him making those kind of plays. He's going to have to be that kind of player for them. That's never been his thing, but he does it on that drive. So very encouraging to see.
And the Bucs just calling 4 verticals there. Brady slipping it right by number 53 in the seam. Excellent throw. If you actually see it from the back shot, like he had to, like that window wasn't obvious there. Brady just fits it right by him. Right. And good job by Gronk reading it the same way. It's hard, you know, 4 verticals kind of like the simplest play in the playbook, but if you execute it well from both the receiver and a quarterback standpoint, so you can do a lot with it. It's pretty funny.
Right. So let's see. And I think Evans is he a yard short of 1,000, or is he a couple yards short of 1,000? Maybe he's 3 yards short of 1,000. Here's Brady back to pass, looking, throwing. Wow, full extension grab. Is that Brashad Perryman down inside the 5? Did he catch it?
They're saying no good.
Are they saying he didn't catch it? Looks like both feet are in me. What a catch. That looks like a catch to me, Paul.
I
think they're
like
calling it a catch. They are. The Bucs are down there. The Bucs are going fast. They're down to the 4-yard line on that catch. Can they get into the end zone here? Clock is at 38 seconds. And the handoff is to Le'Veon Bell, who's got a seam, and he's going to be stopped at the 1. So second and goal from the 1-yard line for the Bucs.
So hurry it up. Get another snap here. You don't have to use a timeout. You can do anything. You can run or pass.
Because you have that timeout. Yep.
Evans likely going to get a fade route up top, and it'll be some sort of RPO is my guess.
Right. Here's Brady, fakes it, throws Le'Veon Bell, touchdown.
Beauty.
So the Bucs drive down the field, and what a drive for the Bucs offense coming to life just in the nick of time before the half there to take a 9-7 lead with the extra point pending. A great drive from Brady for sure, but Gronkowski and Evans stepping up big on that drive. But Brashad Perryman, what a catch, Paul. We had to move past it quickly, but that's one of the best catches of the year by a Bucs receiver.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it back up. I mean, it's easy to forget about these things just in the rush of everything, but unbelievable awareness by Perryman.
Throw too.
It is. I mean, talk about putting it in a spot where either your guy or nobody gets it, because that's not a big window. That's a low percentage, separation throw. Like, it's not like Perryman's wide open or anything.
Right.
But great execution both ways, and then the good clock management there at the end too, just to hurry it up. Don't panic. Don't use the timeout. Just hurry up, get another play off. You can still do anything, including pass. And then to call that play action bootleg, I don't know who called it, Brady or Leftwich, but great call in the end zone. I love those bootlegs right on the goal line. It's usually like a 2-read. It's like only 2 reads for the quarterback because you're splitting the field very easy, or you can throw it away. High percentage, all around good stuff. Offense showing a lot of life here before halftime. And that's going to definitely change the feeling, compared to where we were a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, for sure. The offense coming to life with a 92-yard drive there. Great stuff. Brady now 11 of 17 for 123 yards and a touchdown in the first half. Evans 2 for 51. So Evans is 3 yards away. Brady is now the all-time leading passer in Bucs history in yardage and in touchdowns after that drive, and after the touchdown to Bell. He breaks his own record from last year with 40 touchdown passes, now 41 this season. Obviously the extra game in there as well, but had the record already last season, breaks it. Now he also, I believe, breaks Jameis Winston's record for passing yards in a season as well in Bucs franchise history. So now Brady in sole possession of both of those spots, and it's pretty rightful that he should be as well, I believe, with his level of play this season. Here's the kickoff from Pinion. Panthers return man is going to field it at the 1 yard line and bounce around. And it's going to be Cockerlew hauls him down, and Britt is in on that tackle as well. So the Panthers, with just a couple seconds left in the half, no timeouts, will likely just kneel this one down and go to the half down 10-7 against the Bucs.
But oh man, what a drive. Like those 2-minute
great throws.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything more fun in football than watching Brady operate a 2-minute drive. And we've been delighted to a couple of good ones the last 2 weeks.
Yep. Yeah. And that's one thing that is encouraging. You know, we talk about all the things that are trending in the wrong direction going into the playoffs, but that's one thing that is encouraging is early in the season, they were not quite as good as they had been last year. Remember in the playoffs last year, they were unbelievable end of the game, but also to end of the half situations. I think they scored in like every playoff game. And now seeing them get back on the right track in some of those areas has been key the last several weeks of the season. So that's good stuff. And they will go into halftime with the Bucs with a 10-7 lead. So we've talked about it a little bit, but Evans 3 yards away from 1,000 yards, his 8th straight. He's already got the record for that with 7. He said it last year, and this would be another extension of that. So they just need to get him 3 yards in the second half. Gronkowski with 2 catches for 27 yards. I know he's got in some incentives he can hit with a couple more catches today, but also if Gronk manages a 100-yard game in this one somehow in the second half, if he manages to get there, he need 73 yards to do it. But if he managed to get there in the second half, Paul, that would mean he's the lone record holder for regular season 100-yard games by a tight end. He's right now tied with Tony Gonzalez for first. He would move to 32 100-yard games in his career and be the highest, the best tight end of all time in that regard as well. So halftime, Bucs lead 10-7. Let's run through some statistics real quick for everybody. Mentioned Brady's in the run game. They haven't done a whole lot. 4 carries for 16 yards for Vaughn. He's been fine when called upon. Bell has 1 carry for 3 yards down there near the goal line to set up a touchdown pass to Bell. Also, touchdown pass to Bell. That's another player now that Brady's thrown a touchdown pass to. So another thing to keep in mind. Keeps throwing touchdowns to different human beings. Evans has 2 catches for 51 yards. Obviously, the 37-yarder was the big one. Gronkowski caught a 20-yarder. He has 2 for 27. Perryman now 1 for 24. And Brait 2 for 12. Tyler Johnson 3 catches for 8 yards. And Bell with 1 for 1 in the touchdown on the play-action boot there. And defensively, Anthony Nelson's got the lone sack of the day and really the lone splash play of the day for the Bucs defense. Jamel Dean leads them with 5 tackles. Winfield also has 5 tackles in this game. So that's how it's going for the Bucs defensively. I don't know, Scott is going to jump in here as well with some of the other team stats from this first half. But, you know, it wasn't a good first half. It's definitely not a first half that they're going to be proud of or want, but they also get the ball coming out of the second half, which is key. And so maybe offensively they can go back-to-back here and put more points on the board. They can start to get a good taste in their mouth.
Let me say this. I mean, I've been pretty impressed by Bell in his short stint here so far. Watching the tape back last week, and I was thinking about writing about it, about both Keyshawn Vaughn and Le'Veon Bell. The only reason I didn't end up writing about it is because there weren't a ton of snaps, but they were pretty impressive in pass protection, both of those guys.
You're right.
Yeah, way better than anybody else. Like, again, sample size is the issue, but they looked so far like the best pass protecting backs on the team. Very limited snaps, and Bell, the fact that he can go out there on that 2-minute drill and just like, because Brady's calling that stuff as like a 1-word thing, 2-word thing, right? Like they're not properly huddling it except for those timeouts. So the fact that he's already acclimated enough to be involved on that drive, it's a great sign. I mean, they don't need a ton from him, right? They need him to be able to catch and be able to pass protect. And if he can do those 2 things, and even if he doesn't do everything else at an elite level, that'll be pretty good for them. And again, so impressive drive, and just want to give him a shout there.
Right, for sure. As Scott comes in here to run through some stats very quickly, I just want to let you guys know some scores. Saints are up 24-6 on the Falcons. They have drives of they opened with a 73-yard drive, I believe, in this game. The Saints did, or in the second quarter, they had a 73-yard drive for a touchdown. But they've also had a 36-yard drive for a field goal, 9-play, 36-yard drive, and they had a 3-play, 11-yard drive off a fumble for another touchdown. So the Falcons kind of falling all over themselves have handed them 10 points here, and they were already up against it. So the Saints are 24-6 and the 49ers are down 17-3. It sure looks like if things hold up the way they're going, that the Saints will go to the playoffs and the 49ers will miss, and the Bucs will be in that 3-seed spot if they can come away victorious in this one today. And so then we'll see how all the matchups would shake out going into the playoffs.
What's up, guys? How are we doing?
A little bit better than we were a few minutes ago, Scott.
Yes, thanks
but
to
not
Tom
that
Brady,
much
right?
better.
Yeah, Tom Brady, after a very slow start, guys, 3 plays in the entire first quarter. Now, that's a tribute to Tampa Bay's offense not converting on third downs. Matter of fact, before that last drive, they were 0 for 4 on third downs. And so now they're 1 of 5. But the defense has been absolutely awful. When you look at so many missed tackles, so many missed sack opportunities, really the only star on defense so far, because even the coverage has been a little bit shaky, not in terms of giving up big plays in the passing game, in terms of yardage, but some of these key plays, third down conversions, etc. The coverage just hasn't been tight. The pass rush has been abysmal in terms of missing wide open, point blank sacks. We've seen Devin White miss a sack, Kevin Minter miss a sack. There's been a couple. Anthony Nelson, I thought, has played outstanding football. Once again, another sack. 3 games in a row now. He's got 5 for the season. 4 tackles in the game, including a great open field tackle in space to allow just a 3-yard catch on 3rd and 9. That set up a 4th and 6 where the Panthers went for it. Carlton Davis with a great clutch pass breakup down the field to DJ Moore. But it all started with that big play by Anthony Nelson, making a really athletic play in space. This guy has easily been the most impressive or the most improved player on the Bucs defense. But as you guys were talking about, on that drive, Tom Brady now is 11 of 17 for 123 yards. Very slow start to him in the offense. Rob Gronkowski, 2 catches, 27 yards. Mike Evans, 2 catches, 51 yards. That 37-yard catch really gave the Buccaneers that life that they needed on the offensive side of the ball. And then Brashard Perriman, John, comes up with a clutch catch with Cyril Grayson out, looks like for the game with the hamstring injury. Perriman comes up with a clutch catch. He's dropped a couple of those earlier this season, including one in the end zone. Right?
Yeah, that was a surprising catch. I'm not going to lie. Maybe that seems rude, but we just have not seen Perriman. I mean, since he was last with the Bucs at the end of that season, we haven't seen him make any tough catches, really. It's just been pretty, even the game winner was pretty simple stuff against the Bills. So that was great. I mean, I don't know how consistent, but he did make crazy tough catches. I mean, he had several games of just insane catch after insane catch. So we know it's in there from his first Bucs tenure, but that was just a long time ago. So it's nice to see a flash of it again.
No doubt about it. Then when you look at Mike Evans, 51 yards, he's 3 yards away from hitting 1,000 yards. So his next catch likely will give him that distinction. 8 straight seasons with 1,000 yards. So a milestone there. We saw another milestone. Tom Brady not just hit 5,000 yards, John, but surpassed Jameis Winston as the single season all-time leading passer for the Buccaneers. He needed 130 yards coming in to do that. Actually, I believe the stats I have for Brady, 123. So he needed 120 yards to do that. So he's eclipsed that. And when you look at Brady and that drive, that pretty much encompassed the Bucs' production in the first quarter. That last drive, under 2 minutes, going basically the length of the field there. One thing we did see was, Tom Brady gets sacked early on. The pass protection from that sack that Keyshawn Vaughn gave up has been better, with Keyshawn Vaughn and Le'Veon Bell stepping up, as Paul mentioned. Brady's a much happier camper now with the touchdown on the board, and the Bucs have that lead. Nobody thought it would be this close, though. Nobody thought the Panthers would come out like they have. And it really took a 4th down stop to kind of kickstart the Buccaneers offense, although granted it was in the shadow of their own end zone, but that was a huge stop. Steve McClendon, John, really 2 massive plays back-to-back, snuffing out a shovel pass on 3rd and 2 down there at the 3-yard line. And not just making the tackle on Tommy Tremble, but pulling him backwards to allow for any forward progress. That was a money stop.
It was a great play. And I think if Antoine Winfield doesn't hit him, because McClendon's coming from behind to make that tackle, I think if Winfield doesn't get right under Tremble's chin and just absolutely rock him where he is, he might just kind of momentum fall forward for that first down. But the combination of those 2 guys being able, and 2 of the smartest players on the field for the Bucs defense, as bad as this defense has been in the first half, it's been those plays, right? A 4th down on the 39-yard line of the Bucs. They held up after giving up a bunch of yards in the drive. They held up on the goal line on a 4th and inches situation. It's a dangerous way to live. I don't think against better teams it's going to work out. But in this game, they have survived and somehow only given up 7 points.
And, John, you got to hope, you got to think, you got to pray if you're a Buccaneer fan that Levante David and Shaq Barrett's return, maybe even Jason Pierre-Paul. I mean, it's not that Anthony Nelson and Joe Shoyinka are playing bad. Nelson's playing great. JTS, I think that we're still seeing some flashes of some rookiness there, just in terms of ball awareness.
I have thoughts on this. Like, I just think he's being asked to do so many things. God, it is absurd. Like, they're using him like he's their most versatile. He's dropping the coverage. He's dropping in the flat. He's in middle zone coverages. He's always like doing some crazy stunt. You hardly ever see him like just one-on-one rushing against people. He's setting up. It's all about setting up things for other people with him.
You're right.
And you know what, John? Frustrating because I want to see him rush.
I agree. And you know what? That's contributing to the lack of ball awareness. And what ball awareness is find the ball. It's he's so concerned with every play. You're exactly right. It's like he's so concerned with doing his job, right? He's not locating the ball. And the thing is, and you saw it on a couple of those runs where he's literally still engaged in the tight end or the tackle. And the ball carrier is going right by him because he's so concerned about hitting his gap, maintaining his gap, doing his job. And we're seeing the lack of ball awareness by JTS. That means running backs, ball carriers getting to the outside or coming inside on those off tackle runs. So I agree. I think that his versatility is a plus and a minus in the situation. It's a plus because he can do a lot of things for you on the field. It's a minus because the Bucs coach is really taking advantage of that, and I think it's diminishing what he could provide this team so far. Le'Veon Bell, as Paul said, though, boy, great pickup for the Buccaneers just because he's got the experience you need to come in and pass protect. And, he gets the 3 yards, almost scored a rushing touchdown there. And then, a beautiful, fake dip outside to the flat to catch the touchdown. It just helps to have that type of veteran there. And I thought, too, on one of Keyshawn Vaughn's runs down there inside the shadow of their own end zone, Vaughn's got 4 carries for 16 yards, 4 yards per carry. He had a long of 9. There was one of those runs where, again, I think it's a matter of inexperience, where if he just like pushed, his foot to the gas, he could have gotten more on that second down run that created a 3rd and 4 situation. He could have picked up the first down if he just mashed the gas, as John Ledyard would say. And instead, he had a little bit of green grass and then didn't know what to do with it. And I just think sometimes it's the hesitancy of younger players and just not having the experience to live in the moment and be even more productive than they are. Like you saw, for example, Rob Gronkowski, right? On his big catch that ended up picking up a first down, the 20-yarder. He caught the ball, blasted through a guy, kind of bobbled the ball, almost fumbled it, right? Caught it in midair, and then blasted through another guy. And he just has the experience doing that. Same thing with Mike Evans, right? We saw Mike Evans slip and break a couple tackles, which is not Mike Evans' forte on that 37-yard run. But that's where the veteran experience comes in, where you don't panic, you don't freeze up, you don't stop, you just keep going, you keep powering, you keep the legs going. And I think we just didn't see Keyshawn Vaughn pick up what could have been a huge first down for them on that second down run. He made a guy miss and then kind of just froze, where am I in the field? How many yards do I need? Where's the nearest defender? And all of a sudden he gets tackled from behind.
Right. And as we get set to start the third quarter here, the Bucs are going to receive. And so good update, Scott. Definitely appreciate that insight.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's critical, John, right here that the Buccaneers get points, even if it's a field goal, just to keep the momentum going and keep this defense off the field. The Bucs defense has already given up 79 yards rushing in the first half. If they don't get points here, and a touchdown would go a long way. This Panthers team is going to come out running the ball and continuing to wear down this Buccaneer defense, because if they keep running the ball with the success they are, this defense is going to get gassed.
Right. No question about it. As by the way, the 49ers have scored a touchdown now. So they are at 17-10, Rams lead, and there are 9 minutes left in the third quarter, and the Rams are about to punt away back to the 49ers. So here's Jalen Darden in the Bucs game with a little spin move. He's not even going to get to the 25, though. He'll be knocked down at the 23. So the Bucs offense will start from their own 23-yard line, 1st and 10 there as the third quarter gets underway. Bucs lead 10-7. Paul, what are your thoughts? That first half finished well, but there was a lot ugly before that.
Yeah, right. So it's kind of hard to know what do you take out of that? Do you weigh that 2-minute drill more or everything else? I mean, I'm curious. What do they start running the ball more here? Do they continue passing it? I'm really curious to see. It looks like they're going to start out with a spread out look, 11 personnel under center.
Yeah, it will be interesting in a lot of levels because that Rams 49ers game did not turn into blood. It is close again as Vaughn goes forward and gets maybe back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. So it'll be 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bucs offense here.
They got to be able to run the ball better, right? I wonder if they start. I wonder if they lean more on that 2 tight end stuff. They're going to hurry up here.
Yeah. Here's Brady going quick, throws over the middle of the field, wide open. Rob Gronkowski, he's off and running, makes a man miss and rumbles down to the 34-yard line of the Panthers. So a big play to Rob Gronkowski, and the Bucs are on the move.
Holy, what a play, just wide open in the seam. I got to see a replay of what happened there. It looked like, by the way, Tyler Johnson on a strong side choice route. Gronk just up the seam.
Yeah,
and they're going
now
no
the
huddle.
Offense is going quick.
Same
Brady
play
again, middle of the field. Gronkowski bounces off a defender, fighting forward. It takes a couple guys to bring him down, and Gronk for another 19. So 42 and 19 yards to Gronkowski, and now they're at the Panthers' 15-yard line, and they're just attacking the seams in the middle of the field.
That was a very similar play. Just the difference there on the outside, you didn't have a go. You had a stop route outside, but over the middle, it looked very similar conceptually.
Right. And suddenly Gronkowski is 12 yards away from becoming the first tight end in NFL history, the only tight end in NFL history to have 32 100-yard games.
For Evans
he would
here.
lead all tight ends in that situation. Here's a quick throw to Tyler Johnson. He's going to get nothing. He gets stood up, and a bunch of Panthers defenders are there at the line of scrimmage to tackle him. So he makes the catch, but it's no gain, and 2nd and 10 from the Panthers' 15.
It was Perriman, and I was going to say it actually makes a little more sense to design something like that for Perriman. I'd rather give him a yards after catch opportunity than Tyler Johnson. Just not able to get it blocked up. But I like how the Bucs are like, okay, screw it. That 2-minute drive worked. We're going to just keep going up tempo to start off the second drive. If it's working, stick with it.
Right, for sure. And we'll see what they do in this situation. 2nd and 10 after the pass on first down gained 0 yards. Brady's working from the shotgun here. Man, 3 receivers to his left to get a handoff. Keyshawn Vaughn, a rare 2nd and 10 run for the Bucs, and Vaughn's going to get 6 yards. So he's in a manageable third and 4 from the Panthers' 9-yard line.
And they're going to stick in the no huddle. Brady liked the light box look.
Yeah, he did. So gets him into a 3rd and manageable there, actually. And the Bucs' tendencies are so strong on 2nd and 10 to pass that you wonder if it's actually okay. There's Brady over the middle to Tyler Johnson, going to have him down to about the 2-yard line for the first down. And so it'll be 1st and goal for the Bucs from right around the 2, it looks like.
And look at that. I mean, suddenly Brady's numbers looking good too. 15 for 19, I think.
Yeah, he's suddenly rolling. And here's going to hand off Keyshawn Vaughn up the middle, untouched, easily touchdown.
Look at that.
And now the Bucs are trying to take control here. 16-7 at the extra point coming.
Got to give you credit, John. You were saying that you expect this offense to get it together or give them a little more time and they'll be fine. And it didn't take long for them to turn it around quick.
Yeah, and in the context of this matchup, at least they've definitely found some things that are working here. You know, they're trying to incorporate new pieces in here, and they've got a Grayson going out of the lineup, and you know, there's definitely some moving parts here. But yeah, moving with tempo is a great call, I think, to start the second half. Paul, that Panthers could not get adjusted there.
Gracious of Brady to go ahead and let that be a handoff, right? Saw Aaron Rodgers throw it 3 straight times from the 1-yard line when they have the number 1 seed locked up, but the guy's got to get his stats no matter what.
It was an absolutely vicious shot.
Oh, but the
I mean, you're completely right.
Oh my god,
2 dudes. Yeah, 2 dudes.
Meanwhile, Brady has fewer turnover-worthy plays than Rodgers does, but you know. Oh my god, the ratio.
We only look at interceptions.
Anyway,
so true.
Great drive.
They are
the
2
Bucs.
players who, I mean, one is just way more aware of that kind of stuff than the other.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's Brady is definitely the MVP when you look at just what's schematically, situationally. I mean, I know Brady has had the advantage in the second and third options on receivers, but Devontae Adams is a different level guy. Same with just scheme wise. I think the Packers are kind of ahead of the curve in a lot of that stuff, and yeah, I mean, nonetheless, the Buccaneers figuring out smart ways to move the ball down the field here, getting chunk plays, even with the limited personnel. So give credit, Leftwich coming out of the half and going into the half, maybe seeing a few things and exploiting those ideas.
Yeah, for sure. Good stuff and good job attacking the middle of the field. I think they knew it was open. They just had to get on the same page, right? Gronkowski hit there kind of in the first half, and it was kind of like they didn't know how much they were going to bend the route. We were talking about on the, I mean, it was the first drive. Pass was almost picked. So they knew they had something there. It's just about making it count. By the way, we're going to continue to keep you abreast more and more of this Rams 49ers situation here. 6:43 left in the third quarter. 49ers have a 2nd and 2 at their own 47-yard line. They're down 17-10. And they're driving. They have 4 straight runs to get to their own 47-yard line. And so we'll keep you rest of what's going on in that game. Jimmy Garoppolo is still in there. He's 12 of 15 for 140 yards. He has thrown interception touchdowns. So that's a big one, obviously, on a couple levels. If the 49ers are to win and the Bucs are to hang on and win here against the Panthers, then the Bucs would be the 2 seed. The Saints would be out of the playoffs, I believe, in that scenario. And the 49ers just got it converted on 2nd and 2, and they moved to the Rams 48-yard line. So that's a big one. I'm sure every Bucs fan would love to see that one go 49ers and see the Saints out of the playoffs.
Oh, that would be
just
great.
For bragging rights. Yeah. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, the Rams are tough, and they've won a lot of games late this season. And
by the way, John Brady with an absurd 0.41 EPA per play so far at this point in the game, which is just isn't a ridiculous number. I know that's not going to mean a lot to everybody that might not be familiar with it, but basically all you need to know is that's really freaking good.
Yeah. That basically means he's adding, what did you say it was?
0.41.
Yeah.
0.41 per play.
0.41. So he's adding what, almost half a point per play? Is that how that?
Yeah, basically. So like think about it. If you have a 10 play drive, Brady's adding almost 5 points for you, or just a little over 4. That might be a bit abstract, but it's a good number. Just that's all that matters.
Here's a great return for the Panthers. They're going to get out to about their own 33-yard line. So Bucs kickoff coverage strikes again, and 1st and 10 for the Panthers at their own 33-yard line.
And now things are getting rolling. Like, can the Bucs get some answers to those RPOs? Can they force the Panthers into some run looks to hand it off those RPOs while still maintaining their run fits well? Because you don't want to just let teams throw it underneath quick all day.
Yeah, this is the big test. Bucs defense really, I mean, maybe that one drive, the Panthers backed themselves up with a penalty and they held, but they haven't really come out and seized control of any of the Panthers' drives so far in this game. And so here's a Ron Hubbard picking his spots. He's going to have 5 yards, 6 yards maybe on 1st down. So good 1st down play for the Panthers, and they're in 2nd and about 4 here from their own 37. Bucs defense, again, they've had 1 sack on Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was sacked 7 times when they met 2 weeks ago and was sacked 7 times last week by the Saints. So they need to add to that total if they're going to continue to have success against this Panthers offense. When the Bucs defense doesn't get sacks, they are leaving themselves hanging out to dry a lot. So that is a huge component to this one, is sacks and pressure and how they finish the job back there. Here's Darnold, fakes the handoff. Devin White coming on a blitz, hits Darnold, and that pass is going to be incomplete off the hands of Tremble, who leaned out trying to catch that one. That would have been a tough catch.
And that's when Devin White's at his best, is when he can kind of just go full speed up an open gap that's schemed up by Bowles, right? Mm-hmm. And that's combining the 2 strengths. 1, the straight line speed of White, and 2, the ability to scheme up an open guy from Bowles. So if you can get more of that, you'll have a lot of success.
Yep. 3rd and 5 for the Panthers from their own 37-yard line, trying to take advantage of this pretty good field position.
That's right. It was a good return right off the kick.
Yep. And here's Darnold from the shotgun. Sidecar to his right is the back Abdul, and he throws quickly, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka almost picked it off. He read it the whole way, jumped it, knocked it down. He could only get a hand on it, but a great play, and it's 4th and 5 for the Panthers. JTS, wow, jumping out there to knock that one down.
Super hard to intercept a ball when you're that close to it and it's coming at that velocity, but excellent heads-up play by JTS, shutting that down. No chance. Awesome play by the rookie. And hey, that's been kind of the one bright spot, right, of these injuries, Shaq and JPP, is the fact that JTS has gotten to get in there more, right? Gain some experience. And that could be, especially if the guys are able to get healthy down the line, to give him that experience going into the playoffs would be huge.
Right. Valuable contributions from JTS and also from Anthony Nelson, obviously, too. those guys have been more impactful, honestly, than Jason Pierre-Paul was when he was out there. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Here's Darden not getting very far. I thought he had a seam there, and he just could not get anywhere.
Let's give credit to the defense, huh? I mean, they obviously had a couple of rough drives, but they really cleaned things up. And, even the main stuff on those first few drives was kind of their own self-inflicted mistakes, right? Like tripping when we're falling down while you're in coverage. But here, starting to execute a lot better, not getting in their own way with those mistakes, not missing a bunch of tackles, and they've shut them down. So both sides of the ball getting things going a lot better.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, the 49ers are first and 10 at the Rams 24-yard line. Oh, some people in the chat I see you're saying touchdown 49ers, and it is Deebo Samuel passing touchdown to Jawan Jennings. This guy does it all. I would kill this guy.
Is it tied?
It's about to be tied. They can hit the extra point. So all of a sudden, the 49ers are coming back, and it's getting really interesting. 146 left in the third quarter, and the 49ers just tied it up with the extra point.
I don't remember the last time I've rooted for the 49ers, but definitely rooting for them today.
Yeah, 49ers were my NFC team as a kid, actually, Paul. They were my NFC
really?
team. You're a kid, and you just, at that point, they had a lot of players that I knew. It was near the end of Steve Young's run that I was kind of getting into football. And so it was like Jerry Rice's Terrell Owens was just starting out to be a baller there.
That makes sense.
So they had a fun team. Yeah, the fun team. Garrison Hurst, and
I'm a Seahawks fan, so
they were. I was a Steelers fan, obviously, but
okay, yeah,
you were Seahawks. That's right. Yeah,
yeah. So I mean, it makes it hard for me to. Yeah, exactly. But today,
today is the day for sure, no question about it. And we'll see what they can do. Obviously, as that game gets ready to enter the fourth quarter here pretty soon, crunch time on that one. 49ers fighting for their playoff lives because the Saints are whooping the Falcons. So 49ers got to win to get in. By the way, Seattle up 17-10 on the Cardinals. The Cardinals, there's 11 minutes left in the third quarter in this one. Cardinals have a 2nd and 9 and the Seahawks 20, though. So that one's.
John, is it as simple as if the Saints win, Niners lose, that the Saints are in? Is that it?
Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah, I'm almost certain. People in the chat can check me, but I go over all these scenarios before the game, and then I just can't remember any. There's too many. You know what I mean? Like I can't remember. I'd have to pull up the sheet and check it again to be sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
People in the chat can check. The Cardinals just scored. People in the chat point out Cardinals just scored, so they need an extra point to tie that one at 17.
So now what do the Bucs do? They've had a ton of success these last two drives, just slinging it. Now, do they start running the ball, trying to get that going, or do they stick with what works?
Absolutely stick with what works. Go after him. Put a touchdown on the board here. I think you feel really good about where you're at, and obviously it depends what the Panthers offense does, but I'd love to keep going at him on this situation. Here's Brady back to pass, throwing quickly to Mike Evans, and he's got Mike Evans, and Mike Evans has 1,000 there. 5-yard gain.
There you go.
Evans. So he's got 1,000 again, and
good for Evans. No. Oh, you got to be
he's
kidding
down
me.
on the field and looking at his finger. I mean, somebody obviously can't afford to lose.
Oh, this is like a bad joke.
If you remember, he got hurt on the play right after he got 1,000 yards last year. He got hurt on the next play in the end zone against the Falcons.
And
now he gets 1,000, but he gets on the way that he gets 1,000 yards.
It's his right hand.
This is kind of how it goes with Evans. Like, yeah, it might be a finger or something like that right now.
Jeez.
But he's opening and closing that hand right now for them. They're trying to test out his fingers, and he's going to get up and go off. So we'll see what it is. But he just has, I mean, every time he's down, it feels like he's hurt. It didn't even look like anything there. Hard to tell. Was it maybe he stove his finger when he caught it?
That's what I was watching out for, but it didn't look like it. It looks like he had his fingers spread out nicely, so it wouldn't jam.
Yeah. His hand goes down flat on the ground there, it looked like.
Looks like he's kind of like, it's his elbow's bleeding a bit. And maybe just kind of took a hard hit on his arm, and he's maybe just a little numb or something. I mean, hopefully that's all it is.
Maybe just a little stinger. Yeah, we'll see. But anyway, he just got 1,000 yards, so look at it that way. On 2nd and 5, the Bucs are going to go without Mike Evans or Cyril Grayson now. So they are quickly losing receivers, and Vaughn is going to lose. He fight forward. He got knocked forward, actually.
That was
by Panthers defender for a yard on the play. He was going to lose yardage there. Yeah, definitely did. As you see the Cardinals scoring there to tie that one up against Seattle in the third quarter. And now the Bucs with a 3rd and 4 from their own 23-yard line. trying to find that consistency drive to drive with so many players in and out of the lineup has just been so difficult for Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Brady can get done here with Evans on the sideline. 3rd and 4. Bucs working from their 23-yard line. Brady back to pass, looking, throwing.
Oh.
Cam Brate drop the football. I mean, you will not find an easier catch.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, you will just not find an easier catch. He's wide open. Hits him right in the numbers. It's a nice soft pass.
Oh my God.
Miserable season.
Yeah.
How in the world do you drop that? And this is what we keep coming back to. They can't establish consistency because, I mean, it was a problem when starters were out there too, but these guys just will not step up. And
that's the thing. Like they really haven't played as much 12 personnel today as I thought they would have. And even with the Cyril Grayson injury, they've still kind of played a decent bit of 3 wide receiver sets. And a part of that is because of the drop off from that number 2 tight end spot. Like if either Howard or Brate were playing as well as they did last year, you can easily just say, okay, let's go 12 personnel heavy. But those guys have been struggling hard all year, and it makes it hard. Like, do you really, is that who you want to go with all the time?
Right.
Like, either OJ Howard or Brate, or do you take your chances with Perriman and Grayson? And it's so tough.
Yeah, it is hard. Stafford got picked off, by the way. So the 49ers, we'll see where they're getting the ball here, but it looks like they're going to be at the Rams 45 after the interception return. So Stafford tried to bomb it on 3rd and 16 and got picked off. So Niners are going to have a chance 1st and 10 from the Rams 45 with 46 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Definitely seizing some control of that game if they can score here. Meanwhile, the Bucs just gave it right back to the Panthers on a 3-and-out. They look unstoppable for 2 drives, and they give it right back, And again, it's just like, can they do the little stuff to stay out of their own way and put teams away? And
it hits him right in the belly. I'm just watching the play again. It hits Brate like it's like maybe like a tad, like you would like it to be 3 inches higher, but that's it. It's not like you're asking the guy to go to the ground. It's like
it literally can't. Yeah, it can't be.
Yeah,
you're not going to get an easier catch in the NFL. It's just
brutal.
I mean, a guy who's been known for saying, again, how many times is that for Brady? He's barely even targeted this year, and he's like 4 drops. Like, it's just, you can't have that.
I think I saw
OJ Howard's non-existent. Like, he doesn't even play, or he doesn't ever get targets or run routes when he does play. So it's hard.
Was it Greg Auman that tweeted that OJ's had like 1 target in the last 3 weeks or something like that? Is
more
that
than 3. I think it's more than 3 weeks.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. He had 1 catch, but it was taken off the board by a penalty. So, yeah.
Oh,
by the way, everybody in the chat right now, please, if you can, subscribe to Pewter Report or Pewter Report TV. Hit that subscribe button. We go live during all the Bucs games, and we'll go live in the playoffs too. We're going to keep doing this thing, keep it rolling. Hit the subscribe button. Also hit the like. Give us a thumbs up on the show. We really appreciate that. Helps boost our YouTube SEO. That's why this show has grown so much, because y'all are doing such an awesome job helping us out and sharing the show and liking the show and everything. So, please send us that love if you can. I know we've got a bunch of people in here right now, so I'd love to see those like numbers be really high when you log off the show. That'd really help us out. So we appreciate y'all for sure. 49ers trying to threaten here at the Rams 45-yard line. And William Butler with a $5 super chat. Where the HE double hockey sticks is OJ Howard. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. I would like to at least see him give a shot, but it's funny. He was like the most exciting player in training camp last year, Paul. I don't know if you heard this or remember this from the beginning of things last year, but Brady was so excited about him. The coaching staff was so excited about him.
And he looked good.
Yeah, and he looked great. And he started at the beginning of the year, first 4 games of the year, and he looked good. Like, he wasn't any amazing, but he looked good again. Like, he looked like he was going to have a good year. And then he gets hurt and he comes back and he's just barely even been out there. And so, it's ugly stuff so far. No question about it for him.
I mean, I think we underestimate, like, it's easy to forget that he's coming off an Achilles injury and he came back in less than 12 months. Like, that's a devastating injury that takes a long time to recover from. And it's no wonder that his speed has not been eye-popping the way it was prior to.
Yeah. Here's Robbie Anderson with a quick catch out in the flat. Couple missed tackles, but they do get him down after a gain of just 1 yard. Jamel Dean jumps on him. So, we appreciate that. Ramon subscribing and liking the show. Definitely appreciate y'all jumping in and doing that. Very, very clutch for us, no question. If you hit that like button, hit that thumbs up for us. Panthers with a 3rd and 4 now from their own 37, right around where they had their last 3rd down opportunity here. 8:36 left in the 3rd quarter. So plenty of time still in this game, just a 10-point deficit for the Panthers. Can they convert this one and keep things going? Darnold from the shotgun, trying to get the Bucs to jump, but they don't. He throws quickly, and he's going to pick up the first down as Chuba Hubbard gets a couple, 5 or 6 there, and it's going to be enough to pick up the first down. So Panthers keep it rolling, 1st and 10 to their own 43-yard line.
Bucs send 5, and they're playing zone behind it, and a little backed off on 3rd and 4th, a little softer than you might expect coverage-wise in that situation, giving up the underneath pass schematically.
Definitely not what I would have envisioned there, but here's the Panthers from their own 44-yard line. Darnold under center, handoff, and Hubbard's going to have a lane. Devin White missed a tackle, and now Hubbard's going to have a big gain, first down. And it's about 15 yards for Hubbard to the Bucs 42-yard line. And so the Panthers are rolling, and the Bucs run defense has just been brutal last few weeks. And you know how much they miss Shaq Barrett, but especially Levante David, because these linebackers have played so poor.
And they're going right at Devin White. We saw that last week in the Jets game too. Like they were not scared of White. They weren't scheming away from him. They were scheming at him. And you're seeing some more of that here as again they run right at him pretty much. And it's rough. It's really rough.
Yeah, it is. Can't stop the run with him on the field, and he can't cover. So not a lot going your way when you're the Bucs defense right now. Here's Darnold from the shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. And fires over the middle of the field, caught by DJ Moore. Nice leaping grab in the middle of the field. He's going to be down to the 25-yard line. So now the Panthers in field goal range, but looking for more with a 1st and 10 from the Bucs 25. Great throw by
That's
Darnold.
a nice
Great
throw.
Catch.
Yeah. I mean, Darnold intentionally putting it high just to get it over everybody, all that traffic, knowing that there's not anybody in front of his receiver that's going to lay him out.
Yeah. There's Darnold looking for the quick throw. Isn't there. Now he's going to run and slide down for a sack. That's going to be behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of maybe 2 yards to there, and I think they're going to give that to Winfield.
Yeah, 1, maybe 2. I'm curious. I wonder why that goes down as a sack as opposed to a -1 yard run.
I don't know either. Boost guys' sack numbers, I guess. I'm not sure, but 2nd and 12 for the Panthers, and the Bucs defense take advantage of these situations against a bad offense. Here's Darnold from the shotgun. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws quickly. And
bad tackling.
Get him down quickly. Another missed tackle, but it's still going to be a modest gain there. 6 yards to Tommy Tremble. And so it's going to be 3rd and 6 for the Panthers from the Bucs 21-yard line. In position right now to make this just a 7-point game, but could be better if they can convert a 3rd down like this or even get close enough to try on 4th down too.
And somebody used a timeout here.
Yeah. Timeout on the field.
Another RPO from the Panthers. Teams are going to do that a lot against the Bucs, make them make a decision. And Mike Evans has both his gloves on again, so hopefully that's a good sign. He had taken one off on the hand that looked to be in question.
By the way, they brought the interception return back for the 49ers, and they went 3 and out from their own 35. So now they're going to punt back to the Rams as the 4th quarter gets underway. Rams are going to have the ball 17-17 ball game there. And the Cardinals have taken a lead 24-17 over the Seahawks there in the 3rd quarter. So Bucs defense really needs a stop here to rise up, and pass rush coming. Darnold steps up in the pocket, going to take off and run, and he slides down short. Mike Edwards closed the distance, and Darnold
so did Devin White.
Down. Yeah, 2 yards there, and Devin White gets involved there as well.
Devin White had the middle zone just over the middle of the field there, and let his guys run across, knowing that Darnold's not going to pass it back that way and win in pursuit. It's a good decision by him as well.
Yeah, looked like Darnold might have had it if Edwards didn't come up there and force that slide, and maybe thought Darnold was going to go for it, just dive for it or try to make a move there, a la Brady. Instead, the Panthers will come out and try to kick a field goal on 4th and about 2.5, and it's a 35-yarder, and that kick is up and good. So it is a 7-point game against the Carolina Panthers with 4:44 left in the 3rd quarter. And we'll see what the status and situation is with Mike Evans here as the Bucs give the ball back on offense. And we'll also see what the status and situation is with this offense, man. Can they get back out on the field, and can they string things together and put a team away? It has just been so elusive for them this season.
It really has. I mean, a lot of games that have been tighter than they should be. They should be able to put away the Panthers and hopefully get their starters out of the game. But you're a couple of scores away from that still.
Yeah, just an ugly game. You want to get out of it healthy and you want to win ultimately, but just need to be playing a lot better defensively, I think, to feel great about, again, going to the playoffs. We'll see what the first round matchup is and everything. Again, this is a hard one because I think the Eagles are playing pretty well. When their starters are out there, obviously they weren't the other night against the Cowboys, but 49ers just scare me way more. I mean, several elite players on that team. And so I'll have to see.
Let's see what they do here. I mean, I want to see Mike Evans back out there. And I think if he is out there, you got to go back to those 3-by-1 sets. It's been a lot of 1-by-3, interestingly, ISOing Gronk. But I want to see isolate Evans, give him the one-on-one. And instead of working him on that trip side, and just see if can he beat his defender on a comeback, on a go, on a slant. The simple type of routes that are hard to defend when you've just got a guy so big and athletic, and that's kind of where he's best. And let's see if they go to that.
Yeah, for sure.
We saw the 5-yard hitch on that play that he got hurt. I mean, if they're going to give up that kind of space, you take those 5-yarders every time, and maybe even he can get something after the catch.
Right, for sure. By the way, Jamel Dean came off the field injured on that last drive, and so the Bucs secondary just continues to go through it. Pierre came for him, so I think that's might be the 6th time this season Dean has gone off with a different injury. That I don't know if I've ever seen a player go off that many times in one season, like go off the field injury.
Who? Evans?
Jamel Dean. No, Jamel Dean. Yeah, that might be the 6th. I think that's the 6th time this year he's had a different injury.
And he's been good when he's played. Like he's been having a really strong season.
Right. And he's not missed that many. Like he's left a lot more games than he's like been out for at the start of a game. You know what I mean? Like he's just left a ton of games injured this season, or gone out of a couple games or a bunch of games this season for sure. So we'll see if Mike Evans is trying to see if he's back out here now. And it looks like he is.
Looks like he's getting ready to go back out.
Got him there. Most tweets I saw from doctors after that injury said that, they would assume he would go back in the game, probably just a little stinger.
Okay.
Based on what they saw from the head. Obviously, they don't know. Here's Darden field it from the 4-yard line. They're letting Darden run it back out. He's going to have a nice return here. He's going to get up past the 5 and out of bounds, maybe like the 36-yard line. So the Panthers are trying the 38-yard line, I think is where he gets to. So great field position for the Bucs offense to start. That's been an issue for them all game, but here they're going to get a good opportunity.
Throw it out, throw it around again. Give your guys a chance. I mean, I know you want to run the ball.
Go quick, keep playing tempo. I know you would like to kill some clock, but it's just reality where you're at now. Like
scoring above everything right now is what's important.
Right. So Gronk is the next one. He is 12 yards away from an 100-yard game, which would give him the most 100-yard games by a tight end in NFL history. Here's Brady back to pass. He throws. Mike Evans makes the catch, 10-yard gain, and he's going to have another set downs, I believe, for the Bucs out to their own 48-yard line.
And there he was, John. Is 3-by-1 isolating Evans. He's one-on-one. That's what I was saying just before this drive. Challenge them that way. It's the same thing you did with Antonio Brown. Evans can do it a little differently, but same idea.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass again, 1st and 10. Throws out to Tyler Johnson, who is going to run straight ahead and pick up a couple yards, 4-yard gain for him. And Tyler Johnson is basically like the running back of that's Perryman. My bad. I thought that was a 1-8. Perryman picks up the 4-yard gain. I'm going to get them confused a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they look the same.
They do. They look very similar. It's just Perriman seems to be have another gear though, speed wise.
Yeah. Just their body types. I mean.
And the numbers look very, very similar.
Yeah. Perryman was listed bigger, I know, coming out, but he's way trimmed down. He was huge actually coming out. I don't know if you remember that, but right now I bet they're about the same size. Tyler Johnson's about 206, and I bet Perryman's right around the same range, and Perryman might be a tad taller. But Perryman was huge coming out. I don't know if you remember when he ran at his pro day or whatever. He's a massive wide receiver.
I mean, he's got a big frame.
Yeah.
But
long arms.
Yeah, I can imagine if he had a few more pounds on him.
Yeah, he was huge coming out. So 2nd and 6 for the Bucs offense. The 48 Panthers are down. DB Keith Taylor is down for the Panthers. So they have another corner now that is hurt in this one. And the Bucs are in Carolina territory just across midfield at the 48. So the lead 17-10, and there's 4:11 left in the third quarter. They seem very aware of the fact that they're struggling to run the football right now.
They seem very aware?
Don't you think? I mean, they're getting after it in terms of passing the football in this game. I'll get you the splits here. Brady's dropped back 6 times, and they've run the ball 9 times in this game. Much different than the last game, for example.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah. So, I mean,
love to see it.
Obviously, if Brady doesn't drop that pass, I think that drive's probably still going. And so,
yeah,
you've had some stuff like that, but their best drives have come when they've gone super aggressive.
Yeah, like if you're gonna lose, I'm fine with losing a game where it's because wide open guys dropped passes, because then at that point you've done everything you can, you've dialed up the right plays, you've thrown the right passes, and, what can you do? As opposed to just, running up the gut for a yard every first down and keeping yourself behind the chains.
Yeah. Rams are going to punt, by the way, ball back to the 49ers. The clock is going to be near 13 minutes left in the game. That one's 17-17 still. Cardinals up 24-17 over Seattle. Miami up 24-10 over New England. Checking in on that one. Has Max played this whole game for New England? Yes, he has. 10 of 18 for 115 yards for Mac Attack. And the Dolphins are up 24-10 in that one. And then Buffalo's up 13-7 on the Jets. Are they playing their starters? Yes, they are. Man, nobody in the NFL wants to just whoop bad teams. What a weird season. 49ers are going to take over at their own 23-yard line, by the way. I know the Bucs would like to run the ball here, Paul. Getting into the Panthers territory, they like to milk some clock and run the football some, but
it's too early to think about the clock.
Yeah, I know they'd like to, but you're right, exactly right. I don't think you can even think that. You just got to go score another touchdown, man. Like,
yeah, you're still in your neutral game script.
Exactly
this point.
right. This is
whatever your game plan was originally.
Right. Yep.
And again, Evans isolated 3-by-1.
Yep. Trying to get him in those
Brady's
situations.
looking that way. No.
Throws to Vaughn underneath. Good job by Vaughn. Kind of fends off a tackler there and is going to pick up 7 yards in the first down. So they move the chains, and it's a 1st and 10 for the Bucs to the Panthers 41.
Looked like a simple 1-2 read. Brady starting on Evans. I'm not sure exactly what his route was. Might have been a curl flat type of thing, but Brady definitely starting in that direction. And again, they're going up tempo. Let's see if they keep isolating Evans. Now it's Miller.
That's gonna be the key. Wonder if a shot's coming here. Brady from the shotgun. He's back to pass again. Panthers trying to rush 4 and get home. He throws out to Tyler Johnson, or is that Perryman? That is Perryman. Perryman's going to pick up 9. Nobody was on Perryman that time, so he had an open.
John, you got to take a shot every time you do that. That would be a fun game. Rest of the season.
Take a shot at Celsius.
You got Celsius?
Yeah, I got some Celsius with me.
Perfect. So. There you go.
I'm going to peach vibe shot every time. See how energized I am. Here's the handoff to Vaughn. Yikes. He looked like he almost fell in the back, but he does get the first down. I think he leans it out and is going to get there to pick up a new set of downs to the Panthers, 31-yard line? So this is where it gets big. We're moving into that crunch time now. Will the Bucs be the 2 seed, the 3 seed? What's going to happen here?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down to it, huh?
Right.
It seemed like it was kind of a wrap, but
yeah, it's getting interesting in a lot of these games now across the league. And so
who
the
used
Bucs,
the timeout now?
Are they calling that not a first down?
What?
That looked clearly like a first down. What are they're measuring?
And it's going to be a fingernail.
What? That is a horrible spot. That might be one they can actually challenge and get, because that was not a pile of bodies. Like, man, I'll show that play again, because I swear that looked like he had it by half a yard. Unless he fell earlier than I thought. People in the chat seem to agree with us that that's a horrible spot. Obviously, it's only 3rd and inches, but man, I'm super confused by that. I'd love to see the replay again, but nah, don't give us that, CBS, whatever you do. How are they not even going to show us a replay?
Oh, my God.
We just watched Bruce Arians for no reason there. Don't understand.
Okay, you got to be able to get this.
Yeah, 3rd and inches. Panthers packing it in. They're expecting a Brady sneak. Here's the handoff. Vaughn, and he's going to get it off the right side. Spins away. Hang on to that football. Good job, Vaughn, hanging onto the ball. And tough run. The Panthers coming after him there.
Yeah, they're really just trying to get that ball out of his hands. Great effort. And again, Brady going up tempo, calling everything out.
Yeah. Trying to punch one there. The Panthers 29-yard line, 1st and 10 now.
Oh, it's Bell. I thought that was Keyshawn Vaughn, unless they just subbed.
Yeah. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Back to pass. Pressure coming. Brady ducks out of a sack and throws down the field, just throws it away. It looks like, diving attempted an interception there by Taylor, who was out of bounds. I think he caught the ball, though.
Yeah.
Great attempt at a pick.
Yeah, good job just getting
Falcons
out of the
just
pocket.
scored. Falcons just scored there, so it's 24 to 13, I guess, if they get the extra point there. Bucs with a 2nd and 10 from their own, from the Panthers' 29-yard line here.
Evans, unless they rotate, Evans is going to be singled up again.
Yeah, looks like it. You wonder when that fade ball's coming.
And there's that rotation.
Yeah, and there's you're right. And there's Tyler Johnson, makes a move. Good move by Tyler Johnson there to pick up just a couple extra yards.
That was great.
He's had volume today, but not much production. 5 catches for 22 yards.
Yeah, but you're bang on though. That
4 yards per catch.
That nice little move might have picked him up another 3 yards, honestly.
Mm-hmm. It's a little stuff. The little stuff matters. But wow, 4.4 yards of catches is silly stuff. Here's Brady back to pass. 3rd and 3, looking, firing Gronkowski, and he's got it first down more. And Gronk with 14 yards is going to go over 100 yards. So now he is the sole possession of the most 100-yard games in NFL history by a tight end. 32. He tied Tony Gonzalez last week. He passes him this week, and it's 1st and goal at the Panthers' 8.
And that looks like it's just one man, Gronk beating his guy, just physical, getting him off of him. Man coverage, they rotate into it late, into single high. Great job by Gronk.
Here's a quick throw by Brady to Vaughn, who stumbles. He's going to get down to about the 3 or 4 yard line there.
And that'll end the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
So I like this. I like that they keep isolating Evans. That's where he's at his best in this offense. That's kind of like his bread and butter role. It's him isolated as that one receiver. And typically it's the 3 guys on the other side. And Godwin would usually work the inside. And it's just when Godwin was healthy, it's just a great pick your poison, because schematically it's hard to take away both. Either you're going to generally either prioritize stuff over the middle or the stuff on the outside. And it becomes a lot harder with Godwin out. But I don't know how much you want to force Evans into the inside as opposed to just letting him still stick on the outside and where he's most natural.
Yeah, for sure. Making sure we get that tweeted about Gronk.
But yeah, by the way, and great pass protection on that play. That's got to be pointed out. That third down, Brady's going through his reads, going through it, has lots of time. Pass, and you can't say enough about the year that this offensive line has had. I mean, they were good last year, but they've taken a step up from even where they were last year, both the pass game and the run game.
Yeah, definitely have. And by the way, the Bucs now with a second goal from the 4 yard line after that 4 yard game by Vaughn. But then in the 49er game, Deebo Samuel coming up clutch, 32-yard catch and run on the short pass.
Holy.
And he's going to get to the Rams 33-yard line. So they'll have a 2nd and 10 now there for the 49ers from that 33 of the Rams. So they are threatening. There is, I believe, right around 10 minutes left in that game, I think, and it's tied 17-17. So coming down to the wire there.
I got to get this game on the side. I don't know why I haven't been playing.
Yeah. Bucs score here. We might put that one on the side and keep updating you all about both here, as the Saints still up 24-13 on the Atlanta Falcons, and they're coming at them too. I mean, the Saints are actually kind of rolling on offense in this game. They're building another drive now down to the Atlanta 35. And they've Taysom Hill 7-9 for 107, and Simeon's playing too, 8-12 for 61 yards. Kamara's rushed for 100. Is Kamara rushed for 100 in any other game this season? One game against the Jets. Oh, and against the Giants. Okay, so take that for what you will. But so the Panthers the Bucs, got to punch it in here, Paul. These are key situations for the Bucs now. When they get in the red zone, given their personnel offense, it probably might not be as often as it always is for this offense. So you got to convert, you got to get touchdowns when you're in the red area for the Bucs now. It's been good for them. Obviously, they've been one of the best teams in the league all season, but it has to be like their calling card moving forward the rest of the season in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
2nd down, right? Some people ask what second down it is. Somebody asked, would I rather give the money to Devo or Godwin? Obviously, Devo is not available, so this isn't a real question here by Josh Porter, but I appreciate the question. There are different players, but I love Devo Samuel, man. He is a fun player to watch, no question about it. Here's Brady on 2nd and goal from the 4.
Right foot forward slightly. Usually does this with a quick pass or handoff.
Yeah, and here's Brady dropping back to pass. Pressure coming. He throws. Mike Evans, touchdown. Got it to Evans on the touchdown, and the Bucs are up 23-10 with the extra point coming.
Great throw, great route. Evans creating that window for Brady, just put it on outside. He kind of just boxed his guy out a little bit, just with the way, look at that. Like Brady's got the whole sideline to throw to.
Great route by Evans. Awesome route.
Yeah, fantastic route. And he's just working that space underneath Perriman. Perriman's creating a little space for him on the stem.
Yep.
And it's kind of basically just like a slant flat combo, which is, dragon and West Coast terminology is one of the most simple plays, but it ends up being quite different just because of the stack alignment. So, but the similar read from the quarterback perspective, great execution.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, Evans now has 13 touchdowns this season. So he tied his franchise record of 13 touchdowns that he set last season, which broke his old record of 12 touchdowns, which he's done 3 other times. So he now has a ton of touchdowns, basically. Let's put it that way. Mike Evans, the best offensive player in Bucs franchise history by a mile, does it again, and he's got 13 scores this season. I think that leads all players too. Somebody check me on that. Does Kupp have more than 13? Definitely stepping up in this game. And I know the Panthers secondary situation, but hey, look, Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski have stepped up in the second half and done exactly what you want to see them do going into the playoffs. And yes, it'll be harder. The test will be harder moving forward, but they've shown they've got a little bit of a fight in them. And of course, here we go. Nick said, I thought you guys said Evans sucks. Go ahead and find it, Nick. Go back and go back through the podcast and say where we found we said that Evans sucks. Oh my God. You can find it. We'll play it on the show and we'll wear clown faces.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to hear us say that. I hate when people take what you say and you say, they're not as versatile as Evans or AB, and then people make it something that it's not.
Right.
It's the worst.
It's like the worst possible interpretation of what you said.
Yeah, right. Well, it's a logical fallacy, but then on top of that, it's just like, it's bad faith arguing too. Like fourth quarter, Bucs lead 24-10, and another good return by the Panthers.
Almost get down to midfield.
They just will not put anybody away, man. They're determined. Keep everything interesting. By the way, the 49ers with a 2nd and 14 from the Ram 22 here.
I like the stat from Bowl Champs 37. I'm assuming this is correct. I'm going to believe him. When the Panthers had the ball at the 1, we had a 0.4% chance at the number 2 seed with the Rams leading 17-0. That's changed.
Yeah. Definitely changed. No question. Here's Darnold. Quick throw to Moore, who makes the catch. Davis kind of let him catch it and tackled him after about 8 yards. And so it's going to be 9 yards.
It off in the end zone.
Oh, my. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jeez, buddy. Just get the field goal at least, buddy. I don't know if it's his fault. Somebody tell me, was it Garoppolo's fault? Did he have a cheeks throw?
I just saw the replay, and it looked like he missed Kittle from behind, and then Ramsey tipped it up to himself. So based off that one replay I just saw at the end, he missed Kittle.
Yeah, here's the Panthers running it and getting it, barely. They made the stop, but after a decent gain there. And so for the Panthers, it's 1st and 10 to the Bucs 45-yard line. So already in Tampa Bay territory. There's under 14 minutes left to play in this game, but it is just 24-10. And the Panthers, if they can get a drive together here, this thing's right back to a game.
Sure is.
It has been ugly for the Bucs defense today, but they have only given up 10 points. So you gotta take that for what it is, man. At this point,
I mean, that's good. That's fine. If they can finish the game that way, that's good against
them. If they can keep doing this, yes, absolutely. If they can keep surviving, letting teams in their territory this many times.
Well,
then yeah,
field position.
They almost knocked someone down. Right. Field position, yes, for sure not. But Panthers get a decent gain there. So 2nd and 5 from the Bucs 40-yard line.
Wonder what Arians is saying there to Brady.
Telling Brady, you should be the MVP. Oh, he's telling him the score of the Rams game, I bet.
Oh,
I bet. That's what it looked like. Brady's reaction was like, oh. And then he said,
then,
"Oh, Stafford or Garoppolo just threw a pick in the end zone." Brady was
and
like,
then it would have been like the least surprised Brady face of all time if they told him that. And like, oh, you don't say.
That's the guy playing with. Here's Darnold on 2nd and 5, back to pass. Looks like a screen is the screen. Bucs aren't ready for big gain for the Panthers. Off and running is Amir Abdullah. He's going to be chopped down at the Bucs 25-yard line. But again, Bucs defense just looking like they have no clue on these screen plays.
It seems like on the broadcast that Tracy, what's her last name, Wolfson, said what Brady and Arians were talking about. So if someone in chat could tell us, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, did they say what?
It sounded like I have the audio like at super low volume, and it kind of sounded like. Yeah.
Nick is saying he was talking about people in the chat. I'm sorry, Nick, saying that Evan sucks. Usually when people say you guys, they are talking about us. But I'm sorry, Nick. If you're not talking about us, I'm sorry. People have said that to us though, because we said Godwin and AB were more versatile. Sorry, Nick. I love you. Will Golston tackle for loss or tackle at the line of scrimmage there, by the way. So
Jordan is saying that Tracy said Arian said he gets one more series.
Oh, I don't think that would have been his face.
I
don't think he would have said one more series either. If they score here, this is anybody's
I don't know
game.
that people are backing him up.
Really? But she might have said that, I'm sure. But I just don't know if she actually knows or if she's speculating.
Oh, okay.
That would be strange to me. Why would you go one more series? Why wouldn't you just let him finish the game at this point? Especially if the Panthers score here. Look like they might. 2nd and 10, Darnold back to pass. Gets away from Raheem Nunez-Roches, flushed out, throws, has a receiver, and it's going to be a 3rd and 4 from the Bucs 19-yard line as they move into the red area.
Speederman making a good point. Levante is always the one on this defense who knows that the screen's about to happen, and it's true. Like he sniffs out plays so well. He sees everything.
Yeah, it's true. Good points. It's frustrating. They just look like a different group without him for sure. Hopefully he can play in that first round. That's a big one. Big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And be himself too. Can he play and be himself? I think that's a
right.
huge one. Here's the Panthers on a 3rd and 4.
More tight man.
Yep. And Desir's still out there, by the way. Anthony Nelson cross chop. He slips coming around. Here's a throw, and DJ Moore can't get it. A tough throw, and now Moore's down holding his right arm, and he's in some pain as he tried to pull that one in. It's 4th and 4 from the Panthers. They'll probably go for it here from the Bucs 19-yard line.
That
one, 2 receivers in the same area there, Paul.
Somebody must have screwed up route-wise.
That ball might have been tipped. That throw is just Moore almost made an unbelievable catch, and he lands on his elbow.
He just needs a better throw.
Yeah.
Because he got open.
Right. Yeah, he's been a factor in this game. He's played great for the Panthers. 87 yards for him. A tough season for him, but to go over 1,000 yards with the quarterback play he's had this year.
Right.
He's a really solid player for Carolina. They don't have many building blocks on this offense. In fact, with McCaffrey's injury history, he might be the only building block this offense has because Robbie Anderson might be gone. I mean, I'm trying to think. He might legit be it in terms of building blocks because O-line, I don't know if they – unless I'm blanking on somebody, I don't know if they have anybody. Oh, Moton. Taylor Moton's going to be there for a while. He's not at his best season either, though, yet. So,
my. Cooper Kupp with a huge conversion on 3rd and 6 down the field. And now Stafford's limping, but when isn't he limping? He's trying to run up
first
the line.
10 at the Panthers 40, 4:58 left. A 30-yarder to Kupp. Kupp was 6 for 114. Oh, he's got 15 touchdowns. I asked somebody to check earlier. So the Panthers are the 4th and 4. They're going to try and go for it here. From the Bucs 19-yard line. Darnold from the shotgun. Takes the snap, and the Bucs are sending pressure. Blitzer is Devin White. Throws to the end zone. Sean Murphy bunting somehow missed the football, and it's a touchdown to Robbie Anderson. I mean, how in the world did Sean Murphy bunting miss that ball?
You forced Darnold to throw off his back foot with the cover 0. Everybody one-on-one across the board.
Sean Murphy bunting is just like the most can't get right player in the league. Like, even when he's in good position, it doesn't. How do you miss the ball? It's like it went through his arm.
Hard to blame him,
Great
man.
throw.
Like that's good coverage. It's just is just behind. I don't know if
He just
I have a
can't
hard
get
time
right,
blaming
even
him.
when he's unbelievable. And now it's just a ball game. You're in a dogfight here with the Panthers because your defense is that bad, man. 24-7, going to be 17 if they can hit the extra point here.
He's holding him. He's grabbing the back of his jersey.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton there, but definitely something. And man, how do you not make a play on that ball?
You ever grab the handle when you're on a treadmill? Makes it a lot easier to keep up.
That's true. I don't actually run that way. I usually just run without him. I think we're looking at the touchdown, but it looks pretty clear that's going to stand. Man, this defense, dude.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
I mean, I don't know. Like, on one hand, I don't want to go too hard on them because it's 17 points, and I don't even blame SMB on that one. And it's 4th down. But on the other hand, it is the Panthers. It shouldn't really even. I don't know. They're not as good as they should be. I can at least say that much.
Not even close. So 24-17, they're in a dogfight with Carolina Panthers. 10:34 left. Rams, by the way, 3rd and goal at the 49ers 4-yard line. Just over 3 minutes left in that game. So every time you think the Bucs are going to control the game, they just find a way not to.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, Brady's definitely got at least one more drive here. So let's see if they can.
I mean, they need to win the game. Like, they got to give themselves the whole point they play. If they're going to finish the game with a chance to get the 2 seed, there was no point in them playing the starters anyway. So that's why I don't understand what Tracy Wolfson's saying there. Like,
it's second.
It makes no sense to pull them out now. Right. Rams probably going to score a touchdown here. I guess they're 3rd and goal.
Oh yeah, my stream is behind.
Big play coming up here in that game, but I mean, you're still going to have a chance. That game's going to go down to the 49ers getting the ball back. I mean, maybe it does finish before you, and you've got a chance as the Rams do score a touchdown there. Stafford Cup for the 6th time this season.
Jeez, freaking Garoppolo, man, and his interception in the end zone, and then the 3rd and 6 huge play to Cup.
Hey, 49ers get what they deserve when you play a loser quarterback, man. Get what you deserve.
He's kind of like a Kirk Cousins situations where his efficiency stats are really good, and then I don't watch him closely, but the people that
quarterbacks who aren't playmakers, I just have no interest in quarterbacks who aren't playmakers. I just feel like you need so many things right to even get them to where you need to be that it's,
that's an incredible throw on the touchdown.
Bills are by Stafford.
Yeah, it's a corner.
Here's
route.
my big concern,
go ahead.
Paul.
Yeah.
My big concern moving forward for the Bucs is this. Brady is 24-32 for 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, was sacked for that 2-yard loss at the beginning of the game. In the playoffs, he's probably going to limit mistakes, by him anyway, and he's probably going to limit sacks, and he's probably going to give you passing-wise a chance to win the game if your personnel don't drop the ball and mess up routes, and your protection is decent. So like it's just so much dependent on, like, he is gonna probably do his job. So it's the one team you go into the playoffs, you don't, like, I'm gonna write this week in my Bucs briefing column the 7 things that I am kind of most worried about with the Bucs playoffs. There's 7 biggest concerns or questions that they have going into the playoffs. And I'm telling you right now, Brady's not going to appear on there. Just if everybody else around does their job, I just have no concerns there, which is great. But on the other side of things, Paul, it's the fact that he's doing this, playing great, and they're in a dogfight with the Carolina Panthers, maybe the worst team in the league over the second half of the season. I mean, they're up there. So, like, how do you get out? Like, I don't know how to get out of the situation that the Bucs are in moving forward. Because, I know you get some people back, but you're just straight up an inconsistent football team, and you have been all season, and you've been disappointing on defense all season, given your level of competition you face.
I said it when we started this thing today, like, Brady's going to have to play his best football in order for the Bucs to have a chance at the Super Bowl. And he's going to have to put together excellent game after excellent game just for them to have a chance. If he's ever off the mark, they're probably just done.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And, he doesn't have really full games usually where he struggles or is off the mark, without it being a lot of mistakes from other people. Brady's back to pass throws, middle of the field, caught Rob Gronkowski, runs through a tackle, guy trying to catch him from behind. He runs away from him too, crosses midfield. So it's a big gain for Gronkowski, who's down to the Panthers' 47-yard line on a 28-yard catch and run. And he's just shredding the Panthers right now. Gronk's at 130 yards.
He must have hit his catch incentive now.
Yeah, probably 6. He has 6 in this game. I think it was 6. I'm trying to remember now. I looked at so many incentives this week. 6 for 130 on 9 targets for Gronk. I don't think they've missed him in the second half on a throw. One more catch for Gronk, and he gets $500K. So they're probably trying to get him that number and dial something up for him to get something like that. Here's the Bucs now. They're trying to run some clock down before snaps. So is this run? You were thinking run?
Yeah.
And here's Bell for 6 yards. And again, you're keying on that stance. 7 yards for Bell. Good run by Bell. His best run is a buck. 2nd and 3 for the 40 of the Panthers.
Hey, again, Bell in that no huddle situation. They're still going up tempo. He's clearly got some familiarity with this offense already.
Yeah, no question. He's picked it up. And Bell was, when he was in his prime with the Bucs, like, here's Brady back to pass, throws on the flat to Rashad Perryman, runs away from somebody, makes another man miss. Good job, Rashad Perryman. What a great play there. Picks up a few yards.
I hope he's not hurt. Oh, no.
Of course, now he's down in there.
Are you kidding me?
Goodness gracious, man.
They need
just wide receivers dropping like flies. Great moves there after the catch.
He landed weird on that leg as he was going down on that tackle.
Knee, elbow. I mean, that's just such a normal tackle. Like
after Evans at this point, he's their most important guy. With Grayson already out, I'd rather have him than Tyler Johnson.
He gets up and walks off on his own. That didn't look. I mean, maybe when something happens, but that looked like he just hurt Landon at bruised. I don't know. That didn't look like anything. 7 yards for Perryman there the hard way, and now the Bucs are down to their. Well, Darden's still out here. So they have Scotty, Mike, not 100% either, and who? Tyler Johnson, right, to finish the game. And Darden's out there somewhere. 1st and 10 from the Panthers' 33-yard line.
Scotty,
I'd love to have been up in this game. So you could, I know Perryman would have been in this game anyway, but is there a shot to Scotty coming here? Brady over the middle to Scotty. And you're near the first down. You're going to give it to him. Brady ripped that one, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like a cloud defender there across from Scotty, and then he runs that slant just behind him. So Brady's got a small window he could squeeze it into, if I saw that right. And he just ripped it right in.
By the way, Seattle up 31-24 on Arizona. That one's still early, 4th quarter. But the Rams, here's a handoff to Bell, who runs forward. Panthers might not have been ready there. The Bucs are
another
the red zone.
Right foot slightly forward there stance. So it's Brady has 3 different stances that he's used this year. In case anyone's not heard me talk about this, his most common stance is left foot forward. That's like 99% of snaps. Then he has a squared one, which has been predominantly handoffs. There's been 2 passes off of it. Then he has a right foot slightly forward, which has been a lot of smoke screens like RPOs and handoffs.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady. Back to pass, looking, throwing up for Mike Evans down the sideline. Touchdown. Mike Evans rules in a new franchise record, 14 touchdowns. Don't give the ball away, Mike. That's
you gave it away. Don't get
COVID,
some
love
Mike.
to the fans, but my goodness, Mike Evans. Second most receiving touchdowns in the NFL this season, and he and Brady have put on a show in the second half.
And he just won clean off the line, just got right off of the press, and Brady throwing a rainbow up there. I was worried it might have been it might have hung in there a bit too long, but it didn't. It was right on the money. Evans adjusting beautifully, just like a smidge of a step slowed down to catch it right in stride. Great job.
What got everybody their marks today.
Outstanding game for Brady, John. I mean, I don't know what more he could have done to put himself in the MVP, front runner spot. Like just, incredible, another incredible performance.
Yep, no question about it.
You can't tell me this guy's not the most valuable player in the league.
Yeah, 28-36, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, just the 1 2-yard sack. Evans, by the way, 6 catches, 89 yards. Gronk, 6 for 130. Those guys have stepped up. Evans with the 2 tutties. And those guys have stepped up and done everything you want them to be. And you see Evans catches a touchdown. Who's celebrating on the other side of the field for him? Rob Gronkowski. Those are the guys you got in this locker room now. And I'm glad we don't have to put an asterisk on it when we talk about that, even though I know it's going to be tougher in the playoffs without AB. It got putting an asterisk on that all the time. Now we don't have to. This is truly a locker room, great people, and they root for
And
each other.
you
to
just
win, which
wish
is awesome.
Godwin were still there, right? Like both of
Yeah.
those guys, Godwin and Evans, talk about setting an example in terms of the type of personalities you want on your team.
Yeah.
Just unselfish guys, leaders. I mean, you really couldn't ask for better guys to be on the team.
Right.
The way they present themselves.
Yep, for sure. And the Bucs take the 31-17 lead, 7:34 left in the fourth quarter. Now we see what happens here. Defense, even when they've allowed points, they have a lot. Like, it's taken a long time at least. So you would think that might be Brady's last drive of the regular season here, unless for some reason they get the ball back quickly or whatever. But man, the Bucs offense has been great in the second half, Paul. No question about it. They've figured things out. The Brady drop was the only reason they went off the field in the second half. Am I right
That's
about
right.
that? Has it been 3 touchdown drives other than that?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but I could see
By the
that
way,
being
Rams
true.
have the ball and are driving 2nd and 8. That one might be close. 49ers still have 2 timeouts. Rams have good field position, but they need a first down probably to finish this game. They're up 24-17, 146 left. So I'm going to pull up that game here on the side. If I can, I think we can get it. Yeah, we do. So pull that game on the side and just see how that one finishes out too. Might call 2 games at once. 3rd down coming up for the Rams here. 140 left on the clock, and this is it. They got to get this 3rd down stop or their season is over. No pressure. 3rd and 7. And what do the Rams call here too? 49ers only have 1 timeout left, so Rams know if they get this first down or even get close and try to go for it on 4th, they can finish this game off and not give the 49ers another chance here.
Does this Seahawks game, I mean, so they've got both okay, never mind. That's on the Rams game. Never mind. I was about to say, does that Seahawks game have any realistic relevance to the Bucs? I don't think it does.
And it looks like on 3rd and 7, they tried to run it. So they're 4th and 5. Am I seeing this right? Rams are punting, yeah. Sony Michel, 2-yard gain. So 4th and 5, Rams are punting. 49ers are going to be backed up, though, with 140 and no timeouts, needing a touchdown to tie. This is going to be tough. For Gimme, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Okay, John, listen to this. Brady, 0.47 EPA per play. Total EPA for the game, 17.5. I mean, which is basically what they're trying to say there is that Brady's performance alone has added 17.5 points for the Buccaneers today, which is insane. And like he's adding half a point per play on a drop back. Just insane performance.
Yeah. Yes, Godwin is out right now. People are asking, Godwin is out. Yeah, he's done. He won't be back. He'll probably be limited in camp to start at least. That would be my guess. We'll see how that plays out. Here's one-on-one Devin White in space with a back, and I mean that's 0 gain play and ends up being 4 yards. But 2nd and 6 for the Panthers offense. Clock winds 7:23 and counting left in the game. And again, short passes are fine. Really, the objective here is to run clock and get out of this thing healthy. And like to see what kind of shape Perryman's in, but here's a
don't
run.
tell me Nelson just landed weird. Okay, thank God.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty big hit on Nelson there, but McClendon makes the stop there. And so 3rd and 3 now. And clock is under 7 minutes to play, 6:50 and counting. 49ers trying to mount a drive as well. They're going to start from their own 12-yard line.
Oh, and Darnold not able to get the handoff off clean, keeps it himself.
Yeah,
and he
fumbled. Did
it.
he fumble? And he did.
He fumbled, and the Buccaneers recover.
What's happening? That was madness. What happened?
What
there?
happened? Right off the snap, he didn't catch it clean. He's trying to hand it off, and then he decides to just keep it himself and just run forward. And then it's somewhere along the line, he lost it. And now does Brady get one more drive?
Yeah. We'll see what they do here. 31-17, 6:29 left on the clock. They're at the Panthers' 27-yard line here. So you'd wonder if they're just going to come out and run it and kick a field goal to go up 17. Arnold could get the handoff, couldn't get the and then he fumbled the ball. He had the ball corralled again. He just fumbled it again. I don't think anybody even hit it. Winfield picks it up and they finally get that turnover. And Brady's pumped on the sideline. Is he going back in? He's got the hat off, helmet on. Maybe he is going back in.
Gabbert didn't even look like any
a big play by Deebo. 55-yarder for Deebo Samuel. They're at second and goal second and 10 at the Rams 19-yard line. They spiked the ball to stop the clock. Here's a quick pass out to Gronk, who's now got his incentives.
Gronk lucky not to get called for a false start. He kind of tripped over just off of the motion there.
Wow, and there's 34 seconds left, and the 49ers are trying to tie this thing up. They're at the Rams 19-yard line. They got the Rams as a defensive offside, I believe, on the spike. That helps.
Wow.
Try to
on the
spike it.
sideline
I think
now?
they got the Rams to jump.
Oh, they took Brady out?
55-yard.
Oh, they took Brady
Oh,
out.
and how they took Brady out, I guess, for the handoffs. Because they just wanted to get Gronk his incentive, I think. He got to 7 catches. Here's Perryman's back in the game. Good sign there. Brady hands off to Kenyon Barner, I believe. Or sorry, Gabbard hands off to Kenyon Barner. And Gabbard's in the game, so you know this one's a wrap. But there's still 5:44 left in the game, so huge game from Rob Gronkowski. We talked about this last week. Like, he needs to be amazing for the Bucs to have a shot, right? Like, and he's finished the regular season with 2 of his best games of the year after a little struggle session there. He's playing unbelievable football.
Talking about
Gronk.
Yeah, absolutely. He's put together, 2 incredible games, especially today. And part of it's going to be scheme, how the defense is playing you, but just incredible.
Right. Here's Gabbard back to pass. He's looking deep down the field, and he had a shot for Darden there. A lot of contact. Are they really not going to call anything there? That is crazy. He was completely.
And it's going to be 4th down.
Go for it.
Oh, man. If that were PI on the 1-yard line, tell you what, man, Aaron Rodgers would come sprinting back on the field.
Look at Gabbard barking at the officials.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, that was a very weird. I mean, that was clear DPI. So Bucs trying to kick a field goal here.
I think Gronk made an extra $1 million today.
Game. Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
If you're going to give out any, let me know. 49ers, by the way, with a 2nd and 5 now at the Rams 14-yard line. So let's see, 34-17. Bucs take the 17-point lead.
And that'll do it. So, I mean, hey, after that,
if anybody hears them say who's going to be the Bucs who's going to be the Bucs playoff opponent, let us know, because we kind of know how it's going to look. But I know that we haven't seen a lot of these games go final yet, and I think the 49ers game may alter that. Who that opponent ends up being, obviously, and that may be what they're waiting for here. But see if they're laying out scenarios on the podcast. No.
So then the question would just be who's going to be the 7 seed, right? If the Bucs and the Rams win, or sorry, if the Bucs and the 49ers win, then the question
touchdown
is
49ers. Garoppolo to Jennings. And now what happens? Extra point? Oh, they're going to go to overtime, I think. They didn't go for 2. I thought they might go for 2 with Shanahan. Now it's 24-24. There's 20 seconds left. They did not go for 2. They just scored on a Garoppolo pass to John Jennings, 14 yards out. Tom Brady and I were talking trash on Jimmy Garoppolo, and he just brought him down. I don't know how much of that long play was Debo or not, but wow, I'm going to have to watch the odds. This is crazy. 49ers, what a drive from their own, 12-yard line.
I just saw
timeouts.
I haven't seen the touchdown yet, but I just saw Debo, the ball go right through his hands, like at the 1-yard line on 1st and 5 or something like that.
Okay.
I think I'm about to see the touchdown now. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Was it an easy play or what was it?
Yeah, wide open in front of the end zone, Jennings, and then he just walks it in. In-breaker right over the middle.
Wild. Yeah, the NFC is wild. Here's Darnold, 5:04 left in this game. Bucs are up 34-17 in the 4th quarter. We're trying to get in, can't. He flips it out in the flat. Missed tackle by Sean Murphy Bunting. Devin White eventually rides down the back after a gain of a couple. Tackling has not been good for the Bucs in this game or this season. 2nd and 7 now for the Panthers offense from their own 28-yard line. And there's the 49ers touchdown to Jennings, and they're staying alive, man. 26 seconds left, though, for Stafford, and they only need to get in field goal range, obviously.
Oh.
Darnold throw and dropped. Whitehead closed quickly to apply a hit. Rams have 2 timeouts in 26 seconds to try and get in field goal range.
So, yeah, I mean, saw a lot of the positives that you would have wanted to see going into this game, even after that rough start, especially on offense. I mean, just the way they got it together. I know it's, not against the toughest competition, but
yeah,
awesome. I mean, at one
encouraging
point,
finish offensively, I think, for sure.
I mean, they put
They
up
figured some
34
things
points. It looked like they were going to go into halftime with 3.
Yeah,
And,
I know.
34 points, I'll take it against anybody. That's a good game.
And there's a 3rd and 7 completion from Darnold. And so that one, now it's going to be 4th and 7. And obviously the Panthers, I'm sure, will go for it in this situation. Darnold has honestly played pretty decently by his standards today. 26 to 36, 214 yards, 2 touchdowns. Had the fumble there in the last one, which was unfortunate, but considering he's not getting much help out here, Okay, so the Rams are starting 1st and 10. They just got a 12-yard gain on a pass.
It's 4th and 7. Panthers lining up to go for it from their own 20.
Rams got a 1st and 10 on their own 37. Yeah, Panthers going for it on 4th down. Back to pass. Darnold has time, throws over the middle of the field. Tackles made quickly. KJ Britt's out there, by the way, and he makes the tackle short of the 1st down. So we're going to be Bucs ball at about their 34-yard line, I think. And so Gabbert's going to have a shot here. 4:17. You're not running out any clock, so let Gabbert cook. That's the people's cry. Let Gabbert cook.
What do you mean? Don't you just hand it off here?
Probably. No, I don't know. They might let Gabbert throw. They might let him throw. Stafford got sacked by Armstead. Loss of 3. That might send it to OT. Rams have a timeout, but I don't know that they're in position. I would go for it, but I don't know how much time's left.
Really haven't seen those hip slot formations much today. I mean, it's so weird.
Yeah. Fells is up, by the way, and Fells is in the game now. And here's the end around to Scotty Miller. They got blocking out in front of him. Scotty Miller's off and running. He's got around the right side, and Scotty Miller into the end zone. Touchdown!
Oh, my God. Scotty, where have you been? Welcome back. 40 burger to end the season for the Buccaneers. And that's how you want to go into the playoffs, huh?
Yeah, what a run by Scotty Miller there to finish things off. 33-yard of the forgotten guy. Brady runs down there all the way to the end zone to congratulate Scotty Miller.
Oh,
who, I know it's been tough, man.
Nice blocks.
Yep.
Hainsey down
just had
the field.
no idea it was coming. Hainsey in there. Look at how pumped Hainsey is.
Oh, and Scotty
I don't think he
leaping
stepped
in.
out. What a leap. Great thought to leap there because his momentum could have carried him out. Yeah, he didn't step out. That's a touchdown. Oh, they're pumped for Scotty because he's tough. I mean, that's a leading receiver at the midseason point last year. He's been basically the totally forgotten man this season, barely used at all.
And I guarantee you both
there.
Pewter Report, Scott Reynolds and Casey Hudson are both firing up some tweets right now. Scott's got his Gabbert undefeated stat going. Casey's hyped about Scotty. There's a little something for everybody today.
Yeah, for sure. It took them a while, but they got full control of this game offensively. Rose up at the end defensively. 41-17. Now the Bucs walloping the Panthers, and the 49ers and the Rams are going overtime. So the Bucs still don't know their opponent. They don't know their seed yet. It'll determine how that one shakes out. The Saints are going to win. That one's in its final under 2 minutes to play. The Saints are up 30-13 in that one. Bills are going to win 20-10. Well, actually, that game still has 8.5 minutes left. 20-10. Bills are up over the Jets. New England trying to come back here. 27-17, 3 minutes left against Miami. Seattle still up 31-27 on Arizona. And did Seattle get the ball back? They did 6 minutes left in that one. And Seattle nursing a 4-point lead.
Hey, John, I'll be back.
So Bucs defense coming back out.
Hey, just give me a second.
What's that?
All right?
Okay, sure. No problem. As the Rams and 49ers are getting ready to start overtime. Tell me who got the ball first. Rams or 49ers? San Francisco got the coin toss. Here we go. Niners. Everybody hit like right now. Everybody hit like. Everybody give a thumbs up. Give a thumbs up. Let's get everybody in here for the end of this 49ers game. Send the link. If you know people who are interested, send the link. Tell them to get in here. We're staying live and watching this overtime. We're staying live on the show. This is turning into 49ers Rams here in a minute, unless the game ends before the Bucs game. Niners going to get the first crack at this thing in overtime. Get those likes up. We're going live. We're staying live. 49ers, Rams, we're staying live. We're figuring out this seating. We're figuring out who they're playing. Share the link. Get the people in here. Looking for Greg Allman. He might know who they're matched up against here. The Bucs. What happens if the 49ers win? What happens? Bucs are the 2 seed, and what do they play? Who do they play? Here's Darnold, back pass. Looking, throwing down the field. Andrew Adams with the pick and the run back. Crossing the 40, and he slides down at the 39, and the Bucs will start in their own territory. And now they're pulling away and thumping the Panthers over the head. 3:51 left in the game still. Let them cook. Let Gabbard cook. Let Gabbard cook. Finally got Darnold, forced a couple Darnold mistakes here. And we'll see if they can add to it. Now 41-17 are at the 39-yard line. There's still too much time, and they're probably going to run the ball a few times here, but they just ran and scored on the last try. So I'm sure they'll try to run some clock here. He tried to go down the seam. Adams into the game. Robbie Anderson looked like he quit on the route. That's going to be a conversation, I'm sure.
Oh, what happened here?
Bucs picked it off. Andrew Adams picked off the first pass. Darnold threw it down the seam. Robbie Anderson kind of quit on the route. And so here's Kenyon Barner. I'm going to look actually real quick. Talk about something, Paul, or tell them about the 49ers game, what's going on. But I'm going to look real quick to see Kenyon Barner, how many carries he's had in his career.
So I'm behind. I'm well behind on the 49ers game because I've got it going on the stream. So I'm still seeing commercials. But last I saw is the Niners are getting the ball to start.
The Niners got the ball first. Yeah. No, they haven't done anything yet, I don't think. We're switching to the Niners, Paul. If you can do it, we're staying around after this game. We're switching over to the Niners, Rams.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I can just get that on my TV as well after. Yeah, let's do it.
We'll switch it over, even if we're a little bit off. By the way, Barner in his career. Oh, he does have some carries in his career.
Oh, Scotty again on the end around.
Scotty on the end around. He's piling up the yardage. He's got his speed, and he gets out of bounds. So they're just letting Scotty cook.
Scotty Miller has some incentives? 30 rushing yards. Maybe that's his incentive.
It might be. We appreciate the $5 super chat from Brian Bolko here. $5 saying Brady. Let's go, Brady MVP. Agree with that wholeheartedly, man. You can only hope the voters don't have that fatigue going and that they can see it that way as well. 49ers, incomplete pass on first down. So 2nd and 10 for the Niners from their own 25-yard line as overtime kicks off 24-24 game. Anthony said he called the play in a previous super chat. Wow. That's awesome. $5 super chat from Anthony. He called the Scotty play in a previous super chat. Here's a handoff to Barner, picks up a couple yards. That's pretty sweet.
Oh man, I can't
Debo with a run, 13-yard gain for Debo on the end around. So 1st and 10 for the Niners at their own 38. Debo, what a beast, man. Debo in this game, 7 carries, 45 yards, 3 catches, 89 yards. Ayuk has 6 for 107. Here's the thing. Do the Bucs play No, the Bucs would play the Eagles, I believe, if the 49ers win. I'm almost certain of that, right? Because the 49ers would be the 6th seed if they win.
Right.
So, I don't want to play the 49ers. And it's good, too, because the 49ers would play then the Cowboys, right? Rams would be the 4. Here's Barner around the right side. He's going to be tackled inbounds. And so that clock will go to the 2-minute warning.
If you're the 2 seed, you're not going to go to Green Bay in the 2nd round.
Right. Arizona's going to lose, by the way. They look, well, I shouldn't say. There's still 4:34 left, but Arizona's down 11 to Seattle, to 6 and 10 Seattle. So Arizona might drop another one going the way out here and fall to 11 and 6. They're going to be the 5 seed, it looks like. So we'll see what the 49ers do here. 2nd and 2 from their own 46 right now for the 49ers. Cardinals look pretty locked in as the 5 seed unless they come back in this game. Right now, they're at their own 25-yard line. 2-minute warning now for Panthers Bucs. 3rd and 8 for the Bucs from the Panthers 28-yard line. Will they throw here? Will they let Gabbert cook? The people are asking. The people really want to see it. I wonder if this kind of a blowout does anything. Oh, man, and there's a 10-yard penalty, and the 49ers is killer. They converted it. They got 6 yards to the Rams' 48. And it's coming back on an offensive holding. That's tough for an offense like the Niners to overcome. Jeez. 2nd and 12 now from their own 36.
What were you going to say? You're something about a blowout?
Oh, I was going to say, I wonder if this blowout influences the Matt Rule decisions that are coming in the next few days. The fact that it ended up being this way. Honestly, they played pretty freaking well for most of the game. This was a very close game. This is very similar to the Dolphins game where the Bucs pulled away late, or the Falcons game where they pulled away late, or some games last year like the Raiders game or the second Panthers game even. Like those games were all like close going to the fourth quarter, and then one team closed and the other team just absolutely got blown up.
Right.
3rd and 6 for the 49ers.
I think you're thinking of the Atlanta game with the 2 Mike Edwards interceptions, right?
Correct. Yep. That one, beginning of the year. Yep. Dolphins game early in the year.
The Dolphins one, was that one close throughout for a bit? I'm kind of forgetting now.
Close going into the fourth. Yeah.
It was.
Exact score here. Yep. It ended up being pretty ugly, but.
Yeah.
Let's see how close it was at one point.
Third
quarter. Yeah. 24-17 going into the fourth quarter. First play of the fourth quarter, Bucs scored to make it 31-17. So extremely similar to this, I think.
Okay.
24-17 going into the fourth quarter. Bucs didn't score in the third. Dolphins scored a touchdown to make it 24-17. Yeah.
Dylan Boardman asking why is Scotty so far down the depth chart? It's got to be a combination of injuries, or that's got to be a big part of it.
Give me 3-4 yards to the Rams 24. Sorry, Paul. First and 10 on 3rd and 6.
What, a big pass on 3rd and 6?
Big pass on 3rd and 6, 34 yards to the Rams 24-yard line.
Rip their hearts out, Jimmy.
Let's see if Gabbert throws here, and I might flip the game over.
Oh, Blaine's out and empty, but I think they'll motion a running back in. Yeah, they do. Kenyon Barton. I mean, they do this all the time.
Don't motion anyone in. Let Blaine cook.
3rd and 9. He's signaling.
49ers got to get a touchdown, though. They can't leave the door open.
Oh, Gabbert fires, but deflected at the line of scrimmage.
Knocked down the line of scrimmage. Yeah.
Sorry, it's taking over for you there.
No, you're good. You're good. So field goal time, or they can't really punt from here.
Yeah, aren't they pretty close?
Yeah, 28-yard line. I wonder if you just go for it or run down clock. Yeah.
I just saw the big 3rd down conversion.
Throw, or was it pretty wide open?
It looked like a check down, like underneath.
Oh, wow.
And then Jennings just ran for a bunch after. I want this Bucs game to end so I can switch over on my TV.
3rd and 3. Yeah, Bucs are about to kick a field goal here. Should we switch over?
Should we just do it? Let's do it.
We should just do it. Is everybody okay with us just doing it? We'll full follow with the Bucs are doing on our phones, but the Bucs backup defense is in now. So let's see here. Okay, 49ers Rams.
That's on Fox, right?
It's on Fox, yeah. On 2nd and 8, I just saw the 2nd and 8 play. So 3rd and 3 coming up for the 49ers. Huge play.
Oh my God. Do I not even have this game on? I'm going to be so annoyed.
Suck-up slip, by the way, missed the field goal.
Oh, I got it. Do I have it? No,
Bruce is not going to be happy.
Oh my God. I don't think I have this game on TV.
Really?
Yeah, I got the Seahawks one.
3rd and 3 for the Niners. Garoppolo from the shotgun. 3 receivers to his right, Kittle to his left. What's their money play call here on 3rd and 3? Garoppolo from the shotgun. We're going to get timeouts here. 49ers want to talk it over. 5:13 left in overtime. What happens in a tie? We got to think about that now.
I think, like, seating wise.
I just saw the Ramsey pick. Did you see it? It's like this crazy tick ball all over the place.
Oh, the one to Kittle earlier. Yeah,
the one earlier in the game. Yeah, it was just this crazy play. KJ Britt with a 5-yard tackle for a loss. Okay, KJ Britt for the Bucs. Back in the Bucs game, by the way. 3rd and 3 for the Niners from the Rams' 17-yard line.
3rd and 15 for the Panthers from wherever they are.
Yeah, 49ers win here in overtime would give the Bucs the 2 seed and would get the 49ers into the game.
Darnold drops back, looking, checks down underneath to Hubbard, and he's taken down quick.
Yeah.
Gain of 5. It'll be 4th and 10.
Oh, no, not Britt, my wife. KJ Britt, Bucs linebacker. Bucs 117 left in that one, I believe. It's 4th and 11 for the Panthers against the Bucs back defense. The Bucs backup defense has been great against the Panthers this season. They kept them out of the red zone in the last game.
Yeah.
And now they're shutting them down here in pass obvious prevent situation here.
Very true.
So the Rams or 49ers and Rams have had a long time to think about this 3rd and 3.
Oh,
so the
and
Rams 17. So
Darnold just launched it, and Mike Edwards looked like the intended receiver, honestly, but overthrew.
Edwards knock it down?
No, it was a bit past him.
Incomplete. Okay. All right, here we go. 49ers 3rd and 3. Garoppolo from the shotgun. Takes the snap. 4-man rush. Back to throw quickly. Juwan Jennings makes the catch. Tries to break a tackle. One guy's got him by the foot, and he goes down at the 8-yard line, but he's got a first and goal at the 8-yard line. Juwan Jennings is out here with a breakout game. 6 catches, 94 yards, and 2 touchdowns with everything on the line for the Niners. 1st and goal from the Rams 8-yard line. And they're chewing up overtime clock too. Oh, Jennings trying to get out of that foot tackle. Oh,
so I switched over to red zone, and it's actually ahead. I think I might be synced up with you now.
Oh, okay. Not that much ahead then. Yeah. Here's I formation now, offset I behind Jimmy. He pitches it out to Elijah Mitchell, who's going to take the handoff and run over the left side, dive forward for a gain of 1 or 2. So 2nd and goal coming up here for the 49ers from the Rams 6-7 yard line, somewhere around there. Where was Paul before Pewter Report? Dylan wants to know. Paul, where were you before you came to Pewter Report?
I was just hiding in this dungeon down here in the darkness, watching football, just waiting for somebody to notice me. And then John got a hold of something and was like, "Hey, why don't you come hang out with us?"
Paul started coming on our Spotify green room chats, honestly.
Yeah.
And
I was writing on Reddit last season. I was doing Bucs breakdowns and talked with John a little bit, was active in the YouTube chat on Spotify, and kind of just went from there.
Yeah. So once I realized that he was a football genius and knew everything about the Bucs offense and Tom Brady and everything, I was like, "Hey, can you write it all?" And turns out he's a great writer and great this is. So it's kind of a pretty funny story, but just having to stumble on him. I told Scott, I was like, "There's this guy. He goes by Haswai Juke, and I don't even know his real name yet, but he's super insightful. Let's see if we can get him to do something with us."
So, actually, you never told me the story about you talking to Scott about it. That's pretty funny.
That's it. I was just like, this guy knows everything there is to know about the Bucs, Bruce Arians, and Tom Brady. It's like he spent his whole life studying them. So let's see if we can get him to do something here.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun though.
Yeah, it's been a blast, and we're excited for these playoff games too. We'll be going live for those as well. As Garoppolo takes a snap, hands off Deebo Samuel. Not going to get anywhere. Rams were ready for that time. So 3rd from the 7. Clock is running here, though, 3:30 and counting. So if you're the 49ers, obviously you want to get a touchdown here because it ends the game, obviously. But you're trying to the Rams as little time as possible,
right,
to try and answer a field goal here.
It's pretty crazy. Like that they're on a super long drive. I'm
hoping Greg would know.
Well, the Bucs would be ahead in seeding, right?
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't that still give them because then the Rams would only have 12 wins, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah, because then the Rams would only have 12 wins and the Bucs would have 13, so the Bucs would get the 2 seed.
Here's Jimmy, back to pass, completes the pass to Kittle, but he's tackled immediately and he's knocked out of bounds, but he went out of bounds backward. Terrell Burgess makes a stop, but so that clock is going to keep running because of how he went out of bounds there. His forward progress was stopped in the field of play. And so that means the clock will run.
Yeah, that was just cover 0 and Jimmy throwing it off his back foot.
Ryan says he was 100% certain Haswai Juke was a John Ledyard burner account last year.
That's funny. Yeah. I mean, we have similar opinions on like most, basically every big thing in football.
Yeah. So 4th and goal for the 49ers. So they'll run the Rams use their timeout there, actually. Right? Am I right about that? Bucs game is over, by the way. They win 41-17. So they win big. Panthers, they've swept the Panthers for a couple years in a row now. Let Scott know we're staying on for this one. the finish of this one. As the 49ers kick it. So the 49ers lead 27-24. Rams are going to have a chance here. 2:45, no timeouts, but plenty of time. Just need to get in field goal range here.
Somebody said that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just wondering what happens in a tie. I'm trying. Can anybody see? He can feel if they can hold the Rams. I'm asking Greg what happens in a tie.
I like these backstories that people are making up for me. One guy said I was a ski instructor. Another guy said I was an extra in low budget action movies.
What's funny is your actual backstory is even more hilarious, right? Like, because you were a professional gambler for.
Yeah, I was a professional poker player for 5 years while I was in school, and
that's right.
Yeah, and then I got a normal job.
So that's like an even funnier backstory than some of the ones people will make up.
Yeah. But yeah, I was hostile. I
see, Greg, what happens in a tie?
I'm confused.
I think Bucs
though,
are the 2 seed and the Niners are in.
Yeah.
So 49ers just need to not give up a touchdown here. They get into the playoffs with the tie. So Bucs would get.
Yeah, I'm looking at the New York Times playoff breakdown right here. If the 49ers win or tie, then the Bucs are the number 2 seed. But it doesn't tell me about everybody else.
Okay, so Bucs. So either way, looking great for the Bucs to get a 2 seed here. All they have to do is keep the Rams out of the freaking end zone. Just keep the Rams out of the end zone, fellas. If Cardinals are going to lose, I think, right? So the Rams don't have anything to play for here either, right? Well, the 2 seed, I guess, if they win.
Yeah,
obviously.
The Rams would be they'd be the 3 seed if they tie.
Yeah, Seahawks are up 8. Cardinals just kicked a field goal. Okay, Rams are going to try and run it back here.
Oh, okay, yeah. If the Rams
get knocked down at 18, so Rams aren't going to have good field position to start.
If the Rams lose and the Seahawks win, which they will, then the Rams are going to be the 4 seed.
The Cardinals are going to onside kick here with a minute 13 left. So, but yeah,
I've seen that.
They do have. The Cardinals have 3 timeouts too, so they could kick it deep.
So yeah, the Rams could go all the way down to the 4 seed still. Oh no, they could actually go down to the 5 seed if the Cardinals
were to win.
Yeah.
Yes. I think you're right about
that. Wow.
I think the Cardinals have the tiebreaker there, yeah. I think. So. All right, here's 1st and 10. We're sticking with it. We're not going anywhere. We're staying with Rams 49ers right here, baby. We're bringing you to the end of this thing. And I believe if the Bucs get the 2 seed, they play the Eagles, because if the 49ers tie here, I think that's true. OBJ incomplete on 1st down, so 2nd and 10 coming for the Rams from their own 18.
I think the Seahawks recovered. They did. Yeah.
Did they? Okay. So Cardinals are going to be the 5 seed. Second and 10 for the Rams, down 27-24 to the 49ers in overtime. 2:35 left in overtime. Here's Stafford from the shotgun. Cup in motion. Takes the snap, throws, incomplete. Ball bounced on the ground in front of Beckham. So 3rd and 10 coming up for the Rams offense.
Oh, man, why am I so behind? This is so annoying.
Sorry.
Anyway, that's okay. No, don't be. I don't want you to slow down. I'll be an engaged listener, if anything.
There we go. And so 2nd and 10. So 3rd and 10 coming up now for the Rams offense from their own 18-yard line. Got to get a positive gain here. Stafford in this game, by the way, 229 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Does have the interception. 3rd and 10 from their own 18 for the Rams. Stafford under pressure, throws incomplete. And a late flag comes in.
What?
Oh, man, that was so late. What happened here?
Was it the 3rd and 10? I'm about to see that play.
Hold on Cup.
Okay.
On the 3rd
against
and 10
him?
play, yep.
Or by him?
No, against the 49ers. So Rams get a 1st and 10. It's a 7-yard penalty.
Oh, my God.
Moves the ball out to 25. Would have been 4th and 10. Got to keep out of the end zone. Rams 49ers got to know this too. They got to know the situation. They got to keep him out of the end zone. That's the key here.
He blatantly held him. Like
yeah,
that
was a pretty clear call in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it was coming out of the break too, so it wasn't like it was when they were, facing each other or anything.
Yeah.
Here we go. Stafford from the shotgun on 1st and 10. Back to pass. 4-man rush coming. He gets hit and he gets out of a sack and he throws. He's got an 8-yard gain. Higbee's still going. He's fighting off guys. He's going to get out of bounds. What an effort by Higbee. Unbelievable effort there.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
He got stuck in the open field. What's that?
I'm finally switched over. I'm synced up with you now.
Oh, nice. Wow. He got hit in the open field and rocked. But he somehow got through it, just fighting off Jimmy Ward. He looked like Rob Gronkowski there. Unbelievable. Looked like Kittle. So 9-yard gain to Higbee brings up 2nd and 1. 49ers.
Oh, I'm ahead of you.
Oh, and a handoff to Michelle. And that's not going to gain that much yardage. And the clock is what? Is there 2-minute warning in overtime? Now I can't even remember. I think there is, right?
I think there is.
Maybe they just knew they were taking it to the 2-minute warning there, but interesting call to run the ball there.
I could hear what was Britt saying?
Did
she just yell something in the back?
I don't know, maybe. She's probably watching the game. She knows what to say for sure. So
we should get her in here.
Yeah. She might jump in here in a second. I lock the door to keep her out just in case she's going on profane rants. Bucs
funny.
can't play the Saints in the first round. That's correct. 1st and 10 for the Rams from their own 38-yard line, 2-minute warning. And so, wow.
Hey, tell me when you're back out of commercials, okay?
Okay, I'm still in them right now, but
yeah,
Bills are going to win 27-10. By the way, looking around, my Dolphins won. They beat the Patriots, 38-30. Trying to find if somebody has. I'm trying to think. I don't know if the AFC matchups are even up because there's still a Chargers game tonight. And so
I'm out of commercials.
So 49ers win or tie. Rams just clinched the NFC West with the Seahawks officially beating the Cardinals. Rams just won the NFC West.
Are you out of commercials?
Losing in overtime. Yeah, just came out of commercials.
Okay.
Stafford standing at the line of scrimmage right now. Officials are waiting for the official word. All right, so the Rams win with a touchdown if they can get it. Right now, 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. Where's Nick Bosa when you need him here for the 49ers? Oh, getting a clear hold there. Stafford going deep down the field, and he's picked off. His butt came down in bounds, I think. That looks like it's going to be 49er ball and game over.
If he got it, that's the 2 seed for the Bucs, just like that.
And the Bucs got the 2 seed.
Oh my! What a turnaround
by Stafford down the field.
We're gonna get another look at it right here. Did he get in 1 foot?
Jumping interception there. And the butt cheek comes down in bounds. The hand is in bounds. One butt cheek, that should be a pick.
Holy.
Yep. 2 seed. Ambry Thomas, man. Michigan corner. Nice play. Way to find the football.
Unbelievable.
Wow. 2 seed. I'm almost certain playing the Eagles in the first round of the playoffs. Only road game you'll have to take is against the Packers if you face them, and that won't be till the NFC Championship game.
I mean, huge break for the Bucs.
What a comeback by the 49ers. Down
Absolutely.
17-0, and they come back and beat the Rams 27-24.
Again, like that, I wish I remember who it was that commented earlier about how low the Bucs probability was for the 2 seed when they were down, when the Panthers had the ball at the 1 and the Rams were up 17-0, something like that.
Yep. Unbelievable.
I mean,
wow. So the Niners will play the Cowboys in the first round. The Eagles will play the Bucs, and the Cardinals and the Rams are going to face each other. Eagles is the 7 seed. Bucs is the 2 seed. Will face each other. 49ers 6 seed, Cowboys the 3 seed, Cardinals the 5 seed, and Rams the 4 seed. Cardinals, Rams, round 3. They split the first two. Am I correct about that?
Cardinals, Rams?
Pretty sure Cardinals, Rams split the first two. Bucs beat the Eagles earlier in the year. And I don't think the Cowboys and the 49ers played, did they? So that'll be a new one, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
Cowboys
hey, I mean, look at how many people stuck around, hey? Like for the Rams game.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's still in here.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they get the 2 seed. The day it started off bad, man. Bucs were losing to the Panthers. They need a goal line stand to go down multiple scores. 49ers were getting wrecked by the Rams, and all of a sudden the Niners come back. They win the game in overtime. They kick the Saints out of the playoffs. The Saints do not make the playoffs. They finished 9-8 and out of the playoffs. Bucs get the 2 seed at 13-4. They finish with a franchise record in wins. Evan gets his record. Brady gets both his records. Gronk gets the record for 100-yard games by a tight end. He gets his incentives, and everybody's happy in Tampa Bay land right now. But the Eagles are coming down, and the Eagles are tough. Last time it was in Philly, and their Eagles are playing a lot better. I will say this, though, Paul. Eagles have not beaten a team this year with a winning record, and they have not beaten a playoff team with the Saints being out of the playoffs now. So this is something to think about when you're considering the Eagles' record. They have been better than expected. Nobody thought they'd be in the playoffs, including myself. But they have still yet to prove it against a winning team.
And the Bucs dominated that game. They kind of let it get the score looked closer than it really was,
Yeah.
Man, what a Sunday to finish off. I mean,
Leo sent the $5 super chat. Hey, B, how you feel? Brady really went to the game. Make sure Gronk got his incentives. You freaking clown. They wanted to make sure Gronk got those incentives. No question about it. So the Bucs go to the 2 seed. That was fun stuff, man. Ended up finishing the day on a fun note. And we're not done either, by the way. Pewter post-game show will be on here shortly. We're going to finish up the pressers for the Bucs as they find out their seeding and everything in their first round matchup. Is the one we expected against the Eagles. They'll be coming to Tampa Bay. We don't know the day yet, but we'll talk. I'm sure we'll find out the day. I think that'll probably be out tonight, and we'll talk about that post-game podcast. Victory party coming up, celebrating going to the playoffs and starting to look ahead to the first round of the playoffs against the Eagles. Talk about this game and the performances today. It's all coming up on the Pewter post-game show. Don't know the exact time yet. I'm thinking maybe 8:30 we'll be on, and we'll be live tonight. I know there's Chargers Raiders going tonight. Hopefully you have us on and have them on mute on your TV or whatever. You can jump in with us. It's going to be a great show tonight. Pewter post game show. We'll go 8:30 here in a little bit, and we've got a lot to talk about from this day. A wild day in Bucs history. Lots of records fell. Bucs franchise records. They get the 13 wins for the first time in a season in franchise history. Really fun stuff. Great from you. We'll be back. We got this first round playoff game too. Bucs Eagles. Last time Trevor was with me for the Eagles game, so first Bucs Eagles game of the year for you. So there we go.
Right, yeah. I'm excited for it, man. Can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Jason says very likely Bucs avoid Packers and Rams in the second round and play the Eagles first. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll talk about all the potential scenarios first. Obviously, the Eagles got to take care of business if you're the Bucs. But for us, we're media, man. We're not Bucs, so we can explore all the opportunities and avenues going forward for the Bucs and what the next round and so on could look like. We're going to talk about it all on tonight's podcast. Look for it going live. Link's going to be up on the Pewter Post Game Show coming here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks so much to everybody listening. We'll catch you again later tonight.